Netert, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses AUSET and Netert. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite Neterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahiawas himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like, they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
If you're gonna take,
but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on it.
that's not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
Right, so he's not.
You know that it has dips and all that.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a song.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
Okay. The brother Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun. Or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological Netert, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of AUSET has? Everybody, can you see that sun in her?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that AUSET had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
You need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you don't. You're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. I'll send them one and I'll set one.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
No.
Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head, she can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now I know a lot.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, he took some jabs, And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes,
You
yes.
got me saying you beat Jabari? If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Check. Mic check. If I can be heard, let me get a mic check. Mic check, can I be heard? Mic check. Let me check the room and see if I can be heard. Let's see if I can be heard. Press 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to check the room. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let's check the room and see what's happening here today. There are the 9s. Okay, they're popping up now. There are the 9s. Wonderful. Shout out to Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus. Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus. Shout out to Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus. I saw him when I was in the Netert. Actually, I don't watch the comments, but I saw him afterwards when I was explaining something. He put a message up. He said, I'm taking notes, and it showed a book. Shout out to Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus. Shout out to the Golden Eye. Tehuti Ma'at Ra Cyrus is Hetepu, King, Snake, something else, King, Crown, Tehuti. Shout out to Master K. What does he say? Hotep, Namaste, Anet Her. That is a list of powerful words in alignment there. Wonderful. We have Annie Patah says, Hotep, welcome to the pod class. Minty says, is Jabari still alive since he jumped out of the window? Please check on him. Who said that? Oh, that's Funkadelic 9 said that. Shout out to Funkadelic 9. Minty Hotep said, peace and love to all the new people in the chat. Hotep, peace and love to you. Minty, the wonderful, the beautiful, shout out to you. Excellent. We have a lot of people in the chat today. Dashe is not here to play. Nefra Keperet, Squano, and Tehuti Ka. I've not seen this name before, but he said it's been a while. Tehuti Ka, were you here under another name? I'm not familiar with Tehuti Ka, but I like that name. Shout out to Tehuti Ka. That's a powerful name. Tehuti Ka. Shout out to, there's a new name here, Spin Barrel, put an R. Not sure what that is, but shout out to Spin Barrel. Shout out to you. Shout out to Visual Griot. That's another name there. Not very familiar with, but I've seen that name before. Shout out to Visual Griot. Okay, once. Visual Griot. Okay, wonderful. Primordial Thought 9. And it begins. Hotep to the great SABA, Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra in the house of ATTON. That's from Primordial 9. Boots. SABA with some looks like maybe a black fist, an eye, and something else. Shout out to the brother. Boots. More in the middle, like on the. Yeah. Not away from me. Boots. Shout out to Boots. And shout out to fade away from me. Boots. And here's a new name I haven't seen before. Cool. How do I say that? Waban Joseph, who says, peace, brother. Peace to you, brother. Maharu, one of the most consistent supporters and students of the Tehuti Pod class. We're in the midst of working some magic right now. He's about to have another testimony from the Tehuti Pod class. And speaking of consistent supporters, one of the biggest consistent supporters right here, Nana Amun. Haven't seen him for a while, but then he came back maybe about 2 weeks ago, and he's been back ever since. Shout out to the good brother, Nana Moon, who says, peace, SABA. Okay, wonderful. Everybody's here on deck. Let me close these windows so there will not be any interference with the sound coming in today. Let me close that out. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. I got your message, Arasted, if you're in the room. Beautiful message, sent you a heart. Got your message, Bella. Already sent you a heart. Wonderful. And let me close the rest of these screens. All other messages. Let me close that, close that, close that. Close that, close this, close that, and keep the Gmail open for the donations that are and will be coming in. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and teleport a little bit this way. Now I'm also gonna do the same a little bit this way. Beautiful. Wonderful. Now, a little bit brighter, a little bit clearer. Okay, everybody, wonderful. This is excellent. It's going to be another one. Questions have already been coming in. It's going to be beautiful. Questions are coming in as the class is going on. This is the only class of such forte that such a phenomenon can be happening. And the questions are coming in. And of course, you know, one of the questions that was sent in, I think last week was announced, but I didn't get a chance to answer, was what is a Netert? And of course, what is a goddess, which is, people think is the translation of the word Netert. It's not, but we're going to explain that. It's going to be explained straight from the Netert, straight from the Netert themselves, straight from, you know, how we operate here at the Tehuti Pod class. Let's go ahead and get into the introduction. Let's go ahead and get into, of course, the proper frequency. Before I start off anything, we're going to start off with the proper frequency. And the proper frequency, of course, is the affirmation itself. What a better way to start off the day, what a better way to start off the pod class than to start with the affirmation. Tu Ma'at, which is that which is within us. For the new people that are in the room, you can look at the screen and read it with us. You may have questions, send the question in. Let me go ahead and do the affirmation and get this beautiful class started. Once in a lifetime class as always. We're going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at, Un and S, Min Tet, Auset and Ma'at, Min Hapapet and Ma'at, Her and Hu Kiwi, Her Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being surrounded in darkness, I come forth as conscious light. Greetings, everybody. Welcome. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For those who know, for those who don't know, that is the introduction to who you are watching on the screen right now. I am Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been teaching for a period of several decades. As an organization, we are the House of ATTON. That's ATTON. People may be wondering, what is the House of ATTON? What does that actually stand for? What is going on, Tehuti? It doesn't seem like ATTON is spelled like that. What is this House of ATTON? The House of ATTON is an acronym for the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Netiru, the last on earth, that are representing the actual Netiru as beings that walk the planet. We are the House of ATTON, representing that. And there it is right there. And there's the website is going to pop up at the bottom of the screen. It should. The ancient Tehutian teachings of Netiru. That is us. At one point in time, there were millions on the planet teaching and acknowledging the Netiru. As time went on, the psyops was to make the Netiru disappear. And that is the enemy's greatest weapon, and has been the most ancient weapon, was to make someone disappear. And you can see it in ancient times by ancient people scratching off the face, and especially the nose, representing that they can't breathe in and out the breath of life. And that was making them, erasing them from History, the best weapon on the planet. No need spending time attacking something which would cause attention to it. Wars get attention. If you could just erase the enemy off the planet and doop, 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 MIB flash the light in people's eyes and get them to forget the fact that something ever even existed, then you don't have to waste time fighting it. And that has been the weapon against the Netzeru, by having the entire group of conscious community come on in the form of actual black consciousness, but really transform them slowly into atheists in a guise while erasing the Netzeru, the greatest weapon of Isfet, erasing the actual Netzeru. And that's why when you go on these conscious channels, they never teach about the Netzeru. Never. You don't see them talking. You don't see them opening up chapter and verse. They open up Bible verses, chapter and Bible verses, to fight the Hebrews. Chapter this says this, and this contradicts to this, and a whole show. This is Paul. Paul did this. Paul didn't exist. Paul was here. Paul of Tarsus. And you see the Jesus, Hamashiach, and the Moses did this. And look at this chapter. I got a chapter for you, and I got a chapter for you. Where is them opening up any chapter and verse to the oldest writings on the planet that they have an unk about? In their conversations, please note that they will never open up to chapter and verse to quote something in there as a story that they live on their daily. It may be open up to debate and argue a topic, but not something that they live on a daily. That is the difference between the ancient Tehuti teachings of Netzeru, is that when the ancient scribes opened up chapter and verse before the Matrix, it wasn't to fight anybody, it wasn't to argue. It was opening up chapter and verse to live their life on a daily and relay it back to their family and relay it back to their students and teach about the Netzer, which are us. You don't see them opening up chapter and verse to any coffin text as anything they apply to their life or teach. Any stories, anything that was written about the ancients, they never open it up. But Bible verses, Paul did this and Paul did that and this did and Jesus did that. And look at this and look at that, look at this, look at. They got their Bible mastered. The ancient texts that represent the Ankh that they're wearing or the Ankh that is inside of their name, not so much. So we, as the ancient Tehuti teachings of the Netzeru, are here to reverse that and bring back that which existed prior to the Matrix. As a teacher, my life story was based on biological imperative. From the time that I was a youth, when I stepped onto the scene, I didn't know I was stepping onto any scene. As I've said before, I was raised around these. This is Seta. Seta is the oldest name on the planet for an out-of-body experience. While people are talking about out-of-body experiences, they don't know to trace it back to the ancient word Seta, which was the ancient, as they call today, the Egyptian cobra, which was not called a cobra, it's called Araret, to rise, or Renunet, to rise and give back a Ren, Renunet, and Araret, to rise. And Seta, which means to walk, to stand up, to resurrect, to come out of body, to make an echo copy of yourself, was this particular serpent right here, which is found in the Per Emheru, the only one that has the two stripes on its head. When you go to the Per Emheru, you'll see the serpent that you are to transform into in the afterlife, representative of shedding your skin and raising up Araret. And it's the only one that you will see that has the two lines on its head. It's this specific species that the unintelligent brother on Quest said is dead. And the brother JJ is now coming out saying that my spider is actually dead. This is the new concept now that JJ 7000 and Unc West are pushing with their demonic Isfet spirits, that the snake that you're actually seeing moving is dead. And this humongous bird-eating spider that's on my head that will move from side to side is actually dead, because the focus energy of these people is to wish death on me and to wish death on that which is around me. So instead of insulting, they will actually say that the animals that I have are dead, sending that frequency into the atmosphere of death upon my animals, where everybody is seeing my animals consistently moving from side to side, and nothing is dead. So what would bring the evil for them to say that? We are here to reverse that energy. So this is why I was always attracted to animals before I was attracted to people and humans. when I was young, I lived amongst them. I would always go amongst the animal world. I would leave my parents, I would leave my friends and family, and I would always go into the ponds, the swamps. You could ask anybody that knows me from when I was a child, when I was 8 years old, 10, 11 years old, I was gone. I was in the swamps and the ponds and the forest amongst the animals for hours and hours and hours and hours. And I learned from them. And I learned unity from the bees. I learned unity from the ants. I learned unity from the termites. I learned construction from the beavers. I understood defense of family from the bears, from the animals that I would study and be around. I learned from being around these animals. I learned deception and misfortune from people that were cursing the animals for their misfortunate behavior. You don't trust that man. He's sly as a fox. And the fox has done nothing to you. You're the one that's sly doing it. You're the one I shouldn't trust. Don't bring the word fox into it. The fox has nothing to do with what you're doing. You're doing, well, trust him, he's a snake in the grass. Leave the snake out of it. I was very confused as to why people were doing these evils, and they were casting their evils onto the attributes of animals. He's a sly dog. Yo, that guy, he's a dog, man. Don't trust him. He's a snake. And I'm like, what did dogs do to you not to trust? What is you doing these evil, deceptive actions? And the snakes are out there in the wild living their life. They're literally doing nothing to anybody unless you enter into their territory, and they do nothing untrustworthy. Everything that they do is exactly what their nature is. But when I was wondering, don't trust him, man. He's a snake. I trusted this friend, and he betrayed me on this business deal, man. He was once my best. My girl, man, she snaked me out, man. I trusted her. She did the alimony. She did this. We loved each other. And I'm like, but your relationship with a snake has never been that. Nor does anyone have a relationship with a snake where do you speak? So I realized when I was young that people were unaccountable for their evil, that people were the actual devils. And there was no such thing as a devil. Then when I opened up the Bible, I thought the devil was actually called a snake. And I was more confused. I would go out and be amongst the snakes and amongst the animals, and the being that was in the Bible that took down all mankind was actually called a snake. And it was talking in the Bible. I knew that something was definitely wrong. So as I was asking these questions, I started to seek out more and more information, and I was attracted to the religions and the ways of life that seem to be more in tune with nature. One of the very first things I started studying, even though one of the paths that I went on in the beginning was Islam, but one of the very first deities I studied was Tehuti. I was very interested in the fact that he had a staff with a serpent, and he was the first Netert I studied. While I was studying and going into Islam, I was studying about Tehuti, or as they called him back then, Thoth. And I was very attracted to the fact that there's ancient cultures that actually represented animals in a good fashion. This caused a disturbance in my family, which caused my mother to, of course, not want to influence my little brothers and sisters anymore. So this caused a debate to be set up, and the debate was set up between myself and the pastor, her pastor, and the wager was that if I lose this debate, I actually would be thrown out of my household. I would actually have to move out. Where am I moving to? I don't know. This changed my neurological function into associating this information that I'm studying and this lifestyle that I'm trying to live with survival. Meaning that if I lose this conversation or this debate, I will actually be on the streets. I'll actually have to move out. Therefore, I won't know where my food is coming from. I won't know where my roof over my head, the warmth is coming from. I won't know where any of these things are coming from if I lose these debates. And that changed my neurons to be more connected with my reptilian brain, which is the part that deals with biological imperative and deals with survival and protection. The ability to want to keep yourself alive, connected with your spiritual path. And that is something that I saw that nobody was connected to. Nobody's spiritual path was connected to their actual survival. So that means they could jump from religion to religion. from church to church. I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, while they're still having their job. But they never seem to leave their job. They either got fired or they got promoted. So their job was their sense of survival, and it was the disconnect between what you do to survive and your actual spiritual path. I wanted to cause a connect, because as I was studying the ancient ancestors, I saw they were completely connected. Their means of survival, there was no one in the Nile Valley whose means of survival was not directly connected to their spiritual path. They had to imbue their culture with their means of survival, which is what triggers biological imperative, the most important thing to any mammal on the planet. And when you connect your spirituality to your actual sense of survival, it becomes more than just a hobby. Therefore, you can't jump from thing to thing. You wouldn't do that with your survival. You don't jump from place to place. You want structure. You don't go to college for 5 to 9 years to jump from job to job. I want to be a mechanic. I want to be a doctor. Maybe a dentist is good. You know what? I want to be a drummer. A drummer's pretty good. You know, forget this drumming thing. I'm going to be a flute player. I'm going to be Beethoven. You know what? I like making Spider-Man comics. Your life would be a shambles. So you focus and you go to school for 5 to 7 to 8 or so years to come out to focus on the job that ties into your biological imperative, so that you could completely move up the ranks in that job. You don't go to school for 9 years to become a surgeon, or 10, 15 years to become a surgeon, to come out and say, I like working on Mustangs a little better. A little Mustang work. I'm gonna work on fixing guitars. We open a guitar shop. I just worked 9 years for this PhD to become a surgeon. 15 years, I'm gonna be no. You become a doctor or surgeon, keep moving up in the rankings. So that's more serious to Esau. That's more serious to people than their religion, that they were jumping back and forth. And they could do it because it was all in their mind. When you shift your way of life to something that only exists in your belief system, in your mind, into your biological imperative, then you can trigger magic. So therefore, my first debate was with the pastor. It went on for about 5 hours. And so my mother, who was the judge, that was the wager. So the wager was set against me. My mother, who was the judge, kicked him out the household instead of me. He was thrown out the household. When I saw that triggered something else in me that completely connected biological imperative, my need to survive, with my need to master this information. I was a young. I was younger than anybody in this pod class right now that I know of. The pastor was 47 with his doctorate degree and everything. So that was my first encounter that triggered what created Tehuti, what's going to create this pod class that you're about to see because of biological imperative. Number 2, after that debate, and I won the debate and I got to sit inside my household, about 4 days later, there was a notarized letter on my door, and it was a restraining order. That's what they call it. It was a restraining order, not because I abused any woman, not because I abused a child, not because of any of that, but it was a restraining order against churches. And it was stamped, notarized by the judge in the courthouse and sent out to me as a restraining order that I can no longer go around the churches, or I will be detained, my freedom will be taken, or I'll be fined. That set biological imperative number 2, which meant I had a choice to make. Either I continue to teach what it is that I'm teaching and be disciplined to this and stand up, or I give it up and I can walk freely. Because what I used to do is I used to walk the streets, go into house parties while Kid and playing, Big Daddy Kane are playing, walk the streets, go in front of schools, and just start teaching and breaking the matrix. When I was a younger man, and I wouldn't know where the churches are, so I could literally be talking to somebody, having a conversation, and there's a church behind me to the left, 100 meters, whatever the restraining order was, 100 feet or 100 meters, 50 to 100 feet or meters. And if I was caught teaching or by it, I would be detained. So I'd have to look around each street and say, is this the church? Can I talk here? You know what I did? I walked into the church. Now I'm walking into the churches with my head down, and I have a plan. And the plan is I'm going to convert people out of the matrix and give them the truth without me talking to the pastor, so he doesn't recognize me. I will go into the churches now with my head down, maybe a hat on, unrecognized. I'll go into the Bible study meetings with my head down, and I'll go there about 10 minutes to 15 minutes before the Bible study started. And I would ask questions to the people in the church for them to think. And I'm just having a conversation. I'm not saying that I have any kind of truth or anything. I'm not going against the religion. I'm just asking questions that was making them think. And that's all I needed to do. Once I put those questions in their mind, I put my head down because I know the pastor's about to walk in. My head is down. I'm in a crowd. As soon as he walks in, the entire church is asking him my questions. The pastor's like, where are these questions coming from? It wasn't like this last Bible study. What happened? What's happening here? What's going on? Yo, it says this in the Bible here, but it contradicts this. How come this religion pre-existed this? What are we doing? Why is Christianity the Greek word? They started asking all these different questions, and I just slowly kind of back out of the church. And I go to the next church and do the same thing. This was my mission. I had time for this mission. My biological imperative kicked in twice. Once, I was going to get put out of my house, nowhere to live. Another one, my freedom is going to be taken if I continue to teach. The next one was, I had a lot of time on my hands as a little boy because I was expelled. You know, they took the spell away from me. I was expelled from the schools because I saw the system as a child going to school. This is, I think high school. I never made it past grade 9. High school. I went to the school and saw the system was based on this matrix system. I was disgusted with it. I would skip classes and go to the library all day in the school. They couldn't find me in the classes. I'm in the library studying, doing recordings, having recordings to my ear, researching. I'm skipping class, but I'm still in the school. I'm not skipping class to go smoke weed or skipping class to go play around. I'm skipping classes, every single one of my classes, and they'd find me in the library and pull me out, put me in the detention office, put me in the principal's office. And then the principal said something to me. I don't think I've ever said this in the pod class, biological imperative. The principal said, he can up my grades. Even though I'm skipping class and my grades are bad, he can change all that if I join the basketball team. Because I was almost this height. When people see me in real life, they say, whoa, Tehuti, we never knew you were that large, that big, that tall. I was almost this height as a little boy. We could change all that if you join the basketball team. Because my senses were heightened as a youth, I immediately knew basketball was a part of the matrix. I immediately knew that basketball was more important than the principal than my actual grades and being intelligent. He will change all of that. He said this to me. He can change all of that in the grades if I join the basketball team. I'm saying in my mind, what is basketball? I don't even know. I'm in the forest. I don't know. I don't play basketball. I don't watch TV for basketball. I don't know what that is. I'm like, basketball, that's what they play on the streets. They're having fun. I see guys dribbling. I'm like, why is that? Why would that be important to the principal? I didn't know why. I'm like, why would that be important? Because I don't know much about that. I know there's basketball on TV, but I didn't really watch TV. I don't know any sports name at the time. I don't know anything about any of that life. I'm in the woods. I'm in the wilderness. So I don't know. I'm like, why would basketball be important? And then I found out that they would rather see people that look like me on sports than educated. Then I knew that this is a part of the matrix. So what did I do? I said, no, I'm not going to join the basketball team. As a matter of fact, I'll be back. A little while after that, I came back. How did I get expelled? Because I came back with a torch. I came back with a torch to burn the school down. and they caught me in the hallway, starting with the principal's great-great-grandfather, who I found out was a European who started the school, and he was a slave master. I found that out. I came back with a torch. I'll be back. Basketball? Great. Let me dribble with some fire. I can dribble a torch, and let me burn this place down. That's how rebellious I was. I did not care about that. And I'm lighting the school on fire. The picture on fire. Not the whole school, just the picture on fire. I was disgusted. I'm yoking up the teachers. The teachers I'm putting in jiu-jitsu chokeholds. I was not meant for that. So they expelled me. I guess I didn't belong in the system. This is all biological imperative. I didn't care about that type of survival. I knew I would survive otherwise. This is no YouTube. This is no collecting clout. None of this. None of that. I don't know anything about that. I'm burning the school down, getting expelled. I'm going right back out to the animals. So therefore, I continue to teach. I'm expelled from school. Now I have a lot of time on my hands. And I find this organization that seems to be breaking down different religions. And I liked it. I joined the organization. And I immediately excelled past the other people in the organization, where the teacher tells me to move in with him. I'm gonna be the first one. He's gonna put me and my students. He's gonna put on a cassette tape. And a brother named Frank. He said only cassette tapes are sold. They're sold for me. They're sold with him teaching. He said I'm gonna put you on for sale. You and the team, that your students, you're gonna be the first to go for sale in the entire organization since the organization's been existing. And he put me and my students on cassette tapes to sell across the world because he was so impressed with my teachings. It escalated to the point where he told the entire organization, I'm not sure if it was over 200,000 people, I'm not sure how many people were in the organization at the time, but he told the entire organization that if you all want to learn how to teach, he didn't say come to him as the master teacher. He said, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to that brother, Amenhotep Ra. If you want to learn how to teach, and if you want to learn how to rap, that was interesting. If you want to learn how to teach, and if you want to learn how to rap, all you music artists and rappers out there, if you want to learn how to rap, go to this brother. If you want to learn how to teach, and that was very interesting. He said that. And then that is where the jealousy started. Biological imperative again. The teachers at the time did not like that. They looked at my teaching style and they found out I wasn't teaching directly. Some of the things I was teaching was not coming from his books. I was teaching from nature, and they couldn't understand that. I'm teaching about the cytoplasm in the zona pellucida, in the break of the cytoplasm in the zona pellucida, starting mitosis without sperm involvement. I'm teaching about the Morphophilus plant that exists in Indonesia. I'm teaching about these things that I'm winning. I'm winning debates with these things. So the teachers at the time, my fellow peers, said, "Where are you getting the information from? We don't see that in any of those books." And I said, "I'm not getting from the books. I was raised up amongst nature. I can use nature to defeat religion." They said, "If you continue to teach that, we have to burn all of your books." They came to my premise with torches. Here comes my life threatened again. Biological imperative again. My life is in. I was threatened to be kicked off of the property, the only place I knew where to live, because I did not have a job. I didn't know about money. I never paid taxes. I don't know about working 2 weeks. I went from straight living with the animals to straight living with this community. And I'm teaching and I'm using nature. And they said, if you continue that, we're going to burn all of your books. The teacher said to me when I had a conversation with him, when I spoke to him, he said, quote unquote, he said, the level that you're at, I have to teach the students at a particular level. I can't bring them to where you are, because if I do that, I will lose more followers than to just be where you are. That's what he said to me. At that point, I knew I was not teaching or limited to that particular organization. He started saying he's going to take information that I was teaching and start teaching it. He said, "What's it you taught again about the Morphophilus plant?" The same thing that the people are saying is not in his books, he's asking me in front of thousands of people, what's that thing you taught about the plant? I'm going to use that. Don't get mad, everybody. You all use my information. Why can't I use his? So it got to the point where I came in, bypassed the information. I wasn't meant to be a part of that organization. I wasn't meant to be limited to that. And then he said this in class. He said, that brother, Amenhotep Ra, he asked these particular styles of questioning that puts me in a trap. And he told me to start asking the questions that I asked. And as I was asking, he put one arm up, two arms up, and he put his head like this, like he was on a cross. And see this family? This brother's asking questions that are trapping me, and I'm the master teacher. That's what he's saying to the whole organization. So he told me it wasn't safe for me to be there anymore. I outgrew that organization. I was never a part, limited to that particular organization. It was just the closest thing I saw to where I was. I was raised up by the animals. Entered the organization, excelled to the top, and then all of that took place because I was teaching with multifarious sources, which leads to the pod class that you're about to see right now. I went out and I lived with nothing. My aunt, fortunately, she had a real estate company. She helped me get an apartment. She helped me. I lived with her for a while. And I started making music in her bedroom while she was gone to work. I don't think I told this part of the story yet, but when she was gone to work, I took the computer and turned it into a studio. This is back before Fruity Loops or whatever these things are today. It was called the Omega computer, and Omega, something like that. And I took it and I turned it into a studio. I started making music, and I started making music for a group that was out called the Bush Babies. Bush Babies, just look up the Bush Babies, the hip hop group back in the days. And they were coming over to my aunt's, and when she would go to work, I would turn the bedroom into a studio, and it's called the Soul Food Shack. And the Soul Food Shack is where I started producing some beats for the Bush Babies and Oh Golly G Crazy Lord and Chief Baby Dread and groups that some people know of in the hip hop, the good old when hip hop was hip hop. It was me producing them out of my aunt's bedroom when she was gone to work. But it wasn't keeping me or sustaining me. So therefore, I had to find out another means to live. When my aunt ended up getting me an apartment, but I had no means to support the apartment. So I was into working out and exercise. I did push-ups and taking little supplements when I could, but I had no money to continue that for myself. So I found a means to make money. Instead of, I was digging in the couch for quarters for my son. I was a single father, just me and my son living, and I was digging in quarters to keep him alive to buy cereal. So I went and used my knowledge that I would teach with all these multifarious sources. And I said, one of the things I like to teach on is health. So I took my health aspect and went into all the different rooms, Elite Fitness and bodybuilding.com. And I don't even know if these things are around anymore, but I went into all these groups and started teaching fitness awareness and health and how to survive longer and how to live longer and how to exercise, how to breathing techniques, and citrulline malate and acetyl-carnitine and how cardiovascular system works. And I started obtaining a lot of students. I did this, and I knew that one day, as I attained them, they would buy products from me that I never had the money to get. But I'm running out of time because the landlord is knocking at my door. The electricity is about to go off. There's crackheads under my house taking the copper, using it as crack pipes and pawning it. I don't know what was going on. I'd be in my living room and hear crackheads taking my piping. I had to find a means to survive. So I told everybody, here's a list of products that I can get you. I didn't have any products. I knew there was a way that I could get it, though. I talked to the head supplier of the fitness and bodybuilding people that I saw at the time. And I said, I would like to talk to him. He said, I'll talk to you because I get a good vibe from you. I said, this is the first time I heard anybody say they get a good vibe from AOL. He was a straight Italian man, straight up Italian man. He met me at the Boondocks in Staten Island, some type of island in New York. I think it was Staten Island where there was ponds with it was like foggy. It was all foggy. It was just like a movie. He met me. He said, I get a good vibe from you. I get a good vibe from you. I get a good vibe from you. He taught me all the secrets on how to be successful with fitness business. where to get the supplies, where to get the products, who has this, who doesn't have this. And he said, all you got to do is support me, buy things from me. I'll give you the rest of the connections. But if you reveal any of this that I'm telling you, I'm going to put you over there. And we're going to put the cement of the shoes on you, to the cement of the shoes. And I was like, the cement shoes? And I said, oh, the mafia movie. He said, yes, because this is not my business. My business, I do this. I enjoy doing this a little bit. My real business is he was the hitman. He was the hitman. I can't say who he was. I'll just say he was the hitman for the actual New York mafia. That's what I do. And I whack at the people. I whack people. When you're coming into our area doing something, I'll whack you. I'll whack you. I'll whack you too. I was like, I don't want to get whacked. I don't want to get whacked. What is that? Whacking someone used in hip hop means something's not good. I don't want to learn the other meaning of it. I don't want this. You're a whack MC. I'll just stick with that. You're a whack MC. Whack him. I don't want the Italian whack is not. No. I believe you, and I will not tell anybody about the business. So I went on and put my information out there for people to order products I never had, and I started ordering from Thailand, from other countries, from inside of America, taking their money. I had nothing, and taking it and ordering with hopes that this is going to come to my doorstep, going and meeting the people. And I ended up getting everybody all the health products and advice and different things that they wanted until business was good. And I took this business, I started investing into a real estate idea that I came up with from someone else's idea, which was selling properties and giving back the buyer money to invest in other properties. And inside the property was this beautiful thing that I created. It was selling properties and giving them money at the closing and walking them through and teaching them how to make investment deals. I got it from another lady that I saw and added on to it and said, you have to qualify. It was this whole business thing. My phone was ringing off the hook. I took both businesses and I took them back to that group called the Nuwabians. Back to that group. Because I said, there's a lot of good people in here. They just don't have any money. I took both of those businesses to them, started teaching them how to invest in both of those businesses. And I took people off of homelessness, housed them, showed them how to buy houses, the REOs, the real estate flips, the LTVs, all that talk and that jargon. And then they robbed me. They connected with the master teacher's sister at the time, who was the master teacher at the time. And they robbed me of one of the biggest real estate deals. And I plummeted back down to the bottom. And I realized that money is not the solution to our problem. Money only augments what you already are. So I went into silence. I only started teaching my family and a couple of people on the street. I didn't trust anybody. I was saying to myself, I should have just stuck with these. I should have stuck with my animals. I can't seem to trust the people. The people are robbing me, doing all type of different things, and I'm there helping them. And I noticed, I never said this part of the story before, but I noticed I would house people in one of my rooms that I had in the house. I knew how to buy houses for $500. I would buy $250,000 houses for $500, and or sometimes for free. And I noticed that there was books missing. And guess what books were missing from my collection, family? Because before the Matrix movie came out, I was the teacher of the Matrix. I would teach from a book called The Matrix, a 5 to 6 volume series. And the people I would house, they were stealing just that book. My books, my Matrix books were coming up missing. Because there was a point in time where you couldn't buy them from the store anymore. So they came up missing. And I realized I can't teach these people anymore. At any rate, I went on and I realized that the real estate company would eventually fall. The stock market would crash. Things would happen. That happened in 2006. Everybody remembers 2006. And everything started crashing. So I took the real estate money and the money from the investment from the health products, and I put it into learning magic. I started meeting with the masters. I started learning from David Blaine's teachers, Chris Angel's teachers, all of the teachers, David Copperfield's teachers, not David Copperfield, the ones that teach them. And I would meet with them and I would purchase things from them and learn magic, because I knew one day I would have to survive just off me doing magic. Because I wouldn't need to do much investment. I could just walk the streets, and that happened. I started doing magic. I moved from place to place, moved to Canada, performing in -8 degrees. I was performing for my family in -8 degrees, not 8 degrees. I don't know if anybody here has seen 8 degrees. I'm talking about -32 degrees is freezing, not 8 degrees, -8 degrees. And I'm out there performing magic till 12 o'clock at night, almost every night. So 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night with a leather jacket on, doing magic, performing, because I have to make it to California where I can perform all year round. And I eventually did that. And I went to California, started performing on the beaches. I didn't know anybody. I moved out to California without knowing not a person, and just threw a blanket on the ground and cards and some forks and started performing, and made a survival off of that. No job yet. I don't know anything about jobs and pay rate. What's it called? A raise or something? Don't know what that is. I know nothing about that. So I'm surviving off of that. I start teaching individuals, teaching people on the beaches, because I'm performing with this big ankh. I have this big ankh on my neck, not this one, but another big one on my neck. So as I'm doing magic, conscious people are coming up to me saying, "What's the ankh about?" And I'll take a book called Sex Magic and throw it on the ground, and I'll perform around a book called Sex Magic. And I'm not putting any attention to this book called Sex Magic, performing cards and forks. The book is just there in the middle, and people are coming up to me after, "Why is this Sex Magic book here?" And we start conversations. I started raising up students. So eventually what happened was, because I was in solitude, only teaching myself and certain individuals and just my family, eventually it was brought to my attention that there was people on the internet that were teaching similar things to what I'm teaching, but they're teaching it not in the same quality. So I went to go check it out. And I saw some of the people there were familiar people that I actually beat in debates in 1993, and they became my students. We separated, and now they're YouTube people. Some of the people were like children of the students, and they were YouTube people. So I decided to come back again to YouTube. I said to Brother Hati, "Can you find me a program where we can have little boxes on the screen?" I didn't know about screen because I'm not into computers. I don't know. So he found me an actual group that was a debate league, and he said this group already has that, and they're already doing debates and stuff, but they want to interview you because they want to know more about Kemet. I said, okay. I set up for an interview, and when I went to the interview, I saw the perfect thing that I wanted: little boxes where I could talk to people. And I was talking to people, and we were doing the interview. Everything went great. And then the champion of that debate league challenged me to a debate, and the debate was four judges that believed in the Bible and one that didn't. And the debate was about the Bible versus Ma'at. And I said, let's do it. That's fine. That's great with me. I've never been in an online debate before, and I ended up beating him. It was an uproar. It was complete chaos because there's no Kemetic teacher ever beat anyone in that group before and became the actual champion of that league. So I became the champion, and they kept bringing me different people, bringing me these so-called big names. And I said, oh, that's fine. I said, I want to prove something, that I want to take somebody, each person of a different genre. I was the only one at the time to do that. Everybody was like, Hebrew Israelite debate. Is the Torah or New Testament? Which one is better for us? Jesus or Moses? Which one is better for us? And I said, no, I'm going to debate a Hebrew for my first debate. I want to debate a Moor, an Nation of Islam, or this and that. I want to cover all genres so nobody could say what they're saying now. It was a bias. When I debated Tehuti, the bias. They were the bias. I made sure that I set it up so that they couldn't say bias, because I'm a person representing Ma'at in a Hebrew Israelite league debating Moors, debating other people that are into Kemet, debating Hebrew, so that nobody at the end of this story could say that Tehuti, he had the Kemetic debate league, and they were biased for him. They like him. The bias. And I made sure that I debated different people. So they couldn't say the Hebrews were biased, even though they're still saying it. The Hebrews are saying the other Hebrews were biased for me. The Moorish guy, Commission, is saying the Hebrews are biased for me. So I ended up beating person after person after person after person until a brother named Netert, which you all know, he wanted to do an interview with me. And I said, that's cool. I remember Netert from 30 years ago on the street corners. I remember Netert from years ago. I used to live in New York. I remember Netert. So he did an interview with me, and in that interview, the so-called Floyd Mayweather came. I didn't even know who Floyd Mayweather was. They introduced me to Floyd Mayweather. I don't know anything about this is the Floyd Mayweather. I'm like, I didn't even know what that is. That is tennis guy? I don't know what a Floyd Mayweather is. Again, I'm not into this life. I'm not watching boxing. I know who Mike Tyson is and Muhammad Ali, and that's where it ends. About Sugar Ray Leonard, and it ends right about there. Never seen a Muhammad Ali fight in my life. Never seen Sugar. I just know their names echo. So this is the Floyd Mayweather, and I was like, okay, I don't know what that is. I know who Rickson Gracie is. So challenged me to a conversation debate. So I created this thing where I said, you know what, we're gonna have this is not gonna be a regular ding 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 debate. We're afraid to cut each other off, so we have different rounds. Let's have a debate where it's a conversation, because we're two people into Ma'at, and we shouldn't have to be cutting each other off. So I don't see why we should need time limits. Why don't we just question each other, present a point? You go ahead and speak, my brother, question each other. I want to do that kind of debate. Can we do that, Netert? Netert was like, sure. So we did that kind of debate until Netert said, you know what? We're going to still bring in the time limit. We're going to still bring in the time. Round one, ding, ding, ding. I was like, okay, I'll do that one too. That's what I'm used to. So I'll do the conversation, debate, and we'll bring in the time limits. But it got kind of strained when they started bringing in other people. That's where it got a little strange to me. Anyways, at the end of that debate, the crowd declared me the winner. Netert declared me the winner. And I beat the Floyd Mayweather, but I never got the title. So I was confused as to what Floyd Mayweather meant, because I thought that was a boxing champ. When you beat him, I thought you'd get the title, but I never got the title. So I don't know what kind of Floyd Mayweather that is. I didn't understand. So anyways, as time went on, Killer Priest. This is where the Tehuti podcast begins. We're about to begin right now. I went on the Killer Priest show. I remember Ahati was telling me, yeah, there's this Killer Priest. I already knew Killer Priest, but the show is weak and all this. And I was like, cool. I don't know. Okay. Checked him out. Checked out the Killer Priest show. I remember Mighty Hebrew was talking about Killer Priest show and such. So I checked them out, and I saw the topics that they were talking about were some of the topics that I teach on, because Killer Priest music is littered with a bunch of, I don't want to say litter like garbage, but littered as in sprinkled around with a lot of the teachings that I teach on. So I knew that he'd be interested. Killer Priest would be interested. So at any rate, I don't remember if it was Killer Priest that called me or I called Killer Priest. I'm not sure who called who first. But Killer Priest realized that I was the teacher in that group. He was very interested in Malachi's group. He realized that I was actually a teacher, and he told me, we have this guy named Rasul, but he didn't even meet the teacher. He was never in the organization. We want you to come on the show because you're actually in that organization. You actually live with a teacher. You're actually one of the top teachers. So I said, sure, I can come on, and I'll do a presentation. When I came on, I did the presentation. Killer Priest was in awe. And that set everything off. I was the first one to ever come on the Killer Priest. The first one to ever come on the Killer Priest show to do a presentation with slides and breaking down Netert words and scripts and glyphs and images and videos. That's never happened on the Killer Priest show ever. As the guy from Brightside said, ever. That never happened. So that set off a whole new trend going on the Killer Priest, a trend that only I was doing. And so recently, now people are doing all the slides and all that. But that set that off. And then eventually, the super chats became bigger than ever. They became $350, $300, $150. Sanchez putting in $500. AD was taking his wallet and dumping it into my hand and saying, "We've never seen anything like this before in the Killer Priest podcast. You need to get paid." and I never got paid. I never said to Killer Priest, I want any money for this. I just wanted to teach. And eventually, it was time for me to receive the reciprocity after this 35 years, 30 years of receiving nothing for teaching. One day, people will know the value of this, and I will receive the reciprocity. Maybe not now. Keep getting the super chats in. Keep the super chats, Killer Priest. AD, you guys, I never asked for one dime. $100, $500. I want to ask Tehuti this. $300, $50. I never got a dime. So I announced in the Killer Priest show, because many people were seeing me from the past that I was teaching. They recognized me, and we had one-on-ones. We started setting up one-on-ones. The one-on-ones were too busy for me. It took up my entire day. But people were paying me. A sister named Nana, $200 for a one-on-one. Another brother, $50 for a one-on-one to just talk to me for 1 hour. And the reciprocity was very good. It was taken away from time from my family. I had 35 or so animals. I had different Netert females in my family. Different things I had to deal with. It was taking up too much time. So I announced on the Killer Priest show that led to the podcast today, this announcement. Killer Priest, we're going to do something different. What's that? I'm going to create something this is called a podcast. I said, yes. I'm going to create a podcraft, a pod class that's combining the word pod with class, and I'm going to teach everybody here that wants to learn. But it's going to be based on a reciprocity system, biological imperative. Nobody knew what I was talking about. I said, here's how I'm going to teach the class. He said, how are you going to do it? I'm going to come to class with my head down, not say a word. What kind of class is that? The class is going to be based on not sending in super chats, but sending reciprocity with cash apps. I invented this new system on the internet where you can actually send in a cash app to show that you value what I'm about to teach, send in support and a question. Because I realized that there was a thing called Cash App. You could type things in, and PayPal where you could type. And I said, that will be my super chat. I'm going to bring this to the internet. Never been done. I'm going to bring this to the internet. Cash App and PayPal. And when you send them in, I'm going to read them there live and answer them there. And if I don't have time, I'll answer them in the next class. That's never been done on the internet since the internet was ever invented. I'm going to create the hardest environment ever for a teacher. That environment is, I'm not going to know what the questions are. I'm not going to come with a pre-prepared speech. You're going to send me questions based on wherever your quest is. It may not even be something that I'm interested in, but I have a particular gift, and that is to answer questions based on multifarious avenues that I was kicked out of an organization for. I'm going to continue that gift that I have with people that appreciate. But how do you appreciate it? Send your question in the form of a Cash App or a PayPal. Reciprocity. This will do something to your neurons that it did to mine, which was create a biological imperative system. That means that your question is as important to you as the lollipops that you bought your children, the candy apple, yes, the marijuana, the weed that you spent hundreds of dollars on that got you absolutely nothing. The hundreds of dollars you spent on movies, going to the Knicks game, going to different basketball games, renting DVDs, buying the latest shirt that came out, going to the club. How much was it to go to the club? $20. Have anybody ever spent $20 going to a club? What did you get out of it? You got to buy more drinks. Each drink shot was $8. You want to impress the girls. 4 drinks for them and 3 drinks for them. I'll buy the whole Moet bottle. You're there in the club. You go to these expensive restaurants buying greasy food that is in actuality killing you. How much is the plate served? Oh, this plate is $25, $40 for this. Okay, I'll give you $45 for the plate, $20 for the plate. And waiter, I'm going to give you a $20 tip. We did this for years and years and years, never connecting that with information that would uplift us, never connecting that with our true education, connecting that with the school system's education. That means that we paid for our children's tuition for their school, but never paid tuition for our knowledge. Why? Because we have no system of knowledge. So I went to set up a system of knowledge where I would teach people how to appreciate what could actually uplift them and change their life more than Wolverine, which every single person watching the show can tell me who Wolverine is. Why? Because you paid to know who Wolverine is. You went to the show, you went to the movie, you bought the comic book, you watched on the TV that you were paying cable for. You went and learned about the Transformers, Wolverine, Thanos, and Captain America. You paid for these things. I want people to know more about Kim Wesley than Wolverine. Who's Kim Wesley? Exactly. So I set up this system, which is a reciprocity system, which lets the new people in the class, the old people from Kill the Priest already know how I can answer questions. The new people in the class will understand why there's a reciprocity system once they actually see me start to answer a question. By the time we get to the end of the question, you will say we've never seen anything like this before. It's a phenomenon, because it is. Everybody has their gifts. This is my gift. My answers of questions change people's lives. And I have hundreds of students' testimonies across the world, at least 15 in the class, that can vouch to their body physical structure changing, them being able to contact their deceased parents and family, people quadrupling, a person quadrupling their income after I taught them about money magic, the magic on the dollar bill, and the money magic, the symbolism behind it, did a one-on-one. The person quadrupled their income. You don't get that from Wikipedia. Tehuti, you're charging for knowledge? Go to Wikipedia instead of the pod class. Why are you here watching this and not in Britannica? Go to there, because this is not information. That is not what I'm doing here. What I'm doing is I'm taking information to trigger something within you that will actually change your life and your biological imperative. We're actually doing a healing process. We're actually breaking the matrix. People's lives are being changed. Here are the Tehuti podcast. Students of mine are completely changing their complete mental, physical structure. Their businesses are changing. Their health is changing. The longevity of their life is changing. Their relationships are changing. Their family, their attestations are a testament to people's complete family changing and advancing because they're at the podcast. So, the way that it's set up is this, and I'll go ahead and show it. Then we're going to get into the question. We're going to put the team on the room for a minute. I'm going to go throw some water on my face and get into the first question. So here's how the system works, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are new, those who have been here before knows exactly how it works. For those who are new here, not a problem. Here's how it works. So, for the first time in history, has there been a situation like this? This is Maurice C. sending in a question. And the question was about the star constellation of Orion. He misspelled Orion, so he completely changed the question to finding out therapeutic approaches from the ancestors and from modern time for recovering from a stroke. He sent in $27.27. That's the same amount he sent in for the Orion question. How do you think that answer changed his life, his grandmother's life, his mother's life, and other people attested to their life changing from the way that I answered that question, which took about 1 hour to answer that question? That is what we're doing here at the Tehuti Pod class. He sent in $27.27. Here's $54.45, and this is the reason why the so-called other conscious community teachers never mention me, never trying to erase me, trying to erase the pod class, because this is not happening on their channel. Nobody is sending any Kemetic conscious teacher $54 for a question that they didn't even get a chance to ask. This one is not even for a question that she asked. Before she could answer I can answer the question on the Nahasi. Before she could ask it, I started answering and breaking it down. She still sent in the $54 for the support. That is not happening anywhere else on this planet. So, put the timestamp in. Put the book, put the YouTube in. This is what's happening here. Here's another brother sending in $11.55 for pole splitting. Look at the difference in questions. Look at the variety of questions that are being asked here at the Tehuti class. None of these questions have anything to do with each other whatsoever. Pole splitting. What is the superstition behind that? What is the origin? Look at this brother here. That brother pole splitting was Octavius Sly. Look at this completely different question. Where can you go and ask about pole splitting, about the constellation of Orion, about cures for heart stroke and preventing heart stroke, to saying about asking about the UFO meeting in Houston? That was an explosive class. $20 for the UFO meeting in Houston. Explosive class. Here's a brother, B. Get Leisure, he sent in $50. He was always interested in his dreams, the ancestors. And one day, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, his mother passed away. And when his mother passed away, he sent in another donation to have a one-on-one with me. And I started teaching him about out-of-body experiences and seeing his mother on the other side and bringing her back to this side so that she could see him. He said that's the only female that he loves. That's the only friend that he has. He doesn't want to lose his connection with his beautiful mother, Renunet's in peace, R.I.P. Renunet's in peace. He didn't want to lose his beautiful connection with that woman. So he said to Tehuti, I still want to keep in contact with her. How much is that worth? Type it in the room. If you could have a parent or a grandparent that passed away, and you could learn how to keep in contact with them, something I don't do for myself. I don't do it for myself. I wait for the other side to contact me. I don't do that for myself, although I have the ability, because of my personal feelings of how it would affect me, knowing what I know about the other side. But for anyone else, because I'm a SABA, I'm your servant. Ask me a question about how that would affect you and how to do it, I'm going to do it for you, even though I don't do that for myself. Have I contacted the other side? Yes, because it's contacted me. But I don't make the first step to do that for particular reasons. But if you ask how to do it, I teach you how to do it. Because that's your quest, that's your question. I have no right to interfere. I'm just a SABA, the doorway to open the door to that. I taught this brother. He learned. And he now has a relationship where his mother visits him and his other family members can visit him on a regular basis. How much is that worth? What type of donation would you give for that? Quadrupling your income, what type of donation? What's worth? How much would you give to quadruple your income learning HEKA magic? What is it worth to contact and have your deceased mother continue a relationship with you in the in-between world? What is that worth? That is why the donations and support are not being given to the other so-called Kemetic teachers, because they are atheists in disguise. They do not believe in any of this. They're only teaching Kemet from a historical standpoint, just like the European did. Budge, Wallace E. Budge, knows more about Kemet than anybody on the entire internet that teaches Kemetic conscious. Wallace E. Budge knows more than anybody. Did he follow Ma'at? No. But he knows more, but he never followed Ma'at. The new conscious Kemetic teachers today are following the European Egyptologist theme. Just to know knowledge, we're going to get this knowledge, this dynasty conquered this dynasty, and that dynasty, and these people are black, and these people are Hittites, and we know this and we know this, but we're not going to follow Ma'at because we're ashamed of the ancestors. We're actually not going to teach what the ancestors taught. We're not going to implement it into our family because we're embarrassed at the actual belief system and the afterlife system and out-of-body system and contacting spirit that the ancient Kemetic people actually taught about. We're ashamed of that, but we'll teach about Dynasty 3 and Dynasty this was black and this person is there. Just like Wallace E. Budge can, just like Peachtree can, just like all the white Egyptologists can. What Faulkner can't teach you is how to contact your deceased mother. What Faulkner can't teach you is how to have a one-on-one meeting with Tehuti as a female, and the children that you miscarried start crawling up your body in the one-on-one. That's not done with Faulkner. The children that you miscarried, that you are in grievance with, because that was a horrible thing that happened to you, you still want to contact them. And in the one-on-one that you're having, that's when I had face-to-face one-on-ones. In the one-on-one meeting that you're having with Tehuti, the deceased children in spirit form start to crawl up your shoulder and move around your body in the one-on-one, and you're crying because you're making that contact. Blinder Peachtree doesn't teach that. That's not taught by the atheists. That's what you get with me. Call it pseudo, call it bubako, call it la la la, lo lo lo, hey hey, whatever you call it. We care not at the House of ATTON. We're reenacting and doing what we did before the Matrix. So with all that understood, ladies and gentlemen, the support system is Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. There were people so amazed at the answers that are being given here at the Tutti Pod class that a brother named Stranger put a $200 bounty on anyone that could teach equal. He donated $200. This $200 is still sitting there for anyone in the conscious community that has an equivalent class on even this one topic. This one topic. I taught for the first time and brought for the first time the actual Netert history of the Star of David and why they call it that, based on the actual ancients' teaching and the actual symbol itself. He was so impressed, and that was even his question. His question was on triangulation in Ma'at. Never asked for before, never asked in history. How does triangulation relate to Ma'at? What? That answer was an hour and 25 minutes long, and he was so overwhelmed that he gave extra $200 after that answer to let it be known. And he goes to all the other channels to let it be known nobody's answering like this. I'm not your top number one teacher. No, I'm a question answerer. I'm not the best. I'm not the GOAT. This is the only place this is happening. I'm not the best at what I do. We're trying to find someone else doing this, because in order to have the best, there has to be others doing this. The House of ATTON is the only place on the planet where this is happening in history. So we're not the best. We're not the GOAT at this. This is the only place this is happening. When there's others that pop up, please put their link in the channel. You can send these questions on the random, and the teacher starts having a 1-hour class based on questions that you send in of this wide variety. When that other channel exists or that platform exists, please let us know so we can combine with them and make a stronger movement. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, this is a phenomenon that is only happening here at the House of ATTON. So please appreciate and send your reciprocity in respect of what's taking place right here. Because we believe at the House of ATTON that everyone's questions should be able to be answered. No one should be laughed off the stage. No one should be called a super. No one should be mocked for this. We have questions and knowledge that's been stolen from us for thousands of years. We're afraid to ask them because we're being belittled on these other channels. They're all atheists. All your Kemetic teachers are atheists. All of them. Ask them, who are the supreme entities that are beyond a human being? Is there anything beyond a human being? Almost every single one of them that I've seen will say no. Only humans exist. There's no Neteru. There's nothing else other than a human being. Human beings is all that exists. So therefore, you are an atheist. You don't believe in any type of conscious entity or entities that are beyond you, that you learn from and follow, and that culture you adhere to. So therefore, you are an atheist. I don't care if you were an Ankh. I don't care if your name is Uwajit Ma'at Septipin Ra Heptipin Ra Septipin Ma'at Septipin Pata Pata Ma'at Ma'at Ra Ra Kanum Sa Mut Sa Mut. I don't care. You don't believe as Ramesses believed. Did Ramesses acknowledge the supreme entities above him? Yes, he did. Did he give actual offerings to these entities in this consciousness? Yes, he did. Do you? No, you don't. You are a part of the agenda to teach that the Netiru never existed, and the only thing that exists in this entire universe are human beings, and that's it. And there's no guidance that comes from anything other than human beings, but the entire continent of Africa disagrees with that. So here we go, family. I'm going to put the link in the room because I'm going to go throw some water on my face. We're going to let the team jump in. I'm going to put the question in the room, and we're going to get to the very first question in the Tehuti podcast that is about to set off this beautiful, beautiful phenomenon that has not existed anywhere on the planet and cannot be imitated, because in order to imitate it, you have to actually have the answers. When I come back, we're going to talk about a little bit about this one brother who used to come to class who says that he found out that Tehuti is scamming the people. He's a scammer. Scam alert. We're going to talk about Tehuti's masterful scam on the conscious community. We're going to talk about that. Go ahead and jump in the room, team. Jump in the room. Jason Kirkland, you can jump in. All supporting people in the Tehuti podcast, jump in the room. All the team jump in. I'm going to take a break. Throw some water on me. I'm going to put Seta down for a moment. Orum. Oh, by the way, everybody, this is Orum. It means to eat. The word am is to consume or to take in. And the ur, bird, represents too much of an abundance of something. When things are not balanced, it's too great. Great doesn't mean something that's good or bad. It means there's a lot of something. So sometimes you can have a lot or a great amount of food that can cause poison or cause you to be fat. You can have a great amount of sugar that can actually cause diabetes. So the word great just means a large amount of something. So the or am represented something that consumes all of that. It takes away. It takes away from the imbalance and keeps things in a proper ebb and flow. And that's what he represents, the or am, because his actual species is called a bird eating. As you can see by the size of him, you can imagine that yes, you can definitely eat a small hummingbird, or you can definitely eat bird chicks. Yes, that's the largest spider on the planet. And that's why I come representing these animals, because they represent that to me. I live this because my symbols are not just symbols that I hold, but my symbols are also living and moving animals. And no, Unquest, the snake is not dead. JJ, the evil man, the snake is not dead. And the spider's not dead, like you said it was. Remember, it was over here when the class started? You think it's a remote control? How you doing, Primordial Thought? What's going on, good brother?
Peace, Saba. I appreciate you. Saba, we know that you do the intro every podcast, but thank you for always adding little new stuff. I appreciate it. It just helps. It helps me understand, slightly understand you a little more in your journey. Let's just say the journey, at least. And I appreciate that, Great Saba. Kudos for you for that. And no, none of these. I mean, by now, I don't know. I think people are saying that, you know, your animals are dead or they're fake. I think they're just saying that just to get attention, of course, because if they clearly watch the podcast, you can clearly see a continuation of of movement, bringing out different snakes, bringing out different just animals sharing your life. They're just trying to shoot shots, Saba. That's all that is. They just want attention. But, you know, my eye doesn't pay attention to such foolishness. So we appreciate you, Great Saba.
Imagine a dead animal sending you to the hospital. Imagine that. A dead animal sending you to the hospital. That's some magic. Okay, here's a 10. Now I can step out because he can let more people in. How you doing at 10, Tehuti? How you doing, good brother?
I'm doing excellent. Great Saba. Glad to be here. Peace, great brother. Primordial Thought 9. Great to see you. Great to see Order M. He's looking great and alive and well. Hotep. Yes, excited for the class. Great Saba. Peace. How are you? How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely. I'm doing really well. Feeling very good. I've had a lot of magic, a lot of different animals come back to me in other forms. I have really good with the animals and doing just feeling very great. I feel very great. I'm very happy. You all are in my morning affirmation. I put all of you in my morning affirmation. In the morning when I wake up. Oh, somebody mute. And so I'm very pleased at the protection and response that I'm getting. I'm very. I mean, I went on Netert, and he said that I'm the only one. After 40 years of him being Netert, 35 years, he said, Tehuti, you're the only one that teaches that the Netu are real. And imagine this. I want everybody to imagine this before I go. Imagine this. Every time, oh, by the way, do you see the string of Kemetic shows after I was on? I said to Netert, I said, yay! We had a whole show where we don't talk about Hebrew. Netert, you have the power to have Kemetic shows. You have a little section of shows that are just on Kemet and Ma'at. Every show after that has had the word Kemet in it. Go to Netert TV. Go to after my interview, and every show after my interview has the word Kemet in it. One show had to be taken down because the Kemetic brothers couldn't get along so much that the show had to be yanked down and cut in half. A show that's an hour and 30 minutes is really 3 hours and 15 minutes, but had to be cut in half. But every show was Kemetic. I had Netert on there saying Uncle Jaseneb. I mean, press 9 if you've heard Netert greet anybody Uncle Jaseneb before. I don't know if that's a regular Netert greeting, but he's on there greeting people Uncle Jaseneb. Now it's a series of Kemetic shows, and Netert said that I'm the only person that teaches that the two are real. I want everybody to think about this. When somebody comes on with a belief system, in every other show where somebody came on, whether it's Commission or whether it's Ayahuasca, or whether it's Shaka, or whether it's a group of Smash Rockwell, every show there's a group of people. Or does anybody recognize Tehuti Ka?
Yes, I'm familiar with him.
Who is he?
Well, he's a new brother that just came in. He's pretty active in the Discord.
Okay.
And he's a supporter of the House of ATTON.
Then he can jump on. There he is. All right. So, peace to Tehuti Ka. How you doing, good brother? Doing good?
Yeah, pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing excellent. I want everybody to know.
Panel.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Is that a snake on your neck?
No, it's a little cold here. This is my robe.
Okay, good. Okay, cool. So, whenever somebody comes on the Netert channel, even after me, Shaka Akmos was on there with Reggie, Smash Rockwell, Ayahuasca lady was on there. A brother named Commission was on there. Every show had the word Kemet in it, but every show, the panel fills up. Boop, 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 boop. Whenever somebody's done their lecture, Commission or anybody, boop, 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 it fills up. 12, 15 people, 8 people come on to challenge the person's belief. If it's a Hebrew Israelite, boop, 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 boop. Other Hebrews come on, Kemetic brothers come on, and it's an argument after every show, sometimes to the point where the shows have to be pulled off the air. Now, if you're teaching Ayahuasca, there's not many people that know about that, but if you're teaching Hebrew Israelite Old Testament or Jesus exists, there are several people that believe the opposite of that. Is that correct? I want everybody to think of that. So let's say there's 10 people in the Netert show that don't believe in it. Hundreds of people that don't believe in a Jesus. They pop on. Only maybe 5 people know about the Ayahuasca. They pop on. They pop on. Peace, Dr. LaRoche.
Dr. LaRoche pops on when I was on. Now I want everybody to think about this, and Dr. LaRoche and everybody can testify to this. If Neter said in all of his 35 years, Tehuti, of all my years, you're the only one that teaches that the Neter are real, doesn't that mean there should be tens of thousands of Kemetic people that believe in the opposite? Why is it when I'm on Neter and my show is done, it's never boop, 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 boop. There be more people. Are there more? Are there more people against? If I'm the only one that teaches that the Neter are real, and there's tens of thousands of Kemetic people that believe in Kemet out there, and Neter has 200,000 subscribers, and there's 1,000 people watching the show, how come after my show only Dr. LaRoche comes on? Shouldn't the show be packed and people waiting? Boop, boop. Asar Mka, this person, Smash Rocco. Where are all the people against Tehuti if I'm the only one? The reason why is because nobody wants to do what Dr. LaRoche did when you have a name. You see, when you're Dr. LaRoche, you can come on humble and say, you know what, I believe in this, and what is your perspective? And we're having a conversation. Nobody's raising their voice. But in the conversation, Dr. LaRoche is saying, you know what? I may have to change my thinking on the myth, and he's being very humble. None of the big names want to come in and get snake styled. Where are all the teachers that teach the Kemet, that Neter are principles? Where are they when Tehuti comes on? Because if your King Jabari already got crushed, you don't want to be that next sacrificial lamb. So I just want everybody to think about that. And think about that, Dr. LaRoche and everybody on the panel before I go. I'll be right back. But think about that. Why does nobody come on and challenge the Neter are real when the whole conscious community from here to Trinidad, over 40,000 people, believe the opposite? Shouldn't the panel be filled with people challenging me? And they're not there. Because they know if you have a calm conversation with Tehuti, he called one of your top people, I'm not gonna call it his name, but somebody was called to come challenge me during that show. Somebody was called. 2 people, one of your top popular people, and they responded. You want to come debate? Come challenge Tehuti. I don't debate my teachers. They won't come on because secretly I'm some of those brothers' teachers that you're thinking are against Tehuti. I'm their teacher in the background. Reggie came on and said, you're dangerous. Everything you do is a setup, and everybody you speak to Tehuti falls into hell. This is Dr. Reggie, who screams and argues with everybody because they don't want to be the person that comes on. Shout out to Dr. Reggie. I saw Smash and everybody typing in the room. Why don't you come on? Come on, everybody. Let's have fun. Let's talk about the Neter, because none of them study the Neter enough to argue about it. All right, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm going to throw some water on my face. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. Shout out to ATTON. Shout out to Primordial. Shout out to the new brother, Tehuti. A lot of Tehutis here. Tehuti Ka. Shout out to Minty. Shout out to the brother, Menko Ra. That's the brother there whose income I quadrupled. Shout out to Nahum. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. I'll be back, everybody, in a moment. Y'all can build for a moment. I'll be right back. Peace and love. Just in a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Peace. Support the podcast.
Yes, Hotep, peace and love, everyone. Peace and love to everyone on the panel. It's great to see you all. Yes, of course, support the great SABA Tehuti. The links are posted at the top of the chat room. It's also posted in the bio right below the title of the show. Send in your questions. So yeah, let's go around the panel and see how everyone's doing. Primordial Thought 9. We'll start with you, and then we'll just go around the panel. Peace and love, Hotep, and support the pod class.
Peace and love. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate the House of 10. Of course, always appreciate the great SABA Tehuti. I'm on Hotep Rob. Peace to Tehuti Ka and the great Dr. Daniel, I think it is. I can't see the name, but Dr. Daniel, peace and love to y'all for showing up on the panel as well. It's always love and peace and order around here. We always appreciate and love everybody that support. And, you know, we here to all seek truth. None of us argue with each other. None of us get into any confrontation. It's all peace and ma'at over here. And most definitely peace and love to the great Minty, the great Manku, the great Nahum. I just love y'all, appreciate y'all, and let's have a wonderful podcast.
All right, to our great brother, Tehuti Ka, peace and love to you. How you doing?
Peace to all of you. Pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing excellent, ready for another pod class. Welcome
Definitely.
to the panel. I know it's your first time on the panel, so welcome here. And we appreciate your support. And I look forward to receiving that email back from you and make a good announcement about you, good brother. So peace and love to you.
Appreciate that, brother. Thank you, guys. Don't mind. I got the TV in front of me when I'm streaming off the phone. So if you guys see me staring up, because I'm actually watching the panel, it's better me looking at it on the TV than on the screen on the phone. But tour to the class. I've been watching the podcast for over a year, and I've been into the Kemetic teachings for maybe a little over 2. Well, maybe about 3. The in-depthness that I have got since coming across SABA, which I got introduced to him like a lot of other people on Killer Priest podcraft. So just the way that he breaks it down, go in depth with all of the information is really that's what intrigued me, because I'm like, you hear the same thing, you know, Kemet was black, Netert was black, like a lot of people know that, but like what more do we have? You know, what more information is out there, like spiritually? Because once you have someone to leave, just say if they're in Christianity or Islam or something like that, and this is the white man religion. Okay, well, what is the African tradition? A lot of times people don't have nothing to give them after pretty much the people that turn from Christianity or something else. It's usually nothing that you replace that with, and that's how people become atheists, don't believe in anything, and they just lose all spirituality. And I like the spirituality that he teaches with our culture. Like, this is where it comes from. You know, we were into spirituality before religion came on the scene. Like this what they grafted their religion out of, is our spirituality. So I just I'm not being too long-winded, but I just really appreciate and enjoy the class. You guys, Ani, Menku, all of you guys on here, I learned a lot from you guys. I definitely motivation watching you guys come on a panel. I remember when you all first came on, and just seeing the growth. I remember Annie, you used to be very quiet, didn't say much, and now you see you teaching, and it's like on the same. It's like watching SABA Tehuti teach when you're teaching. It's the same breakdown, and so you can definitely see the mentorship coming through everyone, even you, Menku. So I just enjoy it, and I look forward to everything that the class and that our movement have in store for us.
Yes, never words, good brother Tua, for that and for that acknowledgement and being a part of the podcast and seeing the evolution that's happening. So and allowing yourself to not be a part of it. So peace to you, good brother. Minty Hotep, Nuti Ma'at, peace sister, looking great. How are you feeling?
Peace, Hotep. I'm feeling great. Hotep and Henu to the great SABA Tehuti. This is just such a beautiful frequency to be a part of. And I really appreciate the energy that SABA puts forward, because it just creates an endless flow of just beautiful natural energy. And Hotep to all of the new people that are finally stepping forward and joining us. I feel like it was a great opportunity for new people to come forward with him being on Netert and having exposure. to the new people, and just seeing the difference in what we do here at House of ATTON. Here we learn and we study. We don't bicker and argue and fight. We're here to learn, and we're not in our egos. And we can acknowledge when, as students, we can acknowledge when we're wrong, or when we don't have the facts. And then we have somebody to refer to that does have the facts. So just Hotep and Henu to everybody that is making a change in their life and stepping out of the matrix.
Yes, Hotep and Henu. Wonderful, wonderful. I love the image that's right behind you that I believe you painted. It's wonderful. Yes,
Yeah,
this
little guy.
Yeah, Minty Hotep is a very creative artist. And we're definitely looking forward to getting some of her pieces, and everyone have a piece of some of her creations. So keep creating, Minty Hotep.
Yes. I messaged SABA yesterday, and out of the personal things that I go through, he's always there for me. And I told him, just as long as I'm creating and I'm creative, I'm healthy. My brain is healthy and I'm functioning. So just as long as you're in the creative space and you can still create, you're good. And that's actually the first Kemetic painting that I did, and that's everything that we're learning. So
yes,
send it to the ancestors. Send it to the Neteru.
Henu to the Neteru. All right, let's go to the great Het Ma'at, the Anmer Per so many titles, the House of ATTON, the great brother Minku Arab Mary Ma'at. Peace and love, great brother. How are you doing?
Peace and love, Ani. Peace and love, ATTON Tehuti. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. Good to see you all. I'm feeling wonderful. I'm feeling excited. Had a really good week and able to accomplish something I have not previously been able to accomplish on this magnitude. But in the process of doing some things, I discovered some wonderful things about our family, because now I'm starting to teach on the Neterus, the Neterts that I discover. And I'll be sharing that the next time I teach. But I'm very much looking forward to SABA teaching us what is a goddess and what's the difference between a goddess and a Netert. I am so looking forward to that, because we should know this information. It's very important that we know this information. So looking forward to SABA teaching this only the way that only he can. So I'm exactly in the right place at the right time for this. And I will pass to the brother Nahum.
Oh, he just, oh, wait, there he is. Okay, someone dropped off. Peace, good brother Nahum. Ahati Upesh, the dream warrior. Peace.
Henu Hotep to everybody. Hope everybody's doing good. I'm doing good. Chilling on my boy Sevi.
Hey, hold on, let me blow that up. Let's blow him up big screen. Hey, there he is.
Turtle power.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm doing good. Just having more synchronicities of things we always talk about. I've noticed people really don't care about reciprocity. Saw this little clip about some of y'all might have seen it. Orlando Brown. He's talking about fruits and stuff being paid for and stuff, even though God had put it here for free, quote unquote. And I just put, like, you guys expect to take from farmers for free, and everybody's just like, yeah, like they expect to just come up to a farmer, take what he put in hard labor and hard work for, and just take it for free. And it's just showing me a lot of the ISFET that exists in the Matrix, and people really think they're just entitled to stuff. And yeah, it's just wild out here, man. That's all I really got. Hope everybody's doing good.
Yes, peace. Yeah, that's great. It's absolutely correct. Reciprocity, and that's what the great SABA Tehuti and the House of ATTON is bringing back into existence. Is that right? Because so many people have become pacified with being able to receive certain things for free, and so therefore it belittles the potency of what's actually being received. So what SABA Tehuti is doing is changing the entire frequency of what it actually means to give reciprocity and support that which benefits you. So great words, great brother. We appreciate you, and another great MetaNetter student who's in the MetaNetter Monday classes with us. And so if you all haven't been a part of the MetaNetter Monday classes, email the great SABA Tehuti, mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And get in with these beautiful Netert classes that absolutely are life-changing. So come in, email SABA and join in the classes, and you can also get the recordings if you can't be there live. So there's definitely opportunities for you to be a part of it, even if you can't be there live. So peace, good brother. And now we're at Daniel LaRoche, MD. Peace, good brother.
Really fast. Harassed did. His name is Sevi.
Hello, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Peace and love, good brother. Tua, for being here. I wanted to tell you too, I appreciate some of the presentations that you have given over on SANetter's platform. I enjoy when you come on and you present. You show some things that aren't necessarily open or you can find online because you go to these places. So I just want to give you some great words for doing that and presenting that. So welcome to the House of ATTON. Welcome to the panel, to the podcast. Peace to you.
Thank you. Peace, Anka Ma'at. I'm based in New York City. My name is Dr. Daniel LaRoche. My Kemetic name is Irie Imhotep Tehuti Amenra. Irie was the first ophthalmologist in ancient Kemet that has a recorded stele. I'm a glaucoma specialist. January is Glaucoma Awareness Month. Glaucoma is the leading cause of blindness in the African American community. So just to remind everyone, get your eyes checked once a year. When you touch your eye, it has an eye pressure. Normal eye pressure is around 15. When you get over 50, the lens in the eye starts to get larger, and that can lead to elevated eye pressure. That could lead to glaucoma, damage to the optic nerve, and you don't feel it. It's called the silent thief of sight. So it's very important that you get your parents, your grandparents to get their eyes checked once a year, to check your eye pressure, to check for glaucoma, because we could prevent glaucoma, prevent blindness from glaucoma with early cataract surgery and microinvasive glaucoma surgery for adults. So that's one. Two, I want to compliment what you guys are doing at the House of ATTON with the information on ancient Kemet and the application in people's lives. That's very important. I like to see Brother Tehuti on SANet a little bit more in terms of debating and teaching. And he can even get monetized for the debates, because SANet does pay people for debates. And people do support donations for the teachings and things that he does in that respect. So I'd like to see that interface more, and that'll expose the House of ATTON more. People can, because I've subscribed to the House of ATTON now, so I'll get some of the notifications. I got the notifications for this particular podcast as well. And I think that's all I wanted to say at this point in time. So keep up the good work. Oh yeah, one more thing I wanted to say was that right now we are under assault. Okay. The colonial powers, the United States, England, France, Australia, Israel, are continuing to steal people's land, continuing to displace people. Multinational corporations are continuing to take land and displace people currently right now in the Sudan and in the Congo. So as we continue to return to Ma'at and Ma'atin, which is a peaceful form of civilization, in the Pertam here, it also says we have to annihilate enemies. And one of the things I'd like to see Brother Tehuti's weigh in on, how do we regain our land back? How do we regain control? How do we stop this colonial settlerist movement that's still going on globally? So those are my questions for Brother Tehuti in the House of ATTON to eventually address in some sort of a podcast in conjunction with Ma'at. Because even if when you study Ma'at, there was a defense mechanism in the army with Tasedi, the land of the bow. They were great archers, okay, in that respect. And so you have to defend Ma'at. And so there is a military component to that. So we have to be aware of that. And how do you defend your community? How do you defend against aggressors that want to take your land and colonize you? And so I'd like to see what his thoughts are. Those are my questions for him. I know he's taking a break now, but perhaps you could pass that on to him when he comes back. Okay? So thank you, brothers, for the opportunity. Can keep up the good work, brothers and sisters. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Yes. Peace for that information and doing what you do and doing it in a Ma'at way. So we appreciate that, and that's an excellent question. And the system that SABA Tehuti has set up here it's a support system. So he has a Cash App or a PayPal, and you just send in the question. And if you watch the podcast,
I will do that when I get off of this as well.
Yes, that's an excellent question, and you see the answers that he gives are hour and a half, just breakdown, complete information. So that's a beautiful question and a very powerful question. So I look forward to you asking that and SABA Tehuti teaching on that, because that is a very important topic. So peace to you, Tua, Hotep.
Peace, Hotep. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. All right, and now let's I think Sherry Akira, the palindrome, was next. Peace, sister. Welcome back. Good to see you. How are you doing? Peace.
Peace, Hanu, Hotep, everyone. Just touching down, really beautiful remarks brought up by the doctor, just coming in from traveling, and very much what he said is absolutely true for most of the world, worldwide, how colonialism, imperialism is still subtly trying to suck out spirituality off of the planet. So that is, I look forward to hearing that. Yeah, just fortunate to be able to come on a Saturday and very interesting to hear Saba's legendary explanation for this. As a woman, as a Netert in the making, we always hear about the king, the pharaoh, and how he has to go through that process. And it would only be right that as goddesses, we go through the same thing. So I'm really interested to take all I can from that and manifest that and weave that into my own development and evolution. Tua, it's always wonderful to see a full panel too. So Tua, to everyone here.
Yes, Tua. Yeah, excellent. I'm glad to see you back and safe, and I look forward to hearing some of the experiences that you had during your trip. So peace and love, Tua, for being here. And yes, again, never words. And now let's go to Anu and Anu. Peace and love. Welcome, and you can say a few words. Great SABA Tehuti just came back, but we'll let you get a couple words in. Peace to you. How are you all doing?
Beautiful. Thank you for asking. Hotep, Uncle Dasaneb, Hotep Marie, SABA Tehuti, and Hotep Ra. Hotep, Marie, Uncle Dasaneb, everybody on the panel. You all for allowing me to be here. You all, SABA Tehuti, for giving beautiful life-giving answers. You all, for all of you existing. You all, for all of you breathing. And you all, to all the supporters in the chat. Uncle Dasaneb, Hotep.
Hotep Mary, to everybody, I love your energy. You all bring something so special. You're all unique, and I'm so thankful for your dedication and for you coming up on here and helping me come up on here as well. So to everybody, to Tehuti for changing my life and to continue to change it. I'm so appreciative of you.
All right, beautiful. To our great welcome back. Hope you had a great break. Peace.
Yes, peace. Wonderful, wonderful. Nice to see everybody. Who's that in the corner? Somebody has a blue. Who's that? Who's that in the corner with a blue top on? Who's that person? That person. What's the date? Hold on. Sherry Ka. What are you doing over here on this side? How you doing, young lady?
They still let me back in the country. I couldn't quite run away the way I wanted to. So.
Oh man. Okay. Nice to see you back safe. I wasn't expecting you back till a couple of days, but nice to see you here safely. And is that your hair or is that something on your head?
No, it's a wrap.
Okay. Nice
Yeah,
to see you. Nice to see you. And wonderful. So, Anu and too, thank you for your beautiful words. I just stepped back in. Thank you for your beautiful words of appreciation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and Tehuti Ka, thank you for coming to the screen and letting everybody see who you are, becoming more active. And I guess I missed Dr. LaRoche. He was on here talking. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche and peace and love to him and his donations and his input also. So, family, we're going to get into the very first question sent to the Tuesday pod class. Let me see. Let me take a look. Let me go take a look. So, also, a few questions came in. I've kind of linked to the people that are in the room right now. And Anu and Antu sent a question in about preparation for a baby. The answer for that, I would have to do a one-on-one with them because their preparation for a baby would be completely different from some sister and brother watching the podcast for the very first time coming out of Christianity. Completely different than somebody who's even not at their level. And their particular preparation for a baby may pertain directly to what's going on, will pertain directly to what's going on in their direct life, things inside of their direct body. And so that's not a question that I would answer for the pod class. That is definitely more of a one-on-one. I thought about it and there was no way to answer that. So I said I was going to discuss or break down the science of the frequency that has to be in your household and the understanding of why you would even want to have a baby and how the concept of having a baby, the concept of two energies coming together to produce a third actually existed before before time existed. So I'm going to, the first question has come in, which is really a question that is going to help Anu and Antu from their question, plus another sister happened to send in a question that is directly about the word love. So I'm going to do something special because I know that some people that maybe this sister or some people that ask about love and Kemet, you're expecting a particular type of answer, but you're going to get a part of that too. The answer of, couples or triples or sharing family love. It's going to continue on with the family theme. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually explain love, how important it is, and how it existed before humans existed, how it existed before the earth existed, and how we are the incarnation of that. And once you understand the importance of that, from Anu and Antu's question of creating the proper environment, which has to be the environment of love, and this sister here, who I'm going to put up, once you understand that environment, how important it actually is, what it actually is when you say you love somebody, because you actually don't know what it actually is. When you say, I love you, you may say, I love Michael Jackson, man. He's my favorite R&B singer. Yo, I love golfing. I love fishing. Oh, you know what else I love? You, my wife. So I love fishing and I love you. And now confusion begins. So Is there different degrees? Is there different, what it actually is, this word that we're throwing around? How could you love a rock group called the Beatles and also love your husband? How can that energy be equalized? How can the same word reconcile for both? Does it reconcile for both? That's actually the first question that came in. I'm going to show you it, and we're going to get into that so everybody can truly understand what this word, what this actual word is. Why is it that when I was much younger than I am now, why did I detest R&B music? I would feel like vomiting when I was much younger. For any R&B song that came out, I was immediately, my senses were immediately against it. When I was with one of the first relationships in the knowledge, in my entire life, I was I was much younger. I was, like I said, all these things were happening high school times. And one of the first things I did when this young lady became my lady is I took all of her every R&B cassette tape, and I took her lipstick and I put an X through every single R&B cassette tape that she owned. And it was complete confusion as to what is happening. What's happening? What did you do to my stuff? What does this mean? What's going on? Why is there a red lipstick of an X? I was doing like rituals back then. So it was in a big pile of R&B music, and all of it had X's in her lipstick through it when she got back around me. And nobody understood that at the time. There was absolutely no teaching on R&B music. There was no teaching on, this is the music of love, right? This is the music that displays your love for one another. And I knew at that time it was Matrix love that R&B was actually describing. And there's no way any of the ancient people would actually sing any R&B song that existed today. It's actually a programmed music, and the programming is based on that you are only allowed to speak on a particular topic. So when you think of R&B singers, at the same time that R&B singers existed, the early ones, is the actual same time that Malcolm X, the early Khalid Muhammad, the Black Panther Party, where women were getting raped, people were getting killed on the street with dogs and fire hoses and fire hydrants, and the most explicit crimes were being committed by blacks while R&B was in the making, while R&B was going on. It gave people the opportunity to grab the microphone and speak. But why was there no R&B Public Enemy? Why was there no R&B KRS One? Why was there no R&B Poor Righteous Teachers? Why was there no R&B X-Clan? All of them had a mic to speak, but why is it within that music there was no X-Clan produced? Why was nobody discussing and fighting the power in these R&B groups? And why does it consist today? So, but anyways, we're going to get into the actual real concept of what the science is. I'm going to put the question up in the room. And here's the first question today in the Tehuti Pod class. Everyone, we know somebody sent in a question about the goddess. That was primordial thought. But this question here, we're actually going to do, these actually go in alignment. So this question, I don't actually have it in my file. You know why I don't have it in my file, ladies and gentlemen? Because it's not in my file yet. This question is sent for this class that you're in. The question that I'm about to answer is in my Gmail still. It's not a past question from an earlier pod class. I'm going to my Gmail right now. It's in my Gmail. This is a question for this pod class. As I scroll through my Gmail, let me scroll through and see. Scroll through my Gmail. This is for this one that we're in. Where is it? Here we go. Now I'm going to put it in my file. So this is an example, ladies and gentlemen, of you can send in a pod class question. This person sent in a pod class question and then sent me a message saying, I know you're busy, Tehuti. I don't know when you're going to be able to answer this. If it was any other regular question, it may not have been answered for maybe 2 weeks from now. Where is it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, family ma'at. Hold on a second. Love. You know what? Wait a minute. I don't even have the. Do I even have the answer? Wait a minute. This is fresh. This podcast. What is this? Hold on. Nope. Wait a minute. Hold on a second, everybody. Love. Huh. Okay, let me go ahead and put that. I'm doing this live, so here we go. Love in Kemet. And while I'm doing this live right now, Antu, tell everybody, when did we have our conversation? When did we have our conversation about switching your question to the frequency of love environment? When did we talk about that?
Yesterday.
Okay. So this question here is not even in my file yet because it's a question for this class. And me and Antu only discussed this yesterday. So let me see if I even have an organized answer for this. Wait a minute. Wait, let me see something here. I don't even have a file. Wait a minute. Let me go ahead and do this. I'm doing this live in front of everybody right now because this question is so fresh that it's not there's no file for it. Here it is. What's this? Okay. This is from my Gmail. Let me go ahead and clip this and put this on the screen. I don't even have this. Usually when questions are sent in, they are already ready to go on the screen, but because this is so fresh, I don't even have it. Oh, what is this? Here we go. Let me do this. Here we go. Close this down. Oh my. Close this down. Tehuti's not prepared. Oh my goodness. Let me this is what happens when you send in a fresh question. Okay, here we go. I found the question. Here's the question that was just sent in. Let me go ahead and put this on the screen. So there was Antu and Anu who actually gave $55, which I actually showed that earlier, and we're going to change it to this, and then we're going to get a one-on-one. But then this question is for this pod class right now that I'm just grabbing out of my email right now, and this is from STACEY, who sent this question and sent me a message. I don't know when you can answer this. Go ahead and give her some big noise. This question is for this live podcast right here. Give her some big noise, please, and give anyone. Oh my goodness! What is Tehuti gonna do here? Okay, this is from now. What? Let me see what it says here. This is from a sister named STACEY, who says, "If you can show how love was viewed in Kemet." Wonderful. So here we go. Shout out to Anu and Antu. This is going to help them. And I told them that I would do this. And shout out to STACEY. And let me see if does Tehuti have an answer? All right, Tehuti is going to talk from the top of his dome. Let me see. Let me look and see. What did they give me? What is this? No. Let me see if this is what is it? What do you say, Primordial? The setup is real?
SABA, how'd you when you said that, when you did the joke like Tehuti's not prepared, I was like, oh, the setup is real.
Oh man, I don't know. Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, please tell me you gave me an answer. Please tell me. Please. Okay. All right. Here. Okay. Here we go at the. Okay.
You
All
are
right.
watching a monster at work.
There we go. At the We'll read a couple pages of Muta Ashby real quick. I think I got it. I think I have an answer now. Okay, everybody. So the question was sent in for this podcast that we're in live about what is love in Kemet. And me and Antu spoke yesterday. The sister who sent this question actually sent me a message on my Facebook and said that she's either going to or has, I haven't seen it yet, going to send in a question, and she doesn't know when I'm going to answer it because she knows I'm very, very busy. And then around the same time, I spoke to Antu and said that I'm going to go ahead and answer this question and combine with what you need. So let's see what Tehuti can do with this right here. I got it. Are you ready, everybody? So everybody, welcome to Tehuti Podcast. We're about to get into the first question. Is Tehuti about to freestyle this? Top of the dome. Mic check. I will. What did Eminem do? So I'm going to go ahead and try to answer this question to the best of my ability. Just 10. I hope you have faith in me. Antu and Anu. Stacey, I hope you have faith in me. Tehuti Ka, give me some Ka. Send out some energies to me. This question is fresh in. Minty, do your woo thing. Do something for me. I need something. I don't know. Do it. Make that noise for me. Minty, scream for me.
You got this, Saba.
Where's the noise though? Where's the end?
Woo!
Oh my goodness! I think I can do it, everybody. Let me fix. I don't know, man. Where's the Muta Ashby book? Okay, here we go. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Okay, here we go. Love. I was trying to freestyle it with the R&B, breaking on the R&B. I thought that would be enough, but that's not how Tehuti answers it. No. I need more than lipstick and CDs. Lipstick on cassette tape. So let me see.
What you say? Some palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti.
Man, palms are sweaty. Mom, let me see if there's any books I can grab around. I'll find some. Okay, here we go, everybody. You all jump back in the chat. We're about to get into it. What is the concept of love? What is love? Science of love. Love in Kemet. What can Tehuti do? This was just sent in. Peace, Anu Antu. Peace, Tehuti Ka. Peace, Menti. Peace, Menkor Ra. Peace, Primordial Thought. Attend Tehuti. Let's hope that I do not disappoint you all. Here we go. Let's get into it. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. As you're seeing this answer, if this answer is beneficial to you at all, if you feel that it is anyhow worth anything, as I always ask, as I'm giving the answer, support and give a tip, as just like you give a tip to your waiter who impressed you, because guess what he did? He walked over to you and he gave you the food that you bought. And you were so impressed that you gave him a tip. If this is any more impressive than the waiter that gave you a tip, or the breakdancer who did the same show over and over again, and you tipped him, if this is more impressive than that, more impressive than the candy apple that you supported, please support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'm about to put on the timer, and here we go for the first question in the Tehuti Podcast. Here we go. Let me put on the timer and get into this. Timer on. Boom. Let me do one thing real quick. Take this off the screen. I'm going to come off the screen for a few seconds. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay, here we go. We got that. Like this. Okay, here we go. We're going to get into it here. All right. Disinfectant. Take a sniff, smell. We are ready. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Here we go. Welcome, ready to the Tehuti Podcast. I'm about to put the timer on. I have the answer. I got the answer. Let me try my best. Here we are. Boom. All right. Here we go. Palms are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti. What is love? I don't know. This question just came in. Here we go. All right. Boom, boom, boom. We're going to go to the screen share, and we're going to go like this. Here we go. Boom. And what else? All right. Here it is, everybody. If you can see that and hear me, press A9. If you can see that and hear me, press the 9, because you know once I start, especially when I get into Tehuti Overdrive, we are going and going and going. If you see that, press a 9, please. I'm going to look in the chat right now. Go to the comment in the chat and see if you are pressing a 9, and then I can just, boom, go right into it. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Big Vase, press a 9. VRI, press a 9. Boss Nation, 9. Harass did 9. Robert Williams, 9. Lena, 9. Sherry Ka, Sherry Ka with the words. Sherry Ka, Akraz. There she goes. She figured out the palindrome. Here we go. Sherry Ka, Akraz. That's right. Here we go, everybody. You all can hear. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. We're about to get into the very first question. What was love in Kemet? What is the actual science of love? What is this thing, this word that everybody throws around? What was it? How deep does this actually get? Was it important in Kemet at all? Was it important prior to Kemet? Was it important before the earth was even shaped? Let's find out the science right now of the Tehuti Podcast. We got Mike Fur 100. That's a new name I haven't seen before. Shout out to Mike Fur 100. Nana. Amun. Okay, everybody can hear me. Celeb. Eric. That's it. Bella. Beautiful Bella. Ak. Safek. The calm one. Here we go. Let's go. All right. Boom. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast, the last platform on earth where you can send in unlimited diverse questions on all subject matters pertaining to abolishment of so this is a little typo here. Abolishment of negativity in consciousness and raising up of the consciousness. Any questions pertaining to the topics of consciousness, and you'll receive a customized book detailed beyond your imagination and taught live. The question now is on love, energy, and what it was before the Matrix in Kemet. I have a question for the class because I like to be interactive. Here's a question for the class. What is the oldest known love story in the world? Let me go ahead and come to the class. Boom. What is the oldest known love story in the world? The oldest known recorded story of love. Type it in the room. What is the oldest known love story that you can refer to? Type it in the room, please. According to archaeology, archaeological finds, what is the oldest known love story that you've heard of? Give me the names of the individuals. What is the oldest known love story? Family. Where? Asar and Auset. Shout out Mike, you're a new student of mine. Shout out Peace and Love. We're about to get beautifully educated while breaking the matrix with some of this immortality, that which people are afraid to teach on because they believe the Netert don't exist. So here's some teachings from a man who teaches the Netert exists. Here's the difference. All right, Asara said, here we go. Asara said, everybody's putting it. Here he is. Asara and Auset, right? Asara Auset is the oldest love story that can found in archaeology, found in culture. Asara, Komodo, you okay? Not Komodo. So back, you okay? Okay. Asara and Auset, Aksafek, Asara and Auset, Sheshayet, Asara and Auset, VRI, the morning of Auset, Nefer Kepharat, Asara and Auset. Asar and Auset, Sherry Ka put Matrix answer, Romeo and Juliet. So Asar and Auset, beautiful family, you all got it. Bing, 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 bing. Wonderful, wonderful. Mentio said put Asar and Auset. Everybody, Anu, Asar and Auset. Antu and Asar and Auset. Tehuti Ka put the Jesus story, of course. Actually, the Jesus story is not a love story. The Jesus story is an anti love story. It was teaching you, which we're going to get into, it was teaching you that love has everything to do with all aspects across the world except for connection with another female, a family, and having children. That was a new introduction of the word love. Whenever was it for that before? Now it's for having no woman, the Jesus love story. No woman, no family, no children. In the Jesus love story. We're going to get into that in a moment. Here we go, everybody. So everybody basically put a SAR on a set. You all know. So here we go. Let's get into it. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. And here we go. You are absolutely right. And now I want you to tell me a few details about the story. Just type in a couple things. Just give me a couple words, a few details of that story. Anybody? Just give me a few details of the SAR on a set story. Anything at all. It doesn't have to be any long paragraph or anything like that at all. Just give me a couple. Oh, let me share the entire screen. Sorry. A few details about the SAR set story. Just give me a few details about it. Give me one detail. Everybody just type in one detail. One thing you know. You say it's a love story, right? So give me, each of you, just give me one detail you've heard about this love story. Anything at all. Let me come back in the room and see. I want to interact with everyone. What's something about the SAR and set story? Give me any detail at all. Any detail. What made it a love story? Why are you saying it's a love story? Why? Why is that? Give me any detail. Type it in the room. We're gonna unthread this step by step. Everybody said it's the oldest love story. Why are you calling it a love story? Let's unthread it. Let's see what everybody saw. What depiction of love was in the story. Here we go. The first answer in the Tehuti pod class is AUSET searched after the ATTON, there's a typo, for Asar's body and used words of magic to bring him back to life. That is a beautiful aspect of love. That's awesome. Harass said AUSET collected his severed members to make him come back to her. Beautiful, beautiful. AUSET rebuilt Asar. Beautiful, beautiful. Anyone else? I'll take two more. Anyone else? Because you know how I teach. So you know that there's going to be a pattern. Go ahead. Two more answers, please. Two more answers. What is this love story? Give me any part of the story at all. We got three people also. Three people so far. AUSET search for a star. AUSET. Oh, we got more. We got more. They're coming in. We're coming in. AUSET rebuilt a star. AUSET search for a star. Use words of magic to put them back together. What does that Tehuti Ka say? AUSET search for his dismembered body and put him back together for continuing love. There we go. Okay. There we go. Asar's name was Sokar. He put Solar. Sokar because he called out to AUSET and Netert. Sherika said AUSET regathered almost all of Asar. Beautiful, everybody. Beautiful. Minty said AUSET never gave up the fight for Asar. I love it now. We're building up momentum. We're building this momentum. Here's a new person I've never seen before. Capricorn Magi. AUSET put Asar back together. I love it. I love it. I love it. You all are some intelligent. You all know. Everybody's saying the same. Do you know everybody's saying the same thing in different ways? Evolved past resurrection. Their love was involved in love past resurrection. That's right. AUSET resurrected Asar. She cried. So many answers being given. She cried and cried. She cried and cried over her last love. That's her lost love. She cried and cried over her lost love. Nani AUSET remember put AUSET and Netert helped searching for his dismembered body. And he put snake style. Annie, why aren't you typing anything? Type some. What do you know about the AUSET story? Okay. Asar conceived Heru after he resurrected. For Asar to live forever for Heru. It looks like Sherika, Primordial Thought, finished Sherika's sentence. Look at this. Sherika says, AUSET and Asar conceived Heru after he resurrected. And then Primordial Thought put, for Asar to live forever through Heru. You all are so in sync. You all are finishing each other's sentences. Boom, 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 boom. You all got it. And he's not typing anything, but you all got it. VRI. Wonderful. Menkura, have you ever heard of the Asar set story? I don't know if Menkura is there. Is a Tef even in the room? I don't know. The team, does the team know about the Asar set story? Can anyone on the team tell me something? All right, so beautiful. There's the answer, everybody. Everybody got it right. Everybody got that right. Do you notice something? Do you notice something? %99 of your sentences start off with AUSET. Not much about what Asar did. 99% of the answers, AUSET did this, AUSET searched for this, AUSET and Neptet did this, AUSET and Neptet, AUSET did this, AUSET did this for continuing love. One person put Asar cried out, or the name was Sokar because he cried out for help. All of the answers was AUSET doing something. And now, when did this relationship take place? All the details that you all have given on the Asar AUSET. AUSET helped retrieve the body. Big face, snake style. Teamwork makes the dream work. My nephews always say that. Teamwork makes the dream work. I think that's what they say. They always just say that. Teamwork makes the dream work. So all the answers start off with the Netert. All the answers start out with AUSET. I haven't heard anything about Asar doing anything. Was he involved in a relationship? Where did all the answers that you're giving are after what event? All this love taking place that you're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, yes, AUSET and Neptet, as seen on the outer wooden cuirass of Khan, son of Senna the Gem. There's AUSET and Neptet, and their husband, Asar. Now let me break the matrix and present to you something you've never thought of before. Everything in that story you all have typed, that you have described, took place as love between females in the physical realm, AUSET and Neptet, and their male, their Netzer Asar, in the afterlife realm. It all took place after death. The oldest love story that you can refer to is a love story that took place after death. No one in this room has told me anything that AUSET did while Asar was alive. Huh? What happened? Anything Asar did in this love story to AUSET and Neptet while he was alive? One thing? Two things? Three things? Anything? The oldest love story in the world is a love story that all the details take place after the transitioning to another realm, between beings that are in this physical realm and a being that is not in this physical realm. You have not told me one thing about Asar and Aset's life while Asar was alive. Let's continue. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Here we go. Are you ready? Everything took place while one was in the afterlife. So it was a story, the stories that you all gave. I'm going to break the matrix. Now let me break the matrix and present to you something you've never thought of before. Everything in that story that you all have all described took place as love between two females in the physical realm, in the living realm, AUSET and Neptet, and their male Neter, Asar, in the afterlife. It all took place after death. Thus, Not only, here's the importance of that. Thus, not only is this the very first love story in all of history recorded, but also the first love story and history who are lovers to continue into the immortal realm. It is not just the first love story, but is the first story of a love affair and a love continuance and a love relationship continuing after death. So what does the Matrix do in your marriage vows? Immediately oppose this reality. And its first corruption vow of love in the marriage vows, when do you separate? When do you do us part? Somebody finish the sentence for me. In the marriage vows, where you dedicate your complete love to this one person, whether male or female, and now it's time for you to make your vow. That's your pledge. That is that which you trust the most. That's what you live by the most. That which you promise to do. There's a separation mentioned in the marriage vows. Before you have your first day, before you have your first minute of a marriage, there is already separation mentioned in the vow. Before you can put foot from behind the pulpit, before you can do the honeymoon, before you can kiss the bride, before you can go drive to the vacation you're going to, before you can hug her and walk off out of the church, before you begin your relationship, the vow that you make is already about a separation. It's already in your mind. There will be a separation before you have your first day of marriage. You already have the day and the time that you're going to separate. How's that for love? How's that to begin your relationship? You're starting your relationship with a vow, a pledge, and the pledge is when we're going to separate. Huh? Already placed in your mind the separation date. And the separation date is the exact opposite of the start date that you all have in your head of the first love story. Matrix broken. There's your first matrix. Your separation date that you're announcing as your vow is the beginning date that everybody typed in the room as the beginning of the very first and oldest love story. Everything you know about the love story is after Asar dies. So they reverse it in the Matrix where you say, till death do us part. That's the end of our story, but the beginning of AUSET and Asar's story? Orwellian, diametrics, matrix, taking place right in front of you. We're here at the Tehuti podcast, the House of a 10, to break the snap out of it. Wake up out of the hypnosis. You were already saying your separation vow before you got a chance to live any marriage vow. And they started the separation at the exact same time of your memory beginning with Asar and AUSET. Your memory begins at Asar's death. You have no story of Asar and AUSET pre-death. But the oldest love story begins there. Yours ends there. Welcome to the Matrix. Welcome to the Matrix that you've been placed in. Let's go, everybody. First line of the class, we already begun. Here it is, till death do us part. Here we go. The fact that love in the form of a story, the fact that the love in the form of the story, and a story, an explanation, was introduced to the world as a love energy connection between living women, AUSET and Netert, and their deceased male Netert, Asar, has a very important theme And that theme is that love energy actually existed prior to the physical. Your love story begins when the physical body of a star expires. That's where you all's memory of the love in a star, the greatest, oldest love story in the world, begins. Romeo and Juliet. I'll let you all finish that one. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the podcast. Welcome to the matrix that you're in that we're breaking right now. Here we go. No, this is not Romeo and Juliet. How did theirs end? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's continue. Here we go. There is Asar, Netert, AUSET. These images that you have are in the afterlife. They're after the death of Asar. These are the love images. Asar and Netert were so unified in love frequency that they are shown inseparable. And the two women are merged because it was a magnetic attraction that merged two things into one, that creates a partition or a bridge to create a third aspect of reality, brought forth into the physical realm. This can actually be seen through scientific experiments done at UCLA. Guess what happened when they studied the subatomic light bion energy of two individuals that were in love? First, let me go back over here. Let me blow this up a little bit. Do you see that Asar, behind Asar, are his two quote-unquote wives, as they call in this society, and they are so merged that they look like a mirror image of each other, both helping in the rebirth and resurrection of Asar, supporting his back, and they're merged into one. They look like a mirror of each other. Two women are so intertwined to support their male that they're drawn overlapping each other with the exact same body shape, hands echoing each other, face overlapping over face, headband overlapping over headband. They are merged because of the energy of love was two things coming together to produce a third. Whether it is man and a woman coming together to produce a child, or two women coming together to birth Asar. It's two energies coming together, intertwined against each other and with each other until a third thing is produced. And look how combined they are. How does the matrix step in? What is the first thing that people say to Tehuti? You know the first thing that people say to me? Tehuti, you have multiple wives? You have multiple women? What's the first question? The first, I mean, from here to Canada to Alabama, it's the one question continuously asked over and over again. Yo, how do they get along? Yo, how do they get along? The two women, yo, did they get along? I remember I told somebody that one of my Neterts is going to pick up the other one so they can come back and get me so we can go out for family day. You know what the person said to me? Do they know about each other? No, actually one's hiding in the trunk. The other one's driving. They don't know anything about each other. One is in the trunk hiding, one's driving. When one pops up, I get her to run out from the trunk, put a little blanket over her, she hides. We all go to family day, and one looks like Casper the Friendly Ghost. They don't know nothing about each other. And one I have under my arm, one looks like Casper the Pet. Do they know each other? How do they get along? Yo, they're not arguing? This question continuously echoes in the matrix to me. I've been asked this question since I was 18 years old. Since I was 18 years old, this has been asked, and I'm a little bit over 18 now. A little bit. Do they get along? Yo, do they fight? Yo, man, I couldn't have. Yo, they be fighting. Yo, they be at odds. But the first love story that you all quote for me, the two women are depicted so enmeshed in love with each other that they're echoed, merge into each other. You can't separate. You can't tell where AUSET begins and Netert ends. They're overshadowing each other, echoing each other with their hands exactly in the same position, heads band, symmetrically matched, head, nose, everything overlaying. But the first question today, did they get along? Yo, they fighting? They arguing? They're not gonna have that. If somebody shows me any one of those questions asked on any ancient papyrus, which we have thousands of for thousands of years, we will cash app you $1,000. That's a new question in the Matrix. Something else stepped in. But true love, the two women are intertwined so much, their focus is on resurrecting their husband, and they're meshed into each other. Where's Asar and Nebtet arguing? What papyrus part is that? We know Set and AUSET were arguing. We know Set was arguing with the council. We know we have arguments in Kemet recorded. Where's Nebtet and AUSET, the two women of Asar? Where are they fighting and arguing? I must have missed that part of the love story, missed part of it's not there. Do you see the switch? Till death do us. Everything about the Asar AUSET story is the opposite of the love they're telling you about now. Till death do you part. Death is where our story begins. Two women always arguing, two women intermeshed. One culture has a good aspect of love, a Nefer aspect of what love is. The other one seems to be tainted and distorted and seems to be about fighting and arguing. And even when the two people are together, they're still called a counterpart. You know, when you counter in boxing, because he's your opposite, you know, the opposite sex to oppose. So one culture seems to have relationships based on counterpart, opposite, fighting till death do us part. The other culture seems to be merged and enmeshed with each other for the goal of the culture and immortality. And that's where the story begins. Little different concept of love, would you say? Yes, I'd say. Let's continue to break this matrix. And that's why there's thousands of couples that... How many couples are breaking up in Kemet? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. And let's continue this right here. Here we go. So the frequency, love is actually the frequency that exists, and it goes beyond the peripheral, the physical body. And that's how this love story actually begins, with love taking place between the physical world and someone who's conscious in the non-physical world. So that means that love permeates and passes the peripheral of the electron fermion. It passes the physical world. So AUSET and Nebtet were so unified in love, the love frequency, that they're shown inseparable and merged because it was a magnetic attraction that merged two things into one that creates a partition or a bridge to create a third aspect. Is this also letting you know a little bit about what a Netert is? Let's continue. The bridge creation, the bridge, so there creates a partition or a bridge to create a third aspect of reality. So two things coming together, magnetically attracting, they merge, two things are merged together into one, and it creates a partition or a bridge to create a third aspect of reality brought forth into the physical realm. This can be actually seen through scientific experiments done at the UCLA. Guess what happened when they studied the subatomic light bion energy of two individuals that were in love? Here's what the UCLA found. Two individuals that think warm thoughts about each other, and this is a couple that's in love. They form a blue bridge that develops a light energy bridge where the colors actually merge right where the connection is and forms a bridge. That's two things unifying as one, and that is actually the love energy, the magnetic energy that exists beyond the physical body, because it's not the physical body that's turning blue, it's the non-physical world that they call the bion world. See through Kirlian photography. Boom. Another example that the love frequency exists outside of the physical dimension and is not limited to it, is as the followers of Ma'at continuously demonstrated. That's an example. So the goal was to imbue or embody this creative frequency, thus making you a Netert. That not only is the story of AUSET and Asar, the first love story of love passing, it's the first story of love passing the peripheral of the physical realm. It is also the first love story of the embodiment of the physical imbuement of love energy. How so, Tehuti? Well, I'm going to break another matrix. Here we go. Well, AUSET's other name was Marie, from which they stole and gave you the mother of Jesus, who was a reincarnation of the embodiment of God's love. That's why the brother Tehuti Ka typed in Jesus story. So Jesus was the embodiment. Mary was the embodiment of God's love. What, Tehuti? What do you mean by that? Let's turn the letters green and start the matrix. Break the matrix down. Yes, her, Mary, Jesus' mother Mary's body, which was also AUSET's name, Mary, was the Christian God giving his son through. So Mary was her body. Mary was the body that the Christian God gave his son through. Thus, subconsciously, guess what the first sentence of this event, which became the most popular sentence of all Christianity, of this embodiment of love, is? You know the verse, everybody. Matrix chapter John, Matrix verse 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Gave it and embodied it through who? Mary. Boom. God's love embodied into Mary, a complete lift from the frequency of AUSET, whose name was Mary, who was the embodiment of love. So AUSET was Mary. She was the embodiment of love. They switched it and gave you Mary, who became the embodiment of God's son, who was given to the world because he's the manifestation of love in human form. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. So Mary was the embodiment of God's son, who was love incarnate. From Mary, AUSET, who was the embodiment of love. What do you mean, Tehuti? Guess how you say love in Neter? Mary. Mary with a T at the end. Mary, T. That represents feminine. Love, desire, long wish for. Myrrh. Love, desire, wish for. Crave. There's your Mary. There's the first one. She was literally the embodiment of love because that was her literal name, embodied. Her name was love. And then they gave you Mary, who embodied Jesus Christ, who was the embodiment of God's love. Totally lifted and stolen, but instead of the woman being the Netert, who is the manifestation of her name, Mary, they made it from an outside force coming into a woman's body from God. And Jesus actually came out as the love. Mary's name stayed as love. AUSET was always the embodiment of love. The difference is Mary was only the embodiment of love for 9 months. Once she gave birth to Jesus, the embodiment of love left her body. In the Kemetic Ma'at story, Mary stays the embodiment of love the entire story. She is the manifestation of love personified, thus her name is love. AUSET was the embodiment of love, thus her name frequency, her Ren, was the word tone, love itself. Her name was the word. She was the embodiment of that word love. Now so to you as Mary embodying Jesus, which was God's love incarnate, but she's only an embodiment of love for 9 months. After the 9 months, Mary is no longer an embodiment of love. Now it's Jesus given to the male white character. The love left the woman. In the Kemetic story, the love stayed as the woman incarnate forever and ever. She continued on with the name Mary as the meaning of love for the whole story. Where if you ask Christians, what does the word Mary mean? They're never even taught that. The meaning of Mary's name, the mother of Jesus, is completely irrelevant in Christianity. My mother and my father and nobody in church ever says, and the reason why she had this great name, Mary, is because of. You don't even know why she had the name Mary. We know why AUSET did, because she was the embodiment of love. You know what, everybody? You know what? Let's get right into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's get right into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's take it up. Let's take it up a notch. Here we go. You ready, everybody? Tehuti Overdrive. This love, energy, and light exists within the subatomic conscious realm and permeates past the peripheral of the body as a frequency to bond, unified, create, and heal anxiety. Scientists at the University of Groningen conducted a study on the orgone bion, this typo is orgone bion energy generated through love and orgasm, and found these results exchanging at the peripheral and beyond the peripheral of the body. This is the University of Groningen Education and Research. And what did they find when they studied the bions? They found the charge would increase during feelings of pleasure, during loving the other person, thoughts of love, feelings of love, actually making love, being in the sexual act with someone you love and feeling this pleasure, that there would be a charge of bions that actually would increase during this. This was a study done at the University of Groningen. When they studied this, during the feeling of pleasure, the charge would actually decrease during feelings of displeasure and anxiety. During the feelings of pleasure, love, happiness, touching, caressing, making love, and orgasming, the feelings, the charge would actually increase bions, and during decrease in pleasure, during anxiety, it would actually decrease and go inwards, past the peripheral inwardly. The other one would go past the peripheral outwardly, and they depicted it as this. So pleasure coming from your love energy is the movement of orgone charged biological energy towards the peripheral. Anxiety is the movement of this energy towards the center. That's what they discovered. One is going outwards, one is coming inwards. And that's why I described last class, when you're in a state of disbelief, doubt, or you're in an argument, you cross your arms, you're holding the energy inwards. When you see somebody you missed that you haven't seen in a long time, and you're at the airport, you run to them with your arms open. Argue with that person, your arms are closed. Love that person and run towards them, your arms are open. That's where the concept and saying came from, saying, we greet you with open arms. And the other one, that person is very closed mindward. My person is very closed-minded. That's the love energy. This love, it's a healing energy frequency emitted from the peripheral, is a form of protection. Because to heal is to protect yourself from external enemies. That's what the T cells do in your body. The T cells are cells that come in to protect you from external enemies that are trying to attack your body, that are unwelcome there, whether it's physical or spiritual healing. The ancient word, over 3,000 years before the Matrix was created, that was created to protect, was nech, or nech doubled, nech, which had the word tcha in it, which meant continuous life. It was nech, net in tcha, continuous life. Here it is right here, and you can clearly see the nech, the tcha symbol. This is found on page 410 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary. Nech, doubled, nech, t, to protect, to defend, protectress, beings who protect. That's the word for protection, is nech. Guess what else this word meant, everybody? Guess what else this word meant? Nech. Uh-oh. It also means pleasant, happy, delightful, jolly, real jolly, not Santa Claus. Jolly, relief from pain and anxiety. Any sweet thing, sweet love, happy. So the same word for protect, nech, and nech, to protect, is the same root as this word right here, nech, or nechemu, which is to relieve from anxiety, because the energy of love and healing relieves you from anxiety and simultaneously protects you. That's why it's the same root. Nech, nechem, nech, which was the same word as, guess what, everybody? So the same word and root, nech, t, nech, however you choose to say it, whether you double it, nech t or nech or just nech, To protect is the same root of the word nechem, relief from pain and anxiety, nechemit. And guess what that's the same word for? That's the same word for, nechem, to make love. The same word for love making, or to make love, and we're going to break a great matrix right here again. The same word for making love is the same word for relief from pain and anxiety, which is the same word for protection. Do you see that? The same root, the same word, nech, entiche, to make love. The word for sexual pleasure and to release anxiety, love, the orgasm and release of sexual energy is the precursor to the final release, which is the out of body and physical death, which is the ejaculation into life again, which is why the father of sex magic, Pascal Beverly Randolph, the father of sex magic in America, explained or made plain that when he almost drowned, he had a near-death experience and he felt like it was a massive ejaculation. What just happened right there? What just happened? How deep was that? What actually just happened? We have the very first love story. It's a story that you can't tell me anything about while the couple are both alive. It's all about the afterlife and the ejaculation or ejection or the resurrection or the re-erection of Asar in that realm, while the two women are protecting, putting the pieces together, defending him on the physical world, which happens to be the same word, nech, which means to protect. And we found out that the University of Nottingham studied and found out that the energies of the bion goes inward, like just like you fold your hand for protection and you have everything go inward when you want to protect. But when you're in a happy state of love, you greet one with open arms. You say, he's in love. He's really open to me. Open up to me. He's really open. And then they found out that in the University of California, that when two people are in love, there is a bion energy of blue light that actually forms a bridge between the two people, connecting them. And then we find out that the same word nech, which is to protect, means to relieve anxiety. The same study that they found out of what the orgasm, referred to Wilhelm Reich, the orgasm does and the love energy does. Shout out to Marvin Gaye. Only R&B chorus I'll listen to. Sexual healing. Yes. That's the only part I listen to, because that's what it was. It was love energy, sexual energy, organ energy that was actually healing, and the ancients knew that. So that's the same word for protect is the same word for relieving anxiety, which is the same word for love making, which was the release or the expansion of the ka, the light energy, out of the body, the ejection, the ejaculation. So that's the first love story was intertwined with immortality and the ejaculation or the resurrection of Asar. That's how deep we were. That's your first love story. Because the preparation for it was an out of body. To prepare here to eject the pure energetic projectable double and practice it at night as copies out of the body. To reach everlasting life that doesn't end when death does you part. No, it continues. So Pascal Beverly Randolph, who had a near-death experience, said that the feeling of his death, the closest thing he could compare it to, was the ejaculation of having an orgasm while he's making love. Death and life intertwined. Because in order to have the afterlife, there has to be death. Based on a story of two women so intertwined that they help bring their male back to life. You don't get any story of Asar and Aset while they're alive. Because the concept and the energy of love was bringing things into existence through immortality, to continue everlasting, to keep it going. Two energies coming together to boom, create a next one. Love and live and life are interchangeable. The Masons did a funny game when they said the opposite of that would be evil, so thus live is evil spelled backwards, and it's the same as love. Love is the life. Love is actually what produces life in this realm and preparation for the afterlife realm. That's why the feeling of death to some people in a near-death experience is the same beautiful feeling as reaching an orgasm, because they're both the same energy of creation, to create something into another realm or to create something into this realm. Both love energy. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Like I said, everybody, as you're hearing this answer, because I'm going to take a break in a few moments, but as you're hearing this answer here is impressing you more than the waiter that brought you the steak, please support as I'm answering the question, because when I'm done, I'm going to check the PayPals and the Cash App. Please support at PayPal at RockySV, Cash App TT and Moon. You can put tip for love, love tip. Instead of greasy food tip, this should be more important. This should have a better effect on you than the shrimp the waiter brought you. So you can put love tip for this, because we are now in 46 minutes. And the waiter that you tipped never worked for you for 46 minutes. Did he? I think it was only a couple seconds for him to walk the food over. And then he came and got the plate at the end. This is 46 minutes into this one question. Please support the Tehuti Pod Class. We're breaking matrices left and right. This is mental orgasms left and right. This is love making right here taking place. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. But if love to us is an emotion, love is an emotion, right? Why is it associated with the word making? Ever thought about that? I'm breaking matrices again. Here we go. Why is it associated with the word making? We don't put that word making in front of any other emotion. Have you ever thought of that, family? I'm breaking you out of this matrix that your thinking is programmed. Love is an emotion, right? Love is a feeling that you have for someone, isn't it? That's an emotion. Why is it the only emotion that the word making is in front of? How come that's the only one that's associated with the word that's synonymous with creation? You can make someone happy, but you can't making happy. What are you doing? I'm making happy. I'm making angry. You sound like you're Japanese over here just learning English. I'm making happy. No. Why is it love the only emotion you can put the word that is synonymous with the word maker in front of it, creator in front of it, making love? Now it's an action. Hold on, I thought it was an emotion. Love is an emotion, but wait a minute. When you're in bed, now you're doing a verb. That's not an emotion anymore. Now you're doing a movement. And the movement is usually back and forth, repeat, back and forth, repeat, 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 repeat. And now you're making something. So love is something you can make. You can make love. What are the ingredients? Give it to me. I want to open up a store right now. Come buy love. Made by Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. We make it here at the House of a 10. You can make it. The ingredients are dip, 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 dip. And here's your bottle of love. Or is love an energy force that is synonymous with creation itself? And thus it's the only emotion that you can put the word for creation itself in front of it. Making love. Netchum. Netchum. Love making. Making love. Love making. The only emotion that you're making. What are you doing? I'm making sad. I'm making sad in the back. Sad is an emotion. I'm in the bedroom making sad. Making sad? Sad I'm making? Sounds weird, doesn't it? But now love emotion sounds beautiful. What are you doing in the bedroom? Making love. We're making love. That's right. Put any other emotion in front of the word making, and now the sentence doesn't make sense anymore. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. I really hope that we're doing more for you here than your waiter did. I hope so. I hope that we're doing more than the cotton candy that you bought your daughter. Let's continue, everybody. We are breaking the matrix and building back up the truth only here at the House of ATTON. I hope you all truly appreciate what's happening here at the House of ATTON. Ready, everyone? Here we go. So boom. But if love is an emotion, then why is it associated with the word making? We don't put the word making in front of any other emotion. Have you ever thought of that? More than likely not. And that's why you are here at the Tehuti Pod class, to break the code of the matrix. Let me show you. This Netchum love frequency, once in a relaxed state, which actually relieves anxiety and disease, typo there, is two realms coming together, which forms a perfect partition shape in the center, which is represented in the shape that we call today the Vesica Pisces, the perfect mathematical shape of creation that manifests as the golden mean ratio. The golden mean ratio, which is the mathematics of creation, the golden mean ratio, which is the mathematics of creation. The golden mean ratio, which is the mathematics of creation, is seen when you take two 360-degree shapes of circle and you merge them together, and it forms the Vesica Pisces, which is broken down in my book, Stepping Out of the Matrix. That is the first book that came out in the Tehuti Pod class before there was even this book I wrote for myself, and I decided just to put it out for people. It's called Stepping Out of the Matrix, and the Vesica Pisces. There's a book right there. If for those who don't have that, PDF book, my screen is frozen. I hope you can all still hear me. For those who don't have that book, you can email me at mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And here it is. For those who don't have that book, you can email mysticaltelevision@gmail.com, and you can get that, and that will break down the Vesica Pisces. Okay? Or you can go to thehouseofatton.org and order it as well. So the Vesica Pisces, which forms two perfect 360-degree angle shapes, you put them together, it forms this Vesica Pisces, and inside the Vesica Pisces, the ratio between the Vesica Pisces and the circle outside of it forms the golden mean ratio. It's two things coming together to form a third, and the golden mean ratio is what you can see in aspects of creation. Even your arm, my whole arm can't fit in here, but even your arm, your hand ratio, your finger ratio to your hand to your arm. Can this arm fit? Well, it's the golden mean ratio. I broke it down many times. Your body is actually based on a mathematical ratio called golden mean in certain parts of your body and plants and aspects of nature. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. So here it is again. Two realms coming together, which form a partition shape. Center, which represents the shape that we see called the Vesica Pisces, the perfect mathematical shape of creation that manifests as the golden mean ratio. Two worlds coming together. That's why it's on your MasterCard, your credit cards. That's why it's on your credit cards. Golden mean ratio right there. There's the mathematical equations of double square root of 2. Golden ratio pi, half square, 5 1/2. And there's your golden ratio square root of 3. And there's your square root of 3. And there's your golden ratio right here. Boom. To this. It is 1.16. Here we go, everybody. The actual mathematical shape of love itself, the Vesica Pisces. That is two things coming together to form a third in the middle, which is the same shape of the woman's vagina. That's another class. I broke that down already. Once the ka, the ku, which is the mind, was in a relaxed frequency, and it was able to respond and create another echo of that same frequency, and thus natural magnetic pull, the natural magnetic pull of two things coming together to create a child, went to make the creative energy itself best seen through mitosis. Guess what mitosis looks like? Here's the Vesica Pisces, the mathematical equation of the Vesica Pisces. And when these two frequencies come together, when the frequencies come together and merge as you're making love and the woman gets pregnant, and now the creation begins, guess what mitosis looks like? Boom. Mitosis looks just like the Vesica Pisces. There it is right there. There's the cell division. There's mitosis right there. And it starts off as the Vesica Pisces symbol right there, which is two circles intertwined. And that is the mathematical equation. That is the frequency creating physical matter, and the frequencies based on this mathematical equation of creation, Vesica Pisces, and it manifests in the physical form as that which creates you as you're making a baby, or as you say, making love. Boom! Which created the first Vesica Pisces through hominid making. So all hominids were made from this Vesica Pisces movement of mitosis, of what's called cell division, and then eventually coming together to create the one, which is the child. And it keeps on, the child is created from this shape of Vesica Pisces. Thus, what do we call the sexual act? Making love. Your embodiment, you are the embodiment of being a creator, the maker. That's what makes you a netter. That's a part of being a netter. You're the embodiment of a creator in a hominid form. The only action, emotion we do that we subconsciously add the word making to, because the word making from maker and make is synonymous with the word creator and to create, because that is you. Thus Mary, which is love energy, embodied and imbued within us, was just a reenactment of the exact same process that they describe God as doing to create stars in the universe itself. What do you mean, Tehuti? It is the as above, so below principle. The same frequency of love that creates mitosis is an echoed form of sex magic, and it forms into shapes, which is what you see when you see this, mitosis, the shape of creation and creating a baby, forming a Vesica Pisces. And because this frequency forms is a specific shape. So frequencies form shape. And because frequencies form a specific shape, and love energy and embodiment out of creation of the cosmos, love energies and embodiments of the creation of the cosmos, guess what the creation of the solar system and galaxies look like? Boom! The birth of the cell looks just like the death of a star, which goes on to create more stars and more galaxies. The death of a star is the birth of another, the birth of the cell. Two circles forming that shape in the center, which looks like the Vesica Pisces. The same creative energy that you're using when you're making love, creating love energy to create that orgone energy, that is the only thing that can bring life on this planet, is the same shape that's formed when stars and galaxies and the universe is being brought into existence. Same shape right there. Boom. Let us continue with this ancient love, because you're the embodiment of this. The same energy within the galaxy that produces stars is the same love energy that produces children and produces you. A lot different than the Matrix R&B songs, isn't it? A little bit different? A little different from R. Kelly tracks? A little different? Huh? A little different? A little bit different. A little bit different. There we go. Look at the complete mental unison and mirror effect. The arms crisscrossing directly in the creating of mental symmetry, the two arms exactly positioned on the thigh in the exact same place, the garments with the writing directly centered, positioned exactly mirroring each other. This is an example of relatability. In other words, unified mind, a mirroring effect, stimulating mirror neurons, the image of love merging in the center, just as the Vesica Piscis was taught before the Matrix. So here they are, and there it is. Two things unifying, and they crisscross in the middle, forming an X or a crisscross, just like the Vesica Piscis, and on either side is perfect symmetry. That is the depiction of love in Kemet, is the same echoing effect of mitosis, the same echoing effect of the creation of a cell, the same echoing effect of the destruction and creation of a star, the same echo effect of the golden mean ratio found within the Vesica Piscis itself, and thus the male and female in families would echo the same effect, crisscrossing right in the middle. You don't even see where their other arm is. It's crisscrossing behind, and on the other side is perfect symmetry. That is the love energy right there. The theoretical shape that scientists depict when two realms are being unified and two worlds are being shortcutted or fused together looks like this. This is a theoretical shape of what they call a wormhole, which is the folding of two worlds, two different dimensions, but there's a shortcut in the middle going through a hole to shorten the time ratio between the traveling of one dimension to another, the bending of time and space. In other words, the depiction, in other words, the depiction of something coming from one dimension into the next world, as is done through the process of lovemaking, leading to the orgasm, leading to mitosis, which in turn brings a ka, which is a spirit, here through the female, who is what? The embodiment of love. She is the vortex. She is the portal. She is the embodiment of the world love itself. All this in the AUSET and Asar Nebtet story. They don't even write anything about their physical love affair while Asar was still alive. Where's that story? It's all about this realm. Merit, to desire, love. That was the embodiment of AUSET. Stolen to make merry, the embodiment of the Creator in physical form, now Jesus Christ, where we were the embodiment of the maker of the love energy as the creators on the planet, making portals to other dimensions, bringing life, the Ka, here to be born, that becomes a Kat when it gets in the physical realm. We are the portal vortex for that. Love, thus her name frequency was the word tone love itself, now sold to you as Mary, embodying Jesus, God's love incarnate. The shape formed in the creation of mitosis echoes the shape of the creation of the stars, solar system, which forms an echo of a wormhole portal that brings life here. All echoes of the Vesica Piscis. Wait a minute. The wormhole portal, Vesica Piscis, go back to Tehuti. I don't see any Vesica Piscis. What are you talking about? I see a line going through the middle. Are you telling me the wormhole portal is even depicted with the Vesica Piscis? No way, Tehuti. You're making this as you mentioned a couple days ago. Echoes of the Vesica Piscis, but guess what shape they picked at the University of California Center of Astrophysics and Space Astronomy forms the inside of a wormhole. Let's go to California Center of Astrophysics. You know astrophysics. You all know. You know the Center of Astrophysics and Space Astronomy. Have you heard of them guys? The pseudos. Have you heard of those? There's a new pseudo group, the Center of Astrophysics and Space Astronomy. It's a new pseudo group. Go look them up. all the pseudo killers and everybody, they don't go for these people. But let's go to the center of astrophysics, space astronomy. Let's go to this new pseudo group. It's a new YouTube pseudo group. Let's check it out. Are you ready, everybody? Let's check it out. Let's see what the center of astrophysics depicts with the wormhole. What did they put on their website? They must be, are they students of Tehuti, the pseudo? They must be students of Tehuti. So this is the center of astrophysics and space astronomy of the wormhole. Center for Astrophysics and Space Astronomy, CASA. This one here is the anticipated impact on Vega's field of view by star shade. And beside it, or over here, that they had on their website, is the wormhole. What's that in the center? Is that not the Vesica Pisces in the center of the depiction of a wormhole? Pseudo. Boom! The Vesica Pisces, as they call it, the ancient archetype shape formed as a result of lovemaking and creating a child, the result of Mary, love equaling creation, making you a netter in the flesh, reenacting the universe's actions of creation itself. This magnetic love energy of two things coming together to create a third and physical realm, reality type, well, not Roman, realm reality, exists in billions of years before humans were making love. We are just the embodiment of that frequency, a netter in the flesh. Thus, in the ancient Kemetic love poems, guess what the lover called her other lover? While discussing having pleasure with him. I wonder, everybody, what did the lover in Kemet call her lover while engaging in pleasures with her lover? Understanding that we are the netter in the flesh, and this love making as a netter on earth is the echo of that which takes place in solar systems, that which takes place in mitosis, that which takes place in mathematical Vesica Pisces, golden mean ratio mathematics. So when they're in pleasure or making love, what does the female call the male? I wonder. And I wonder if your Netert is calling you this while you're in the heat of pleasure and lovemaking and passion. Because she's a Netert, right? She's a Netert. So what did the ancient people say in the midst of their nechem, their pleasure? How did they communicate with each other while in that pleasure, while pleasuring each other? In that lovemaking, which actually begins with the before play. The before play. Whole nother class. The before play. You know. Lovemaking preceded by before play. Anyways, let's go ahead. Here we go, everybody. So what did she call? Understanding this energy force, understanding that you are a netter in the flesh, and that all these things are taking place within you, and they're also taking place in the cosmos, and they're also representing the birth of stars. They're also representing creation or making love as the love maker. You're the only emotion that you can make, as depicted in the formation of the birth of a cell, which is also in the death of a star, which is the birth of another star. So while this is taking place, while you're love making or having pleasurable saying, let's go. The Cairo love songs. My God, my lover, it is pleasant to go to the canal and bathe for you in your presence. All this is foreplay. It's a part of love making. She's calling her lover her God. Her lover is the God, and the female is the Netert, because love was creation in Kemet, and all of this was a part of the foreplay. The woman bathing in the canal and the man watching was all a part of the foreplay to lead into the continuation of making the love. So he is called her God and her lover. Boom. Her netter, her God. Reenacting as a microcosm of what takes place in the universe itself, which one manifests to make you a God or a netter. Yes, this is how deep love was in Kemet and should be to the followers of Ma'at. Thus, the ancient love poems found in Kemet with the followers of Ma'at describe the lovemaking imbued as Netiru. When they're describing their lovemaking, they're describing it as being imbued as Neteru. And the love poem themes going as far back as 2613 to 2181 BC. And we go back to one of the Harper's love song. Would you depart because you have the earth to eat? Are you a man who is devoted to your stomach? Would you depart in your fine clothing while I'm left with nothing but bed sheets? Would you leave me for sake of drink? Then take my breast, for its milk wells you up. More wondrous is a single day in your embrace than 100,000 upon earth. Your love has merged completely with my body as such and such its damage mingles with water as a drug to the resin been added, as when milk is mixed with, and then that's damage there. Merged, imbued, take my breast, for it swells up milk. What kind of lovemaking is this? They're embodying the Netert energy as their lovemaking, because if we go back to Amenhotep and the goddess Het Heru drawn as the cow, what do we see? We see him under her drinking her breast milk, giving him nourishment. This is sex magic, the sucking of the woman's breast, reenacting the power of Het Heru as the nurturer and becoming one as a baby is one with its mother, and she feeds him. So Het Heru was considered the great mother, and here is Amenhotep drinking from the cow. Now people will say, is that a real cow? Yes, it's a depiction of a real cow. Is that a real man underneath? It's a depiction of a real man and its symbolism. This again is an example of depiction of real things that also have symbolic meaning. So thus, when the people are making love, when the woman is described, her man making love to her, she is saying, take my breasts, for it swells up milk for you. Nobody wants to be drinking a full mouth of breast milk while they're making love to their women. This was an echo of the story of Het Heru, who is who? Who is AUSET. As the love becomes completely merged, like the Vesica Pisces, completely mingled and merged as two things coming together as one. That's how love was described. The followers of Ma'at that created Kemet were so imbued with the love energy that they understood that love was not just an individual experience, but was a unified wavelength. Thus, guess what the name for the entire country of Kemet was called? Marie. That dot on top of the A makes an E sound. Mura, Marie. The entire country of Kemet was called the country of love. Uh-oh. Boom. The country of love. You see? Let me break another matrix for you. all they focus on is Kemet means the black people. And the black people, you see the black and the Kemet were black. Guess what? Kemet was black. You never guessed this. Kemet was black, and they're blacker than black. Kemet means black. Did you know that Kemet means black? Kemet means black. Because you can fight over that. You can argue 7 hours of argument. 7 hours of this person arguing. So if you just focus on your blackness, your brownness, it has nothing to do with the frequency of Ma'at. Because there are black and brown serial killers. Black as Wesley Snipes, killing and raping your daughter. Black as night. Black as all nightfall. Coming into your house and robbing you. And they can say, we're Kemet. Kemet is black. Kemet is black. Give me that money, Nick. Give me that money. Kemet black. Kemet black. Give me that money, Nick. Because being black has absolutely nothing to do with any form of discipline or any form of good energy. There's black killers, black rapists, black good people, black bad people, black boxers, black rapists, a pimp named Slickback. All of them are black. But they never have an argument about the other name that the Nile Valley was called. Where's that argument? It was called Ta Marie, the land of love. Can we get 7 hours of that, please, gentlemen? Huh? Hey, everybody on the panel, because when I come on the panel, I'm going to come on. Can I get 7 hours? Let's discuss for 7 hours the name of Kemet being the land of love. Can we talk about love for 7 hours? Huh? Hey? Or would that make it the toughest environment? It'd be really tough for people that are filled with hatred and filled with I want to fight and I want to fight and a fight and a fight and a fight. I don't like you. Well, talk about how we were the land of love for 7 hours. Talk about love. This class here is 1 hour and 17 minutes. And that's just me on the panel. So if we had 7 Tehutis, we would have a 7-hour class on love. Because we're already in 1 hour of love just with Tehuti. So if there's 7 of us, wouldn't that be a panel of 7 hours of equal Tehuti, equal love? No, but a black and a black and a Kemet means black. Black and a black. Kemet is black, 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 and black. I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. I'm more black. I'm more blacker than you. I'm blacker than me. Black and black. Kim Kardashian not black. Cardi B not black. Black, black. Halle Berry black. Not black. She's not black. Kid play black. The black. They're not black. Black, black, black. Blah, 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 blah. And you're angry as hell talking about black, 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 black. I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. Black. What about Marie? Try to generate that frequency while talking about the land of love. I bet you can't. I bet you can't. I bet you can't talk about the land of love for over 5 minutes. Talk about love for 5 minutes. How about 1 hour and 18 minutes? You can't. Because if you focus on the land being called the land of love, as it was being called black, you'd have to talk about love more. You can't really argue while you're talking about love. If you're talking about loving somebody, it's hard to argue while you're in the state of love. And that's why all the channels, Kemet, 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 black, black, blah, 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 blah. It's never Tamare, Tamari, Tamari. We're ancient black people, people of Tamari, people of loving energy, the imbuement, like the Vesica Pisces and the birth of a star. Let's talk about that. Is it too hippie for you? Is it too De La Soul? Huh? Too loving for you? We're gonna fight in the black and the black, and I hate you in black and black and black and black. Because that will be a fight for centuries. We'll have the Tuti Pod class in the House of ATTON. We're gonna talk about love for 1.5 hours. And it's gonna burn you up, Isfetians, because you can't come into this conversation. Let's get 15-minute rounds on love. Who's the Floyd Mayweather of love? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod Class. Let's continue this and let's go. The land of love. The whole country was called love. Can you believe it? The name of ancient Egypt, Patamari, the land of love, the country of love, which was mentally, magnetically attracted to recreate biological imperative because love led to immortality. And we weren't finished there with the imbuement of immortality and its continued association to love in Kemet. One of the most popular buildings of immortality. What are they? The pyramids. Yes, the pyramids. That is the name the Matrix gave them to hide what frequency they originally were. I'm going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. The most popular, I want you all to think about that for a moment. The most popular structure in Kemet, Tamare, the land of love, is the pyramid. But they got you to call it pyramid. I'm going to be right back in a moment. Right back. Okay, I'm back. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Hope you all. I'm gonna check the Gmails after this. I want to see what kind of support love generates. Okay, here we are. Everybody ready? So here we go. Let's get back to it. Let's get right back to it. So the greatest monuments on the planet, they taught you were called pyramids. They taught you were called pyramids. Why did they do that? For the Matrix, of course. For the psyops, of course. For the psyops. That's why there's so much focus on the word Kemet meaning black and ancient Egypt being Kemet, but never any conversation on ancient Egypt being Tamare. Let's talk about love energy. No arguments. So here it is. The pyramids, that's the most popular structures of immortality. And they just throw the word pyramid. Once they throw the word pyramid onto you, then you can say, well, they got pyramids in Russia. They got pyramids in Aztec. Got a pyramid in South America. China has a pyramid. The pyramids everywhere. We got pyramids in Bosnia and pyramids. Because once they can get you to believe that these structures were called pyramids, they can group a bunch of things that are in the same shape. But they have no name for the shape of a structure that's a square or a rectangle, which is almost every building. Because we can say, well, there's buildings, square buildings, and what's the name of a square building? How come there's no name for a square building, but there's a name for a triangular one? Uh-oh. Why is there no name for the square buildings, but there's names of one that have a triangle? The pyramid, the pyramids. What's a square building called? No name. I did a building. a shed in the backyard of the building. So they're not called pyramids. That's the name the Matrix gave you to hide the frequency of what they originally echoed. Guess what their real name was? The real name was Myrrh, love. The structures were the structures of Myrrh, Myrrh Aku. They were called Myrrh Aku. A little different now, right? We can't equate them to the Aztec. The Aztecs had a building of love? That's the same thing? How so? Explain to me. Explain to me how the other structures tie into this. Because the Kemetians didn't call this a pyramid. The followers of Ma'at said this was the Myrrh Aku. Boom. The real name of the quote-unquote pyramids was Aku Myrrh, which is love light consciousness. That's what the structures are called. Love light consciousness. What do those other structures in Bosnia have to do with love light consciousness? Nothing. So what do they have to do? They have to throw some atheist word on there. Pyramid, the pyramid, the atheism, the pyramid. Because pyramid has no spiritual connotation. The word pyramid, nothing about that has anything to do with immortality. But Aku Myrrh is literally love light consciousness in the afterlife as well, because the spirit beings in the afterlife were called the Aku. The same thing and name as the structure of this building. Structural images that trigger consciousness to the creational frequency of love. We made sure the trigger was in artwork, because a picture is worth 1,000 words. Thus, the language we created, like I've explained before, can only be written if you're an artist. If you write in Kemet, you have to be an artist, because you have to know how to draw. And what effects does that have? That I broke down in a class before. Scientists observing mind's connection to absorbing art images, which is what the Neter actually is, found that it increases blood flow to the brain by as much as 10%, the equivalent of looking at someone you love. This is visual imbuement using the eyes, or urge to find synchronicity, the eyes urge to find synchronicity to compound love. So again, artwork, which is every word in the Neter, is art. You have to be an artist to draw the Neter. Artwork, beautiful, pretty artwork and imagery that you like, increases flow to the brain as much as 10%, the equivalent of looking at someone you love, because it's visual imbuement using the eyes urge to find synchronicity, which compounds love. And they found that University of Arizona Global Campus. Art can take us on a journey. So this is the university, pseudo-university. The University of Arizona Global Campus. Published University of Arizona Global Campus. Published December 8th, 2021. Last updated June 20th, 2023. Art can take us on a journey to faraway lands into the distant past. Isn't that exactly what the Neter words are? It can conjure, magic. It can conjure, university's talking about conjuring. And a pseudo-university, pseudo-conjure, you can't use conjure. It can conjure strong emotions and deep thoughts, or simply dazzle us with visual brilliance. Everyone's reaction to art may be different, but its ability to impact us is unquestioned. This impact is because of the strong effect art can have on the human brain. Viewing, analyzing, and creating art stimulates the brain in substantial, long-lasting ways. For anyone interested in ongoing growth through a lifetime of learning, the cultural and intellectual benefits of art can serve as a powerful tool that you can leverage on your journey to personal fulfillment. Find out how both viewing and making art can make positive impacts on your brain. So viewing images that you like generate the same frequency as looking at someone you love. Beyond the brain, beyond the brain's skill at making sense of what we're seeing, the brain actually goes through changes when we look at a beautiful art piece. In fact, according to the Telegraph, looking at a gorgeous painting, sculpture, or other artwork increases blood flow to the brain as much as 10%, equivalent to looking at someone you love. Still, viewing art isn't just about making sense of shapes. Rather than just thinking art is beautiful, we want to place ourselves in the artwork. We want to place ourselves in the artwork. What did it say? We want to place ourselves in the artwork. Imbuement? This placement occurs through a process known as embodied cognition. There are scientific explanations of this imbuing yourself in imagery. Look it up. Embodied cognition. Pseudo. In which mirror neurons in the brain turns things like action, movement, and energy you see in art into actual emotions that you can feel. Embodied cognition starts when you look at a piece of art. The more you analyze the piece, the more you place yourself within the scene and can actually feel the quality of works. Is that a Tehuti pod class? No, it's the University of Arizona Global Campus. Yeah. Okay, here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti pod class. Thus, even the pen that we would use to write was called, guess what? What was the pen called in Kemet that we used to make this artwork? The pen was called love. The pen that we used to make this artwork. The same thing that increases the blood flow. That is the echo, similar action that the brain makes when it looks at someone you love in artwork by embodying yourself into the artwork through what they're calling embodied cognition. The Kemetians knew this, and thus the very pen or the instrument or the carving tool that they would use to make this artwork was also called love. The pen, the brush of the ancient artist before the matrix itself was called love. Yours is called Bix. The pen writing tool, carving tool, in which we use to depict the original stories of love, a depiction of love of Mary, Isis supporting and pushing up, which is resurrecting the spine of the Djed of Asar in the temple of Abti. Here it is right here. And there is AUSET again, pushing up Asar's spine, which is resurrection through love. Thus, true love, the magnetic attraction to merge, bind, and recreate was about resurrection or creation of something, the rising in the physical world and the resurrection in the afterlife. The Matrix reverses this. So what do you say when you go deeply into love? When they say you blank in love, what is that word, everybody? When you say I blank in love with that person, what's the action called? What's the action called? I blank in love. What's the action called? Uh-oh. The Matrix reverses it, and instead of resurrection, it's called falling. So now today, you fall in love, the opposite. Why? Because death do us part. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti wrote that into history. Maybe. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Now they reverse the frequency. There, I said, wow. I hope you, I can't wait to check the Gmail support on this answer. I really look forward to this because this is, what? So now the resurrection of love is reversed, and now you say today, boom, fall in love. The followers of Ma'at taught how to rise in love. Hotep, I am done. I know you will support this answer if you appreciate what I just taught and did get anything out of that answer. If you got any answer that affected or enhanced your life in any way, send your support tip to PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TTM Moon, Matrix Broken. There's my answer. That was for today's pod class. That's in the Gmail for this today. Boom, everybody. There's my answer. If you all liked what you saw, if you all got anything from that, please support. I'm going to check the Gmails. I'm going to put the link in the room. I'm going to check the chat to see if that... What's the answer? 1 hour and 36 minutes? Tehuti could talk about love for 1 hour and 36 minutes? And I'm not even done, but I'm finishing. I don't want to end the class at 12 o'clock. Oh, look at the dead spider moving. Animatrix. So, support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you all got anything out of it, just put tip for love. Tip for love. That was 1 hour and 36 minutes. If you've seen this happen anywhere else, if you can ask your Kemetic teacher or your conscious guru teacher about what was love, go ahead and send it. Because I don't know, these questions don't go to anybody else but me. Just go ahead and put in those other channels and those other chats. Just put what was love in Kemet? Put that on the same day that they're going to do a presentation. Put it the day before they're going to do a presentation and see if you get what you just got here. That question just came in. If you're not getting this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're being honest, if this has any value to you, more than the Snickers bars you bought, more than any of those things, if this is more valuable to you than last month's donation you made to weed, please support at Rocky SV, PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TTM Moon. The link is in the room. Team jump in, supporters jump in. Tell me what you thought of that answer, and then we're going to go to the Gmail, and I'm going to see who supported that. The answer was 1 hour and 36 minutes. The question just came in. Where's the team? Let me look and see who's jumping in the pocket. Did I put the link in the room? Maybe I didn't. Let me go ahead and put it again. Maybe nobody sees it. There's the link in the room. Team jump in the room so we can go through some donations. I can take a break, get to the next answer, and I want to really see if this class... if this class had any impact on anybody. Now you understand Anu and Antu. Now, Stacy, you understand the complete difference between the true deep understanding of Love Marie and the energies of the universe and the embodiment and the whole country called love. The structures of immortality that represent a star. They're not called pyramids. They're called love. Love-like consciousness. Asar's wife is called love. Artwork affects the mind by generating enough blood, over 10%, to recreate the emotion that you get when you look at somebody you love. And the ancient people of Kemet called the tool they used to draw that artwork, that tool was called love. If that didn't hit anybody, I'm going to check the Gmail. I'm waiting for the team to jump in. They must have took a break. They must have took a break before me. They did too much work. Where is the team? Jump in, everybody. If you see the jump in team supporters, we're going to go over the donations. Let's see. First of all, let me go see what the crowd thought. Okay, there's Annie at 10. Let me go and see what the crowd thought of that answer. There's actually comments throughout the whole answer. So this is Bomb 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 by Nook Panook Panook. Anu put, this is perfect, Saba. Tua for this. This is perfect, Saba. Tua for this perfect guidance and this important topic, life-changing information. And 2 said, this is perfect purification. Saba, Tua for this perfect guidance, this important topic, life-changing. She's an echo of her man, life-changing information. Menkura, who just popped in, said Tua for my name, Master T. There's another class on your name. You just got more. You just got another class on your name longer than when I gave you the name. The class on the one word was longer than the class on your name. Okay. There they are. They're coming in. Primordial Thought. How you like that, man? To grab, a little Bobby Hemmett theft. I had to. Little Phil Valentine jumped in the book and grabbed some info and did a class.
So that was a supreme breakdown and build up. I can't wait to see how the teachings of the goddess and the Netert tie into that, because I can see the symmetry and all of this. So, and and I just appreciate you, so Tua to you.
Tua, everybody please support. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App TT Moon. Put it on the screen. You can wave your phone over it. If you have a family, if you have a loved one, if you're trying to create, where's Caleb? Caleb should be donating. Caleb said he wants to build his family on the foundation of Ma'at. There is the love foundation right there. Now you know what to build your family on. Let your lady see that. How you doing there, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at? You love your lady? You love your... What, is she a goddess and a turret? We don't know yet. We're going to find out next. How you doing, brother?
What's up, great Saba? That was a fantastic breakdown, Saba. I think the world needed that type of breakdown. I think the world needed to understand, get a true perspective of what love actually is. So Tua for that. That was absolutely amazing, great Saba.
I'm glad you appreciate, especially you, the family man. Your whole household is. Oops, what happened? Your whole household is based on love. So.
Tua for that, great Saba.
Okay, wonderful. What, Mary Mankura, did you say anything yet?
I said that's some powerful HEKA. Everything you did was flawless. I love your flawless victories when you teach. So I appreciate still learning of my name and Kemet through you. It's very powerful. Tua.
Nini Uk, appreciate you. We're gonna do some donations soon. Annie, how you doing, brother? You in love with anyone?
Yes, absolutely. These coming information and seeing how you teach and all of that helped to raise me up, and I realized how when I'm in my studies and I'm digging, how much life it provides to me, and I realized that that's love while doing it. It just doesn't. So yes, Tua for that amazing teaching, and Menkuara is right that is something that needs to be echoed far more. And I love the point that you brought up with how there's so much debate on Kemet, as if there's so many names that mean so many things, and that they just stick on that one. And even with what they say, it doesn't teach what that word actually means for the. So Tua for doing what you're doing, and yeah, I loved it. So Tua.
And Sharika said, Saba, that who drops 50 points and doesn't even stretch, born ready. Tua to you, Annie. Thank you for that. Okay, we got the class responding. Tua Saba, Nefer Kepper from VRI Tua Saba. Nefer Kepperat says Nefer answer Tua. Rob Lowe says teach. Ashu Q. I don't even know what that means, but shout out to you. Daniel LaRoche put. I can't even read that. It's too. It's like white on white. Can you see that? I can't see it.
Yes, it says it's the double reed leaf, the vulture, the E-A-U T Fu.
Okay, I can't see. I can't. Mine is white on white. Or maybe you have better eyes than me. Shout out to Daniel LaRoche for whatever that says. I'm sure it's something positive. I can't see it, but shout out to Daniel LaRoche. Appreciate you. And he wrote. I don't even know if that's the same thing. I can't see, but shout out to Daniel LaRoche. Hey Daniel, if you're able to get a font that's darker than that would be great. I'd be able to see that. But shout out to you, good brother Daniel LaRoche. Bijan Farrow says, Hanu Saba, peace and love, family. Daniel LaRoche is still going. He's still going. I'll have to watch it on the replay and screenshot it and like blow it up or something so I can see it. And Boots says,
oh, I see what it says.
Oh, you see what it says? What does it say?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Okay, I should have read. I'm looking at it like, is that a Mennonite or I can't? I don't know what's going on. Okay, Boots says, I'm getting a Matrix record deal and give all my money to Saba and tell the label I retired. Sue me and let Saba start off his School of Mahat. What a creative story that is. Boots. Harassed it for your culture says, I just hugged my daughter Sky and told her I love her. I look forward to seeing the donations on this one. I can't wait to see this. Jason said, Nefer. Build up Saba. Let's res. Sakem. We got fire. Okay, let me go on to Minty Hotep. I'm creating a monster. Poor Minty Hotep. I'm creating a monster. I'm creating a monster because as the ladies that are listening, as the single people that are listening to these breakdowns, imagine going to meeting some brother, right? He says he's conscious or whatever he says he is, and you say, "Listen, I'm just looking for a man to love me. I'm just looking for a man that loves me. Could you give me a breakdown of love, please, sir?" Well, you see, R. Kelly told us that step to the left. Into the right, step, 2 step, 3 step, and he gives on Valentine's Day.
You're describing every interaction I've had in the past week. They can't do it, and then when I hit them with the etymology, it turns into a whole other thing. You're being semantical. Like, no, I don't allow myself to be in that frequency of the words you're choosing to use.
Oh my goodness. Brothers who are listening out there, come to the Tutsi Pod class, step your knowledge way up, because I'm creating a bunch of people that are not going to be able to interact with you. You can come with your Ankh. You can come saying namaste. Come with the Wakanda forever. Whatever you think you're coming with, these ladies are going to ask you, what is love? They're gonna ask you questions from this podcast, and if you can't answer, you're gonna be looked at as a child. So please step up to the Tutsi Pod class, because this class right here, breaking down love, should completely change everyone. The standard now of what the energy actually is completely higher than whatever you thought. So yeah, Minty, I know you. Who can you relate to?
Yeah, this is not a hobby.
Yeah, so we go.
The only ones that I can relate to are the beings that are in this frequency, and that's it.
Yeah, Perfect.
But that was a
We
beautiful.
got Bella. How you doing? Oh, go ahead, Minty. There's a lag. Go ahead.
Yes, that was a Nefer breakdown. I was making dinner when you were giving that explanation of love. I think it's very monumental, and it's very personal to me, because being an artist, and you had also mentioned the mental orgasm. When you're at this stage of growth and development, through art, that's how I get my pleasure. So Tua for acknowledging that it's a real thing.
Wonderful. Thank you for those beautiful words and that acknowledgement, Minty Hotep. And speaking about another, somebody got bumped off. Speaking about another young lady that is being created from the guidance of the Tutti Pod class, who doesn't even want to have a conversation with anyone at all. You can. I want anybody trying to start a conversation with Bella, brothers out there, any guy, anybody out there. People are being built up to the frequency where you can't even have a conversation with these people unless you're even of this a student here. How you doing, Bella? How you doing over there? How'd you like that answer?
I am good, but for that answer was very beautiful, extraordinarily beautiful, and I'm very much mesmerized by your teachings and you as a teacher, the SABA, and everything that you just broke down, from the cosmos and the foreplay, the generation of orgone energy, and all of it being true Mary, the meaning of Mer meaning so many things, and all of it is being placed in my id as a lock, because it all helps me advance, and I look up to you and your teachings very much, and you and your mesmerizing Neterts imbue that which you teach. So I am just grateful for everything that you do.
Wonderful, 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 beautiful words, beautiful Meru, beautiful Bella. Wonderful. Thank you for that absorption. Sherry Ka put on the room. The bar is being raised and you haven't answered the Netert question yet. I never kept Rod says, yes, exactly, Sherry Ka. Oh, she keeps passing me by. Oh my goodness, this is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, and on to the man who said he's building a family on the foundation of Ma'at. Now you know. Now you have the definition of love to add to that foundation. What do you think, Caleb?
It's absolutely never. Love has much larger understanding than I've ever imagined to have for that, and my relationship will only grow because of it. And speaking on building the family, Anu and Antu has helped me and my partner immensely with introducing the laws of Ma'at. At first, I thought that there was only like 12 laws of Ma'at, and they said that there were like 700. So I was 70 to 700. Like it's just like endless.
Who said there was 700?
And
Anu said that?
Infinite. Yes.
You cut off. Who said that?
Anu.
Anu, yes. There's hundreds and hundreds of laws of Ma'at, and the beautiful thing is that the laws of Ma'at, we're using the word laws. That's the closest thing people could associate. It doesn't even. That's a whole other class. It doesn't say laws of Ma'at. Ask your Kemetic teacher to show you just the sentence laws of Ma'at. I'm interested. So I don't know when you think of the laws, you think of something you have to abide by, or there's a punishment. There is actually not any laws. It's not laws of Ma'at, but the frequency in words that all the Kemetians abided by was so beautiful that it didn't have to do with a punishable law, which we're calling law today. It was all education to raise you to a frequency, and you wanted it. It wasn't like there was people out there breaking the law. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not a law-abiding citizen. He's an outlaw. There's no outlaws. So it's not even the word law. That's one other class, but yeah, there's over 700 different phrases and statements that you can apply, and that's just the instructional one. Those aren't even the ones in the symbolism in the Purim Haru coffin text and all of that. So I'm glad you brought that. I'm glad this is a foundation for your family, and this was another help to you, because I was thinking of all of you when I was doing this, and that's why I sped it up. Usually if a question comes in, so this is one of the first times, or maybe the first time I've answered a question before I announced it in the Gmail. So I haven't even gotten to announce it. We haven't done the donations yet. This is the part where I'm supposed to read the Gmail to announce the donations, right? That question is a part of this time. I went and jumped ahead and went into my Gmail and grabbed the question and answered it, because of how important I know it would be. It would answer everybody's question in the class, whether you asked it or not. This is an answer for everybody. Whether you're a single person looking to meet someone, whether you want to understand the imbuement of spiritualism in the word love, whether you're trying to understand it from a scientific view, whether you're understanding from a mathematical view, whether you're already in a relationship, whether you want to understand why the term making love exists, and how now you know when you're doing that act, there's actually an energy that deals with creation. This is for everybody. So this is just my gift for everybody. I just decided to jump ahead. So glad you appreciated it, Caleb.
Yes, to for that synchronicity for everyone in the House of Attend. To for that very much.
Yes. Yeah, Sherry Khan says 11 or 12 laws exist within 700 plus is too daunting. It's actually insulting to limit the purity and beauty of us to smaller numbers, i.e. 10 commandments, the golden rule. Exactly. It's all part of the matrix, trying to limit the amount to these little small numbers. But anyways, okay, everybody, what we're going to do, when they're like Sherika, when there's 700 plus, because if you have to count each of the sentences, and then there's mathematical and spiritual laws, they're axioms, which are truths. They're actually called truths. The truths of Ma'at, not the laws, but truths. And within, like, say this teaching right here, how many truths did we get about Ma'at? And I never quoted one law of Ma'at. I never quoted one scribe, other than the Harper song. And look how many truths we got that are truths within Ma'at. So, okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go ahead and do. I'm gonna do 1 second, everybody. We're gonna do a couple of donations, and then I'm gonna take a break, let you all build for a moment, and then come back and answer the next questions. Here we go. Let's see what this. I'm gonna, instead of going to the beginning, let me go to the top and see what this answer generated. Let me go ahead and refresh this page. I want to see an all black page. Now I'm blacker than black. I want to see all black writings. I'm pro black now. Here we go. I want to see all Kemet, all Negro writings. Let's see what happens. I'm refreshing the Google page, and let me see what the support was for this answer here. Here we go. I want some Kushite letters. All right, here we go. And scroll down. And so let's start off with the person who sent me the question, which was STACEY. And why is it showing small like this? Let me see if I can fix that. I wonder why it's doing that. That's strange. Why is it doing that? What is this? Let me my interesting. Okay, here we go. All right. To the person that asked the question, who is Stacy, I'm gonna read her as the first tip and donation. The first tip to this question. She already sent in the $20 for the question. Now loving my wait, let me go back. Oh yes, kinetic metallurgy. I have a little section for kinetic metallurgy coming up. Here we go. So first tip, call it tip love tip. And this is the person who actually asked the question here. Let's go ahead and put this in the room. I got a little debut for the kinetic metallurgy man coming up. A little debut for the ISFET. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're gonna go with the first donation tip, which is the person that actually gave the donation, which is Stacy Evans, $10.23, who says, "Wow, this explanation, I'm mind blown." Give her a little hand clap for that. Give her a little hand clap for that. Shout out to you, Stacy. The one who asked the question. That should be the same Stacy. It must be. It should be. Yeah, Stacy Evans. Yep. Last name Evans. Yep. Okay, shout out to Stacy Evans. Tip for that answer. And we're gonna go when did I start answering that? I spent at the Taj Mahal. Let me get this out of here. Okay. Let me see when the tips would start for that. Oh, okay, here we go. They're starting at okay, here we go. And two. Wow. We got a $33 tip. Whoa. For helping answer their question, because this was a part of their question too. Love tip. Let's give them some big noise out on the screen right now.
Yes.
Give them some big noise. Give them a hand clap. Give them some. Very good. Shout out to Anu and Antu. Appreciate that. Let's go. I'm going to do a few more of this love tip. I know there's more coming in as I'm. Oh, Stacy Evans sent in another tip on top of the tip. Stacy is. Shout out to Stacy who sent. She's the one that sent the money for the question, and then sent a tip, on top of the tip. 2, 3, love tip, Stacy. Shout out to Stacy's double tip. Let's see if that comes through here. Double tipping it up. Let me see if I can get that on the screen. Here we go. Give some big noise to the wonderful, beautiful, supportive Stacy who asked the question, tipped for the answer, and then sent a tip on top of the tip. Give her some big noise, please. Ooh. Yo, let's go. Thank you. Stacy is very. Oh, I didn't even read it. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's see what this tip meant to her. What did this tip mean to her? I didn't read what it meant to her. What did it mean to Stacy? Let's see what it meant. It meant, what did it mean to you, Stacy? This tip? It's too small. Okay, I blew it up. Here we go. Thank you so much. This answer is everything. It meant everything to her. This answer is everything. Wow. Shout out to Stacy. This answer is everything. Beautiful, beautiful. This is gonna be a beautiful podcast, and the question about the God is gonna go right into this. Here is the man that's on the panel right now, who's building his family based on Ma'at, and he's none other than. I'm gonna put love tip. Oh, what number is that? Okay. Oh, it's mixing with the Kemet Meta G's craziness. Okay. Love tip. Love tip. Let me put that up. Boom, boom, boom. Give Caleb Strechlo some big noise for Nech Nefer breakdown. Henu SABA Tehuti with two ka hands and a black heart. Give him some claps. Okay, next up. Next up. I remember that song. Next up. Okay, Angela Gates is back in the building. Black Alucard. Where's Black Alucard? How you doing, good brother? Black Alucard gives a love tip. 5 love tip from Black Alucard. Let's see. I'll do 2 more, then I'll take a little break and let you all build, and then we'll come back. A lot of love tips given for this. Thank you, family. I'm glad you appreciated this answer for everyone. And it says, what does it say there, Tef? What does it say, Tef? Is the Tef still here?
Thanks for the knowledge, Saba. A tip for love. For the knowledge.
Nice. Thank you. Give him a hand clap. Yeah. All right. Next up is oh my goodness, a lot of love tips coming in. I'm gonna read more after the break. Okay, here we go. The man who, this is the Robert E. Williams, who actually sent me something via Minty. We'll see what it is when it gets here, but this is the tip man right here. This man, I can count on him to give a tip for every answer. Love tip. Robert E. Williams is tip master. Let me go ahead and read this right here. Robert E. Williams, what does he say? And I know there's more tips here, everybody, and there's more donations. I know this is gonna be a big donation podcast. I already see it. Wait till the goddess one comes. Okay, big clap for Robert E. Williams, who says, I gotta blow it up because it's too small. It says, overstanding real love, Myrrh, T, Tua. Overstanding real love, Myrrh, T, Tua. Give him some big claps, please. Big noise. Yep. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. Overstanding real love, Myrrh, T, Tua. Yo. And I'll do one more tip, and then I'm going to take a break and come back. And we got, there's a lot of tips for this, though, everybody. I see them all. We're going to go to Jay Kirkland. We'll read them when I come back or after the next question. But here we go. Jay Kirkland. Nefer. That's his favorite word. Nefer. Love tip. I'm going to take a break, come back, read the rest of the tips, and then we'll get into the kinetic energy. Tehuti's a scammer commercial. But we're going to do breaking news. Breaking news. All right, we're going to get into Jay Kirkland. $5.72. Jay Kirkland, who says, what did he say? He says, never, his favorite word, never break through SABA Tehuti. Never, Shumari. That's a tip. Give him some hand claps, and I'm going to take a break. Give him some hand claps. Okay.
Enjoy your break.
I'm going to stop. Thank you so much. Let me see if I have him. Can I log him? Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm going to take a break. Beautiful family. When I come back, we're going to do the rest of the tips for this question, for this answer. Love tips. Put in your love tips for those who saw the class, who are just tuning in, or maybe they're behind. They tune in and just watch the class and fast forward it, because you can rewind live or fast forward and just getting here now. If you enjoyed the answer, support. Where? Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. It is scrolling at the bottom there. Put love tip when I come back after this little break. I'm going to do the rest of the love tips. Then I'm going to get into the commercial breaking news. Tehuti has been found scamming. We're going to get into the breaking news. The major breakthrough by kinetic energy. He's caught me. He caught me red-handed. And then we're going to go into the next answer. Peace and love, everybody. Support the pod class. This is for those who are just tuning in. This is the pod class, the House of ATTON, the only place where this is actually taking place, where you can send in questions, support, reciprocity, questions, and get a miniature ebook written for you. That question that you just saw was for today's pod class. A miniature ebook of how long was it? An hour and 36 minutes. A miniature ebook made for you, read for you on the screen, taught and interacted with you. I don't think that invention has been done in Earth's history before. You can send a question in. The person who sent a question in makes a miniature ebook with diagrams, words, letters, glowing references, and then reads the ebook to you while teaching to you live and interacting. Is that something on the earth? Maybe not. Maybe it is. But for those of you who understand, support the great House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of Netert. Only done here on the Tehuti Pod class. Support this, because this is not happening anywhere else on the planet. It has never happened before on the planet. And hopefully it will never have to happen again on the planet. Why? It does never have to happen again, because everything and every student after this will be a continuation of the same event. So therefore there is no again. Peace.
Peace. Hotep. Have a great break. SABA Tehuti. Welcome again to the greatest place that you can be on a Saturday evening, the Tehuti Pod class, House of ATTON. Peace, Bellas. Good to see you on the panel. Peace to you. And the great brother, Atef Rim Kim Ma'at, the Chetu. Peace, good brother. Let's everyone spoke during the first break, so let's hear some of your tones and see how you are doing, great brother Atef.
Hotep, peace and love. Can y'all hear me? How's my sound?
Yes, you sound good.
Hotep, yeah. I was watching. I was taking care of something with my family. It's a great breakdown, man. It was absolutely phenomenal, and the synchronicity it's almost been there all week. I was meaning to reach out to SABA. I think it was Thursday, because just to thank him, but it was so busy at my job that I never got around to sending a message. But I definitely sent the intention, and I sent that energy because I wasn't feeling the best. I didn't start the day. I started on a great note, definitely some great energy, but as the day went on and you get further into this matrix, it was kind of pulling me down a little bit. And then a good friend of mine, she sent me a message, and in the message she referenced me as being Heru, and just fighting the battle between Heru and Set. And she said that she had just finished meditating that day, and she sent me a little a Kemetic meditation thing that they had on YouTube, but it reminded her of me, and she sent me that, and it automatically lifted my spirits up. It automatically lifted my energy. It automatically raised my energy because it just was it was a reminder. It was a reminder of the journey that we're on. And then I just became overwhelmed with gratitude, and to the Netert, and to my great SABA. I just was overwhelmed. So the energy was completely reversed, just like that, just from having thoughts of the Neteru. And I started, after she sent me the text, I started, just envisioning the story and just thinking as I was going about my daily task at work. And it was just a beautiful synchronicity. And then throughout that day, sometime in that, I think it was like in the afternoon, I just had the thought, just a passing thought of the love energy, and what it was, and just trying to understand it. And here, SABA turns around and does the class on Marie. So it's just great to know that that everything that happened that day and today, and everything that has been happening has been deliberate. It's been conscious, and it's been never. And I'm just grateful, man. That's really it. I'm just grateful, and I'm just honored to be counted amongst a student of the great SABA. That's number one. And then number two, to even be in the favor of the Netert. And I say that because some things happened, some things have been happening, and I've been shown favor in these certain situations where I might not necessarily have been shown favor, and that also was a reminder of the frequency that I have to stay on, and the consciousness that I have to remain conscious of, which is definitely my it's a part of my Ren. It makes up the whole energy that creates me. So I just want to I just want to give my Henu and my praise to my great teacher, SABA Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. Henu to you, great teacher. And I want to Henu all of you on the panel. It's great to see you wonderful sisters and brothers on the panel. It's great to see new people. I saw a few new people on the panel earlier. I was watching as I was taking care of some things with my family. I'm always here. My energy is present. I do whatever I can to stay on this frequency, no matter what. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays when there's nothing, but when sometimes we have our meetings on Tuesdays. But it's just very important. I've just been reminded over the last couple of weeks, number one, that the Netert are real, and number two, how important it is to consciously keep your thoughts on that energy, to keep your thoughts on positivity, because that's where I've been. And I'm just grateful, man. I'm it's good to see you, Menti, Primordial Thought, Minkuara, Caleb, the great Bella. you know, it's just a beautiful time that we're in, and the way the Matrix is so sneaky and tricky, man. You know, as far as like, you know, draining and sucking our energy. But it's just important that we just remain on a particular frequency. It's very, very, very important, and for us to not lose sight. And when I got that text message, that was a great reminder, because the young lady that sent me that, I'm teaching her some things. We've been friends for quite some time, and she always is giving me adoration, because she has noticed, you know, the growth and the elevation, and she's a positive, you know, young lady, and it's just great, because I wasn't expecting that. I really wasn't expecting that text. It was kind of out the blue. She tunes in to the pod class. She says sometimes to our Sunday class as well. But she's a great supporter of you know, the truth. So it was just great to get that text, man, out the blue from her. And she's not even a study of my aunt, you know, but she just gets to the things that I teach her. So yeah, I just want to say hello to everyone on the panel. It's great to see everyone. And I just want to thank SABA for that for that wonderful breakdown on love. And yeah, I just want to tell everyone how important it is to just stay in a gratitude frequency, you know, be grateful, because I'm absolutely honored and grateful to be a supporter of the Netert. I'm going to do what I can. I'm going to do my part. I'm going to continuously strive to elevate. So Hotep, Ma'at to everyone on the panel, Hotep to our great teacher, and Hotep to the Henu to the Natiru. Peace and love.
Yes, great to hear you. Tefrim Kim Ma'at, glad to have you here with us. And to have those words as well. That's actually a topic that we went over in the Wisdom Wednesday classes. We're now reading the Seba'it, or the instructions of Ankh Shesh Ankh, in our Wednesday classes. And four of the lines from that piece of literature is: do not become distressed so long as you possess something. Do not worry yourself so long as you possess something. Do not become distressed over a matter, and do not become distressed over your occupation. So what you just expressed is Ma'at in itself, because it's teaching us, so long as you possess something, to not stress yourself, to not worry yourself, and to be in that energy of gratitude and gratefulness. So it's wonderful that you was able to come to that quickly through your own consciousness and journey, which is a beautiful thing, you know, being out in the matrix. So henu to you, great brother, for being who you are, and for representing your Ren the way that you do. So henu to you. All right.
To our great brother.
Yes, Nini Uk. All right. So of course, you know, let's support the podcast. I'm happy to see everyone supporting love and you know, just the energy that Ma'at brings. I'm happy to see that, and you know, everyone playing their part and keeping the consciousness and the energy flowing through Ma'at. So peace and love. Anybody on the panel have anything they want to express?
Yes, I would like to add some things about some synchronicities that I just noticed between what you just said and what you pointed out that Atef was being conscious of. I was talking about the frequencies of Ma'at, and you said the instructions of Anshesh Ankh, and those are exactly the instructions that Anu and Antu have showed me. And that's what I say, like me and my partner say those instructions after our adoration. And those are some particular ones that you just said: do not fret as long as you own something, do not fret at all, or do not fret over your occupation. So that's a beautiful synchronicity that I noticed.
All right, wonderful. This is the land of synchronicity, so everything is in order as it should. Let's hear from Bella. Welcome, Bella, to the panel. I'm glad to see you on the panel more consistently. So let's hear from you. How are you doing? How are you feeling?
Let's go for the words. I'm good. In the teaching, for supporting, loving SABA and living well.
Oh, you're kind of cutting out. Is that just me or is she cutting out?
Yeah,
she's cutting out.
Okay. Yes, we want to make sure that we hear you clear because I know you bring some great tones. So.
Good now.
Yes.
To everyone on the for supporting and loving SABA, really appreciate it, deserves it, and Lieutenant for being a good influence. I've always attracted to what they and communicating.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out. I was able to make up probably about 70% of what you said. Definitely heard loving SABA, and that's Nefer. Yeah, you're a little choppy. So
I'm sorry, internet connection.
Yeah, it's the Wi-Fi's, the Wi-Fi monsters. So to for your presence and for your words. All right. So yes, I hope everyone is able to receive and take in the energy that the great SABA Tehuti just broke down in that class in the Mer. And one of the reasons, and with the Netch, that was a very powerful teaching as well. And that's one of the beautiful things about the language is the sound vibration that creates the meanings for these terms, which has been completely lost today. And so it's basically relearning what language is, relearning. You've been speaking your entire lives, but having to relearn what that is and what that is doing, and why words are what they are. So with SABA Tehuti breaking down these words and showing there's just some of what the word mer or mert or meret is connected to, because the language is so vast, right? There's over 1,000 symbols, glyphs, and as he showed, and speaking about the images and the subconscious imagery and taking that in, and it's just a beautiful thing. So to have someone to be able to teach that in the consciousness and the way that the people who brought it forward is so extremely special, and that you won't find. So you can learn the language, you can learn the grammar, through just the means of the actual grammar, right? And this word is this, and you look at this word, it means that. But to explain what the symbols represent and why that symbol is used to create that word, that's something that you won't find in any of these Netert grammar hieroglyphic classes. So there's a complete separation from what SABA is doing from all of Egyptology and just teaching the language. And that's how deep the language is in itself, that it actually, you can learn the grammar and still not understand why it's what it is. So it's very powerful and beautiful, the way he showed the Netch and the Nechmet and the Mer, and it being connected to the Aku, and how that is the spiritual essence of who you are. So we, and that's one thing, that we can replace the word spirituality with the word Aku. So because we actually have a word that created that even concept, So let's take it back and go back to the original essence and what all Aku means. And as he showed the pyramids and the golden means ratio, so learning and taking all this in and understanding how you are, and he showed that you're a Netert prior to even coming into the physical body, and that's what everyone else teaches, right? The Netero are just principles. So yes, that's true too, but that's just the beautiful thing that SABA is doing. So I hope everyone's taking their notes and writing down these words, and you know, SABA shows the dictionaries. Get those dictionaries and do your research and dig into this information, because that's also what it means. Gim, to find, to dig. So there's many different beautiful teachings on the Nile Valley people and Ta Marie, the land of love. And you know, it's just wonderful. So my gratitude is always at a supreme level with having SABA being able to come forward and teach this and bring this into consciousness here today. It's something that is so very special. So I hope everyone is understanding that, overstanding that, and supporting this, so we can continue to do this and implement it and imbue. You brought that word up a few times, the imbuement, right? The imbuement of the information, so we can be an embodiment of that and pass that on and continue to teach through your actual existence, just by existing. And you know, it's just so beautiful. So Hotep Henu, to the great SABA Tehuti, to all the great people here on the panel, all the wonderful brothers and sisters in the chat room who are here to learn, who are here to expand, ask questions, and restart over again. That's the thing, restarting everything over again, starting back from ground zero and relearning and re-implementing the highest level of information that exists. So, you know, Hotep and Henu to everyone who chooses to be a part of this frequency and this consciousness. So I'll pass. Those are the thoughts. Oh, hey, let me let Bella up. Let's try your mic now, Bella. Let's hear if you're working.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I don't know if I had to go out or I don't know, but yeah, Tua for letting me come on the panel, SABA, and Henu.
Okay, Henu. Great primordial thought. Now, what's on your mind? You look like you're over there. I see like clouds above your head and lightning strikes. What's happening?
Hey, peace. I love to listen, man. I like to hear the different frequencies, different tones from everybody. It's like my way of trying to, you know, understand each individual. Even when people write in the comments, it's good to just to listen, to observe, to examine, to be in my eyes. I try to learn from everything everyone says. Just taking all that in, but for the most part, most definitely that's what I try to do with SABA. That's why I listen to SABA consistently every single day throughout my day, even sometimes when I'm at work, always in the gym. That's all that's playing. And I try to invest my consciousness into the teachings, his breakdowns and buildups, everything that he's doing. And you just kind of slowly purr, like you just slowly just get everything. And you learn little by little, and you watch old classes and you're like, man, that just blew my mind even more. I didn't even understand it the last 3 times I watched it. So I don't know. I just like to listen, and I see SABA back. Peace and love, SABA.
Oh, SABA, you're muted.
Okay, there we go. Peace. Thank you, everybody. Back in effect. I'm glad everybody is here. This is excellent. We're going to do a couple donations. We're going to get into the next question. Woo! It's really, really good. So yeah, just a little real quick, just a little funny thing. Real quick, we had a student that was here by the name of Kinetic Netert. As you see, he doesn't show up anymore. He was sending me a lot of a lot of different text messages in the Facebook, and they're all based on like complaints and different negativities. And I told him join the teachings of Ma'at, join the brothers. And I just noticed he was always just complaining, disgruntled, and then eventually he asked me, is he treated like this because he's white? And I said, oh, you're white? I didn't even know. I didn't know you were white. I didn't know. I literally have no time to babysit people and such, so I don't know. When people think I'm treating them a certain way, I'm not sure, because if you're in the frequency of the knowledge and information, that I'm there for that. I don't know all this other personal stuff, but eventually I stopped answering his Facebook messages because he was just too much wanting to be babied, and like he always wanted a spotlight, and it was just very, very strange. He wasn't joining the house. He wasn't building with the brothers. He wasn't on the panel building with the brothers. So eventually I ignored him and just read off his donations, called him due diligence, and I guess eventually after that he I guess decided to reveal the breaking news. Breaking news was revealed. Tehuti has been discovered. So I just want to give give him a little bit of the light that he's looking for, because there was some disparaging things said when I was on Netert, and I never get to see the comments because I turn when I'm on those channels. So if you don't see me, if you're saying, hey, Tehuti and whatnot, and you don't see me answer immediately or say peace or anything, it's because I turn comments off, because they're very much too distracting. Comments are too distracting while trying to do a show. But when I went back to look at the comments, I saw that the same man who was so appreciative of me, calling me master teacher and whatnot, he was actually in the comments with disparaging things. I don't know if Netert saw it. I'm not sure if he saw it or not, but I just want to go ahead and just show everybody, just in case another person, if he tries to contact you or whatnot. I just want everybody to know the nature of who this is. So this is boom, put this here. So just for people to know. And then I want to break down. I just want to explain the mentality a little bit. So here's me on Netert right here. And as you can see, here's Kinetic Netert saying, I would at one time in the past disagree with you when I see Tehuti posting videos saying it's a Sphinx on Mars. I had to immediately retract. So that's one of the statements right there. So that's fine. It doesn't matter. I'm going to address that, but I'm really going to turn this into a little wisdom section of class right here. So there's that right there, and then it got a little bit more aggressive. So it turned into and some of the new people are seeing this, and I definitely want to address these things of how this is how silly it is. So here it is. So here's Kemet Netert again saying to the Netert platform, scam alert. I was once a victim to fraud. And everybody see that? Scam alert. I was once a victim to fraud, to the fraud. And you remember the young lady scribe who made that comment in the Discord? You said it lasted about 6 seconds and then you removed it. Yes. You remember that?
Yes.
The first thing you said was, it looks like a victim mentality. And that's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. But here it is. So he's a victim. So what's the scam, ladies and gentlemen? What is the scam that Tehuti has been discovered doing to all of you all this time? What is the scam that he's putting in on the Netert channel that's being viewed by thousands of people? What actually is the scam? I have been revealed. I just want to put this in here. Kinetic Netert has revealed the Tehuti scam. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, just so everybody can know what this whole scam is about. He is the wise man that has discovered this, and here it is right here. And the scam is, here it is. Tehuti took all the donations he gets from his supporters, once me, and he buys animals and idols of Egypt. So he has discovered the big scam that is taking place. That Tehuti has taken all the donations, and the scam is that he buys idols. What is it? He buys he buys animals and idols from Egypt. Let me read that again. Let me. I'm gonna read it to my personal self. Let me see where I want to get him right. I want to make sure this is right because, like I said, there has been nobody idols of Egypt. Okay, good. Idols of Egypt. I'm not going to Egypt to buy them. They're idols. An idol of Egypt. I don't even know what that is. But this is breaking news. So breaking news, everybody. Breaking news. Breaking news. I want to go ahead and coming to you from Fox 666 Live. Breaking news. We finally discovered Tehuti. He's actually ladies and gentlemen, do not believe what I say because I am actually, here it is. I'm actually a nature enthusiast. This is what I actually am. I'm one of the people from, like Steve Irwin, the crocodile hunter. I'm actually one of those reptile convention guys from the reptile show that collects reptiles. And I'm a nature enthusiast caught in an elaborate scam on the conscious community. He's a reptile keeper and breeder, and he set up a YouTube channel because he found out that there was a group called the Conscious Community and a bunch of people that wanted to get answers. So he pretends to answer the questions, and when he was found out that he was a magician, so when we rewatched the YouTube videos, lo and behold, the videos were actually blank. We found out that he used magic to make thousands of people actually imagine that they were actually getting the most groundbreaking, ground-shaking, matrix-breaking answers they ever imagined. But it was just that, their imagination. We found out and did some investigation on Tehuti, and we found out that when he met Minty Hotep around 11 years ago, before starting the pod class, he owned 25 reptiles, spiders, not including the babies that the animals have, because he's also a breeder. So when he's asked how many animals he has, he may say 40, 45, but not including the babies that the animals of Tehuti has. He owned 25 reptiles when he met Minty Hotep and Ahati 11 years ago, spiders, chinchillas, and other creatures. 2 years after this elaborate scam, we counted the animals, and lo and behold, minus the babies that the babies that the animals had, over 11 years later, and after 2 years of this Tehuti podcast scheme, he owns a whopping number of 25 animals. It seems this mastermind plot is not working, yet still he does it. Most false preachers have been caught spending their money on Cadillacs, jewelries, snakeskin shoes, and fresh new gators. We found that this man does not even own a car. His jewelry consists of brass unks, crystals, which were given to him by his students, and he was found with snakes and their shed skins and creatures that look like actual alligators. He's exposed. And although there's countless testimonies of this man healing people, giving people cures, health advice, changing their bodies, giving them access to their deceased relatives, quadrupling their students' income, influencing businesses that are the #1 top on the Google search, and even creating millionaires, this man himself, behind the celebrities, this deliberate scheme, lives in an apartment and does not own a car. He has not bought a new pair of shoes for himself in over 12 years. More breaking news on Fox 666. So there it is, everybody. You have found out the master scammer. Instead of buying fresh new Cadillacs and snakeskin shoes. I don't even own a car, and I just collect snake sheds. So we found it out, everybody. I've owned 25 animals when I met Minty Hotep, and now I own 25 animals. So the elaborate scheme. So shout out to Kinetic Netert for revealing the great scam of Tehuti. I was actually just a pet owner guy that was into catching animals, and I searched and scoured the internet, and I found a bunch of naive people that were looking for questions. So I started creating answers, and when lo and behold, when we pressed play on the tape, YouTube was actually blank. I never answered anybody's question. So there it is, everybody. Just a little update from Kemet Netert. I've been exposed. If anybody wants to log out now from this great elaborate scam, you've now realized I'm just the guy trying to open up a pet shop. I'm just opening up a pet shop, you know, like Steve Irwin. And so thank you, Kemet Netert, for revealing Tehuti instead of attacking the information. And I want to say this. I want to comment on this really quick. So I want to tell you something, and I want you to use your mind with this really quickly. When there's a scam that takes place and somebody that gets scammed, they themselves discuss the scam that happened on them. He did a list of things on Netert, said, I talked about this, I talked about that, the Sphinx, I talked about, he named other people's questions. Which you see, the way I set up the Tehuti plot class is deliberately set up so each person asks their own question, and the answers are not necessarily for the whole world. It's just that the whole rest of the students love it. So the answer's for you. So when you go to the doctor and they have a doctor's appointment on getting your ear fixed, and you get that fixed, if somebody else has the doctor's appointment for their knee, that has nothing to do with you. But if you want to compliment that doctor, you can say, great job, you fixed ears, knees, but the knee job has nothing to do with you. So my answer on the Sphinx has nothing to do with him. So what he did is he never said what the scam was, because if you're a victim to the fraud, then you have to say the product that you received was false. The answer I gave him and the answers I gave him, he's on video saying, Master Teacher, that answer is excellent. Wow, beyond belief. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's his response to the product that he got. So if he's been scammed, why is he not saying the answers I got were incorrect? Because he's just a person who is disgruntled that I didn't baby him. A lot of the men in the pod class, a lot of people in the pod class, I don't mind if you look at me as a father. I tell people, I tell my Neterts, I tell everybody, I'm your big brother, your uncle, your friend, your father, your teacher, your SABA, and every personality that you never had as a male figure to you, I can be all that. But I'm not going to baby you as a father figure where you're constantly looking for my attention. And then when I don't give you attention, then you're disgruntled, spreading that I'm an actual scammer. What is the product that I scammed anybody on? So I just want everybody to know that. So if you see that name pop up in the chat, or if you see it pop up somewhere, know that's somebody that has ill feelings and negative wishes towards me, actually promoting that I'm a scammer. But I want to give a shout out to him. I want to give a shout out to that young lady that tried to post in the Discord and got removed. I want to give a shout out to Garfield, and I want to give a shout out to Unc West. These are the people whose names that I literally chant. My Netert is sleeping on the bed, and I'm waking her up because I'm in the next room bellowing out names. I'm bellowing out Unc West's name in the next room. I'm bellowing out Garfield's name. I'm bellowing out these names, and what am I doing? I'm working out. And as I'm working out and I want to get that last rep, I'm chanting something about Garfield to squeeze my bicep to get that last rep. When I want to get that last squat and I'm down low and I can't go all the way up, I think of Unc West laughing at me that I almost got killed, and I scream his name out with another chant something I won't say here, but I scream his name out with a magical chant, and it gives me the extra squat. And because of them and others, lately my body has actually developed better. So thank you, and to the haters that dislike me. I just want everybody to know that. Okay. So there it is. That's what happened to Kemet Netert, Scribe, and Atef, and everybody in the pod class.
I don't play with pseudos.
Me neither.
Yes, Hotep Great Saba. I'm glad you addressed that. You know, that was wild. He was pretty much on an island of his own doing that, and that was funny. He made it seem like a big alert, like, "Hey, alert, we are." You know, I'm like, wow. But I guarantee when the link is posted, he won't hit the link, and that's one reason why I don't type things in conversations with people because I'd rather just speak. So two out for you know, showing that and revealing the ISFET and you know how people do what they do, and you know, the first anniversary podcast anniversary adoration video that I compiled. You know, I asked everyone. I said, hey, send in, you know, 2 minutes. You know, he sent in almost 8 minutes of adoration.
Do you still have it?
Longest of everyone.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it. Yes, I have it.
Saba, I remember him asking you a question about a tree.
Yes, hold on. Yes, just hold on one second. One second. Hold on. Finish that. Finish that scribe. You sent in 8 minutes and what?
Yeah, he sent in an 8-minute video of adoration, and you know, I had to consolidate. I had to cut off almost all of it down, you know, to keep it in the 2-minute range. But it's just amazing to me how, you know, how does someone create something like that and give so much praise to someone who just got scammed, right? And so he's a contradiction of his own words and actions, and you know, it's just wonderful that we have what we have here, and that you've built what you've built here. You know, to be a representation of what it really means to be in truth, and to give each other honor and adoration for each other and what we do. So two out for bringing that to the forefront and revealing, you know, the evil that exists in people, even if they may be able to be in this frequency for a very short amount of time, but it always will reveal itself as we continue to keep moving forward. So Henu, Great Saba, Tehuti.
Nini Ook. And yes, Menti, he asked a question about a good words, Annie. He asked a question about a tree roots, and I answered it, something he spent time and went to another country. He was investigating, and I answered it like that, and he was so appreciative. He sent $50 just for that. So he's just these are people. These are just because you're over 13 years old. Just because you're over 21 years old, it doesn't mean that you're an actual man. So there's a lot of people that are still they're still children, because the matrix keeps you as a child even though your physical body is growing. So when they see me, they do get a father figure vibe, or a vibe of a big brother, uncle that can help them. And when I don't give them the attention that they want, they do get hurt. And you know, sorry if you were hurt, young man, but I can't give you I can't answer your 5 paragraphs. My eyes are not even good. You can ask Menti Hotep. I tell her, send me emails, because my eyes, to be reading text over and over again and doing pod classes and other things that you all don't even know about, my eyes is too much for my eyes. So I couldn't answer all of his things, but that's good though. I want everybody to see that. And I think he was before your time, Primordial, or at least before you. He was from way back.
Saba, I remember I watched you since the beginning of the podcast. I just told you I was vetting for 2 years, right? But I remember watching him, and I was like, man, this guy seems very angry. He reminds me of my older blood brother, right? And I mean, they identical. And I was sitting there, I was like, man, this guy's very angry. Like, I think he really wants to prove something. He always tries to chime in when Saba's talking, or he's rolling blunts on the podcast screen. And I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, man, like, all right, like, this dude really, I think he really wants to get into the fight. Like, you mentioned that too. Like, you remember how they build us up for the fight and they just leave us there? I was like,
Yeah.
man, he's really angry at a lot of things. He's upset at a lot of things. And Saba's been patient with him and calm and cool. And next, you know, I didn't see him anymore. And I was just like, man, I wonder what happened to that guy. So it's funny that you brought this up, because what I was seeing back then has came into manifestation right now. So that's just unfortunate, because the biggest thing that you said to me that stood out, what I was thinking when you was reading everything, was the fact that he didn't touch on none of the knowledge. Nothing. It was all it was none of the answers. Yeah, so I don't care what you do with your money. I know that I got a reciprocity from what I asked you, and whatever you decide to go do with that, I don't care if you buy a whole reptile convention center. That's your prerogative. You can do that. But thank you for the wisdom and the knowledge that you gave me. And peace and love to you, Saba.
The same shirt that I met, the same shirt that I met Menti Hotep and her father with when I had snakes, is the same shirt I teach the pod class in. I have the same. When I started the pod class, I think I have the same shoes. I do not own a car. I don't know anything about. Shoes and things are bought for me. I don't know anything about. I don't ball out, but I don't know what that is. And to say that the elaborate scheme is to spend all my money so I'm surrounded by nature. Great, isn't that's wonderful? The elaborate scheme is the man surrounded by nature. He bought a bunch of animals and doesn't own a car.
It's not like you driving a snakeskin Bentley, Saba.
I won't even drive. I told my Netert I'm not going to drive because if I invest in a car, it's going to be full of weaponry. I can't drive. I'd be too dangerous. My vehicle will be a Hummer with all type of weapons on it, because I don't understand the concept of people walking across the streets and cars cutting each other. Mine would have James Bond. It would be shooting oil at tires. It'd be shooting tomatoes at pedestrians. I couldn't drive a car because I don't have the patience for the madness that I see my Neterts in, and people. I can't drive. I had an Escalade at one time, and I drove through a bunch of homosexuals that were dancing in front of me. So I just kept driving. So I don't know how to be calm driving, because I think people are suicidal, and I just stay away from vehicles. So I get driven everywhere. I get chauffeured everywhere. So it's just interesting, but I'm glad he did that. And you know what it is? He came across a hottie. I'll tell you all what it is. He has that fight. And when he came to me with all the texts, I knew exactly what to do with him. Go to a hottie. I told him, go talk to a hottie. And he came across another lion that was more powerful than him, and a hottie chopped his head off. And that's what Hottie doesn't know how to patiently father somebody like me. So when he came to a hottie with that stuff, a hottie doesn't have good emotional. He's like, hottie just had no patience for him. So he got really hurt when he went to a hottie. Yes, Menti?
So this is great, because if the brother or this fellow, if he was interested in the knowledge, he could have learned this in the instructions of Unshesh Unk that we're going over right now. There's a line in there that says, "Do not pamper your flesh, lest you be weak." And it just sounds like this guy wanted to be pampered.
Yeah. So yeah, it's true. Absolutely good parable, good axiom of Ma'at. I'm gonna get off that now because it's already got 8 o'clock. I'll get a quick sentence from Atef. How you doing, Atef? Real quick, and then I'm gonna get into the night. I know Atef is waiting to say something.
Yeah, I just want to say that the love is fake, the hate is real. I always knew it was something. I just couldn't figure it out because he was a little bit before my time too. I used to watch different energies and stuff manifest themselves, but everything come out in the rinse. So it was good to see that, and I don't get mad at people for being who they are. So I'm glad that that things are revealing themselves slowly. So, but I always wondered though. I used to wonder because I used to see I used to see all these people with all of these, with all these Nefer names, and I used, and I'm looking, and they got yeah. I just used to be like, wow, those are some Nefer names. Like those are really cool, because I'm a baby, Saba, so I'm just coming into the knowledge, and I used to watch these people come on the panel and support you, and I wanted to do that, but it was just something that just wasn't right. The energy just wasn't right. So, it's good that that now we know, and these people reveal themselves. So I'm gonna leave it like that, so we can move on and stay on the positive.
Yes.
But hey, new to you, great Saba,
wonderful,
and all that you do. So it's up to us. We're gonna put you in a rocket ship. So let the haters hate. We're gonna keep giving them something to hate on. So because our support's not gonna stop. Because I support the Netert.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna get into the donations, a couple more for the love tip, and then we're gonna get into the next question. That is a part of the title of this show. So here we go, everybody. Let's get back into it. I just had to give him a little bit of the light he wanted there. And it was just funny to me. Okay, here we go. All right, so the next donation is coming in as a love tip from the brother. What is this? Humble LLC. Give him a clap. Love tip, $7. Love tip. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna do 3 more, and then we're gonna get to the next question. And do the rest of the let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, love tip. Love tip. Love tip. Another love tip from the beautiful, wonderful, excellent. Hey, the beautiful, wonderful, excellent, the consistent one. Who's the consistent one? The consistent one is the woman that has consistent in her name. And that is none other than Minty Hotep Nuti Ma'at, who gave $10.10 as Understanding Marie Tua. There she is. Give her some noise, please.
Tua Saba.
Nini Uk. Okay, we're gonna go to the next one. On to the next one, and I see it. Oh, I see it. I see Bella. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Oh man, they're still coming in. What's this tip for? What's this? Who's this? Okay, that's Master K. Master K, I'm gonna read yours. Next one. Is this a tip? What's this? Who's this? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm going to read this one here. We got the ladies are taking over right here. The ladies. Oh my goodness. What is this? Let me go ahead and. What's on my screen right now? Just tell me what's on my screen.
Still Minty.
The ladies are here. Look at this, everybody. What's on my screen now?
Sherry Ka.
Sherry Ka says, first of all, $88 tip for Sherry Ka. Tua for this nebulous answer. Infinite merriment. Unk changing to know love precedes all. Form of object mathematics. This is Sherry Ka has her language now. Tua for restoration of true love and lover AUSET. Tua for seeding our future families. Tua day. Tua day. Ma'at is not an ancient reality. Ma'at is here now. Give her every noise. Give her the biggest noise. in the book. Let's go!
You see, that's how it's done.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Is that Minty? Or is that soundbite? Hold on,
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Everything is beautiful in life.
Oh my goodness, Minty has an album out. Go purchase Minty's album. Minty is the soundbite. She has become sentences now. Shout out to Sherry Ka. That was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm gonna do one more and then get into this answer. There are so many tips. I think Bella has one. Bella, the one that you sent, is that just a tua or a tip, or is that just a tua for just in general, or is it a tip? I see a big one from you, Bella.
It was a tip and tua, both, I guess.
Okay. Woo-wee. I'm gonna go with these three ladies back to back, which is Minty, Sherika, and now Bella. Bella is they're tipping the scales. They're tipping the scales. Where is it, Bella? I'm going to read this one and get to the next donations after this. They're tipping the scales. Another tip of enormous gratitude proportions. And that's coming from the beautiful Bella herself. Let me go ahead and put love tip. And here it is. Second highest tip of the night. Let's go ahead. And hey, hold on a second. What's this? It's not proportioned right. My screen. Let me do a zoom out. Zoom. 75%. 75%. Okay, that's better. Okay, here we go. The beautiful Bella, consistent. It was Menti Hotep, Nuti Ma'at, Sherika, and then Bella back to back. The ladies back to back. This answer after this will be based on the ladies. So here we go. Boom. Give some big noise. I want some Transformers everything on the book. Give some big noise for this, please.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Wow. Shout out to Bella. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this, and we're going to get into the next question of the Tehuti Pod class. Buckle your seatbelts. Get your pen and pads out. Let me go ahead and show the next question in for the Tehuti Pod class. Is the question, and let me ask everybody. I'm going to ask everybody right now. Has anyone that you've heard of, have you heard women calling themselves goddesses? Just raise your hand. If you heard hundreds of women calling themselves goddesses, maybe even including you, but have you heard women calling themselves goddesses all throughout the internet, the YouTube? Have you heard of it? Women calling themselves goddesses. Okay. Have you had Kemet and Ma'at in this knowledge? Supposedly has been around since Dr. Clark, since the late 1960s. So now that's a long time ago. And we always hear the black woman is the goddess. The black woman is the goddess. The woman is the goddess. It even got changed into the black woman is God. They even made her male. The black woman is God. The black woman is God. In all these years, raise your hand if anybody has. Have you ever heard anybody explain the word Netert? Other than me, a little bit. But have you heard in any of these channels or any of these books that you have at TEF? You have a whole library of books. Do you have any book in the background? Primordial Thought, ATTON, Tehuti, Minty, Caleb, Bella, Minkara, any books in the back? What is a Netert? Anybody? So there's a focus on this Germanic goddess for people to call themselves that, but not even one class addressing a Netert. Any of the channels on YouTube, type it in YouTube, type in what is a Neteret, see what you get. So how can there be all these females out here that are saying, I am goddess, feminine principle, feminine energy, the feminine, the feminine, the feminine, the feminine, and they have on unks, and they have Kemetic names, but they never talk about the Netert. That is a psyops, because they want you to focus on you being a goddess, and you may be. Artemis was a goddess. Nike was a goddess. A lot of Greek goddesses out here. A lot of Greek goddesses, but is a goddess the same as a Netert? And why is it none of the women out here are saying they are a Netert and able to explain it or have YouTube channels or books or anything on it? Wouldn't that be the first thing a woman in consciousness would have? Is an explanation on what she actually is? I'm a Netert, which means, and let me break down the principle to all the women to understand what a Netert is, because that's what we are. So a Netert, the Netert principle is no woman touches it. But I am goddess, feminine, divine, the divine feminine, the divine feminine. I'm a divine to the feminine. But no Neterts. You may be a divine feminine. The Greek goddesses had divine feminines. You may be. But there's some form of consciousness keeping women and everybody away from understanding anything about this word Netert, or even knowing what a netter, the netter is, because in order to understand Netert, you have to understand the root of it, which is netter, then the T is at the end. So what's the netter part? Are you that? So we're going to go over that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to walk through, and I would say maybe this is the first time in history that Netert is being broken down and built up. And then the question comes about, why would Netert, for the first time in history, have to be broken down by a male? And once that really hits the sisters and the women out there, a sense of seriousness will spark within. How could Netert be broken in the first time in history by someone who's not a Netert? So after this, hopefully, there should be YouTube videos, pamphlets, books, sisters representing, and now they'll be able to break down exactly what a Netert is. And hopefully one day my goal is for the explanation of a Netert to come from a female. That would seem to make sense, I hope. But for now, because the Matrix has our women focused on every single astrology, crystal, book, stone, star, flower, this, that, everything except for the most ancient word on the planet that described the supreme female. We got everything: tarot card, the moon, the fifth reversal. What is it called? I don't know what all these different terms are. What is it called when the Mercury regression? Whatever. Everything in the world. Retrograde. Mercury is in the fifth pan of this and sharing the star of the great. You're saying everything except for what AUSET said. Because they taught you to hate AUSET. That's what they taught you. Only like AUSET by taking her, steal her name, but teach nothing that she's taught, represent nothing that is actually coming from the papyrus scribes about what she represented, what an Netert is. So we're going to break that matrix right now, and hopefully this will be an upliftment and an awakening to the females and the female energy out there to finally step up and learn about what you were anciently called before you were called the divine feminine, all these new age terminologies. You were called a Neteret. We're going to get into it right now. Here we go. Let's break it down, everybody. Let me put the question up on the screen. The question is coming from the great female who is very interested. Oh, no, it's coming from a man. The question is coming from... Wait a minute. The question didn't even come from a female? No, it can't be. The question about what an Netert is not coming. The question of what an Netert is not even... The females are not even curious about that question. We're going to change the paradigm, ladies and gentlemen. So coming from not an Netert, but coming from the gentleman, Primordial Thought 9. Let me go ahead and put the put the question on the screen. We're going to give him a big round of applause. We're going to give him a, oh, wait a minute. Primordial, is this one of those questions that you changed into, you changed the question, or did you send a question that said, what is a Netert?
No, I you had asked me, because I actually put a part 2 of Nahum's question about the festivities of the SABA fiends, and I remember you said there was a part that was only part 1, so I wanted part 2, and then so you messaged me and was like, hey, and you kind of elaborated that, and I was like, you know what, just change it to what is a goddess. I was like, what is a Netert? Because I really want to know that, and why I said that because of what you said on the last podcast last week. I didn't want to. I didn't like to use like baby, or when I'm talking to my mate, I didn't like using that. So I thought goddess, or goddess was like a good sound frequency to use. But now I stop. I like when you correct what I'm doing or what I'm saying, because I don't want to continue down the journey of, an illusion and a lie. So I'm like, all right, let's deal with this noun so I can, change that tone and teach my maid what a Netert is, or excuse me, SABA can teach that, and I can just bring that atmosphere around her. So these are things I can teach to my Sats as well. So 2 to you, great SABA. I appreciate you.
That's it. That's why I couldn't find Nino.
Yeah,
that's why I couldn't find the question. I'm here looking for the question. Somebody sent me a question. What is it? Yeah, you sent in the text. So so this all came about because the brother was texting me and telling me about his Netert and his goddess. I believe those are the terms. And when I was texting him back, I was saying, yeah, and your lady, and your lady, and your lady. And I wouldn't call her a Netert. He texted me, my Netert, my goddess did this. I'm like, that's great for your lady to do, your lady. And he's like, wait a minute, how come Sal not responding back? And you're going to see. You're going to see. So here we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the screen the donation that was given from the good brother, Primordial Thought. This is the donation that was given from him for another question, which was the Nahum breakdown part. What is? Hold on. That is very odd. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. I can't expand the screen. Okay. And this is his question right here. Here's the donation. So we're going to give some noise to the good brother right here. He sent $25 for this question, and then the question got changed. So go ahead and give him some big noise, please. We're going to get into this. Give him some big noise, please. And so that question got changed to what is an Netert? What is it? What is an Netert? And Sherry Ka put, it's all matrix titles. for us, sadly. Wife, queen, goddess, you are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. So here we go, everybody. Let's get into it. Welcome to Tehuti Podcast. Ladies, take out your notes. Brothers, take out your notes. Ladies, take out some extra notes because I'm going to give you the foundation of what this was. This is actually a continuation, part 2 of the female Asar. If you all remember, I did a class called the female Asar. Raise your hands if you remember that class, the female Asar. Anybody remember that? Maybe I need to teach it again. Okay, the female, I'm going to teach it again. The female Asar. So that class, the female Asar, was the first introduction as to what a Netert was, and this is going to be another part to it. Like a Tef knows, I have many bags behind me, so this is not even the full part. This is just another part that I want people to memorize. Then maybe there'll be a part 3, and then we'll be able to call our women Neterts, and they will understand and appreciate what it is. It took years for me to even, the ladies that I deal with, forget Netert, forget that word. It took me years, a long period of time, to even call them my mate. To even say, mate, you're my mate. That took they were with me in full relationship mode, and it took a long period of time for me to say the word mate. A long period of time. Netert came way after that. Way after that. So we don't want to be calling people things that if you look at the person, they can't explain why they're being called that. And therefore that diminishes the frequency of the word itself. And the person being called that can't explain it. Why call them that? Here we go, everybody. All right, beautiful Menti, wonderful Atef, the father of fathers, my father maybe. Aten, Tehuti, Menku Ra, primordial thought. Beautiful Bella. Caleb, this is going to help you too. This is a part of it too. Okay, go ahead.
Tua in advance.
Nini Uck, I'm going to make you're going to be even more of a monster. Menti, nobody's able to stop. No, but oh my goodness, you're going to be out there with a sword. Don't talk to me, brother. Who are you?
I know. Bella, you ready for this?
I am ready. Tua song.
Minty's gonna be out there with the samurai sword. What do you say to me, brother?
It's not even fair.
How dare
you?
Fair. I'm creating single people, so eventually when they become unsingle, it will be real. Because all your relationships have been false. The one you're in probably right now is false. So all your relationships have been false. They're all based on the matrix. So we're going to get you out of the matrix so that when you do combine with the person you're supposed to be with, there'll be no matrix involved in that. And then you'll be able to see the person for what they actually are. Your relationships right now are matrix based. No problem, because you can convert the person and yourself out of matrix based and build another foundation. But if it stays matrix based, it's going to crumble even if you think it's not crumbling. So here we go, everybody. Y'all jump in the room. We're going to get into this question here of the Tehuti Pod class. I know this one's going to get super reviews and tips. Here we go. Menti, get your sword out. Caleb, get your foundation out. Here we go, everybody. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get into the question that everybody's been waiting for. What is a Netert? Is it the same as goddess? Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. 99999. Wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Check. Here we go. That was a long break. It was well needed though. Sheshet. There she is. Sheshet. Peace. Okay, we're gonna go into okay, you all can hear me. Great. You all can hear me? Graded at 8. Oh my goodness. Here we go. We'll do a part. I'll probably take a break and then come back and continue. Here we go. All right, let me go ahead and get something up on the screen for everyone. It'd be a nice continued frequency of the frequency. You'll see how it all actually blends right it in. Okay, I see the 9s. You all can hear me. So here we go. I see the 9s. I'm gonna put the timer on, and here we go. The last answer was 1 hour and 36 minutes, and here we go. Boom. Timer is on. I'm gonna shrink this so you all can see it. You all can hear me great. And here we are. What is a Netert? Boom, 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 and boom. What's on the screen? Move this on the screen. How does that look? Can you all see everything? Let me see if everything. Move all that off the screen. Okay. Here we go. All right, boom, here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class, House of ATTON, the last place and class on the planet Earth where you can send in an unlimited, diverse amount of questions of any topic pertaining to the upliftment of consciousness, and you will receive a customized, personalized ebook created for you and taught live on the screen, the only classroom environment where the students control the class by sending in questions with reciprocity, resulting in the entire class being based on your personal question. The question sent in for this section is, what is an Netert? The word, typo there, not war, the word that many translate to as goddess. Is it the same as goddess? So what is an Netert that they have replaced with the word goddess? Well, we see multiple thousands of women using this. Official music video, I am goddess. I am a goddess. Pray for me. I am your God. All different types of people. I am a goddess. Return to the goddess within. Goddess. All type of mockery images, strange images, all type of different races, everybody claiming they are a goddess. They are a goddess. All the way to European women wearing deer horns, even they are a goddess. So there she is. She's a real life goddess with her deer horns on. She is a goddess. So everything is a goddess. All these images, there's no consistency. All of these images, all of these dress codes, everything that you want to be, from dressing like a person out of in Ma'at, to wearing the Statue of Liberty crown, to wearing a fake king crown, to wearing Asian garments, to even European women with deer horns. All of you are goddess. No agreement as to what it actually is. In order to know what a Netert is, we must first know what is a neter. What is neter? So where do we see this word Netert stated by our ancestors who brought this concept to the world? I will take you to the history of creation. Sorry. So where do we see this word Netert stated by our ancestors who brought this concept to the world? I will take you to the history of creation, British Museum papyrus number 10,188. This is a 16.8 foot papyrus under the name of the priest Nesmenu of the time of Wahibri, Pesemtek, son of Necho, 664 BC, the last of the Kemetic Par-ee to rule before the Persian invasion, 525 BC. And here it is right here. History of Creation, British Museum, 16.8 foot papyrus under the priest Nesmenu. There it is, right there. So here's one of the examples where we see this Netert. But what is it exactly? Of the divine God or Neter who creates himself, who is maker of heaven and earth, the breaths of life, fire, the Neterts, mankind, animal, cattle, serpents, birds, and fishes, and of the kings of men and Neteru, who is the one among substances for whom centuries are years, whose names are many, whose way is not known, and whose way even to the Neters are not known, do not know, whose way even to the Neters do not know. Now here's the next one, line 2. Now the goddess Isis was the divine daughter, skilled with words. Here I have an arrow pointing to the word goddess. And I'm going to come to the class right here before I even show this. Just real quick. What is the symbols for the word goddess? Just describe them. What is the symbols? Anybody know? All the goddesses in the house, all the Neterts in the house. What are the symbols of Neterts? Does anybody know? If you don't know, no problem. Because no one that is in this room, well, possibly, we shall see. I'll let everybody type. Who has shown you, outside of the Tehuti pod class, what is the symbol for the word for a Netert? And Nefer Keperet put a serpent. Nefer Keperet, type where did you learn that? Nook put a serpent. Uphorns. Where is that learned? What book is that in? What is the determinative that turns the word neter, or that makes somebody's name a netert? And where did you learn that? You can just put the book or the name of the show or anything. Where did you learn that? Menti put, I don't know. So Nefer Keperet, I learned here. So that means we don't have anybody. There's 70 people viewing. And I promise you, we are a very respectful group, the House of ATTON. We will not disrespect you. We love you. When you come into the room, if you say, I learned this from this book, we applaud it. But there's 71 people watching. And will anybody come into the chat and say, what is the determinative? What is the symbol that makes something a goddess? Anybody's allowed in. What makes something a goddess in the writing? Everybody's using the goddess. I just want to know what makes something a goddess. Sheshayet put, I learned all the knowledge pertaining to Netzer is here and only here. Okay. Wonderful. So here we go, everybody. Let me show you. Because to understand the Terts, we have to see what the symbols are. Step 1. That would make sense. So here we go. Good answers, everybody. That Nefer Keperet put, I learned from my Nesu Annie. Wonderful, wonderful. She learned from Annie. And Annie, you can type where you got that from. But here we go. The Tehuti pod class. So that the word Netert, the symbol for a Netert is a serpent. And I want to know who's teaching that. Because the serpent in the culture that we're surrounded by is a symbol for the devil. Now it's a symbol for the female. Because it originally was the symbol for the female. It was always the symbol. That's one of the symbols for the female. Became now a symbol for the devil. Which they have subconscious female imagery in the wording. Such as Eve as the first woman, sounding like evil. Or such as the first bones called Lucy. And the devil's name being Lucifer. But we're going to get into it, everybody. Here we go. Are you ready? Here we go. We're going to get into it right now. And he said he first learned that in the Jabari debate. When I was in the Jabari debate, I brought out for the first time that the determinative for the Netert is actually the cobra, because I had to bring that out to show Jabari in the audience that Ma'at doesn't have the determinative that you're used to, which is, say, a seated netter. It's a netter that's in a seated position. We're going to get to that in a minute. But the determinative here is actually a serpent, which still makes the thing spoken about of the person a netter. And if you didn't know that, you wouldn't know that Ma'at was one of the netter, because you didn't know the serpent was the determinative for the goddess, or the netter, that they translate to as goddess, the female netert. Good. We have that. Wonderful. We walk through the class with that. Let's continue. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. If you've seen this anywhere else, put the link in the room, put the name in the room. If not, observe time in your life. If this is not the first time in your life, just put the book page number and we're YouTube channel timestamp that's teaching this. So here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go. And we will unite with them. I want to know who my peers are. I want to unite. If not, then we'll just do it right here. Here it is. So here it is. I put the meta-netter under with the transliteration so you all can see where the word netert is. What makes something a netert? So we have eset, esetu, auset. Netter, netert, asetu, aset. So here it is. Here is asetu, the A, S, T, and the U, and here is auset. But the goddess are these symbols right here. 1, 2, 3. Let me see if I can expand that a little more. That's the biggest. 1, 2, 3. There's the cobra. There's 2 other symbols right there. And that makes it a netert. So the aset, aseti, netert, meset. That's the meset right there. Meset, sa'ai. That's it right there. Sa'ai, right here. Sa'ai, right there. And techetu, kak ibs, which is now the goddess Auset was the divine daughter skilled in words, her heart. That's the kat ib right there. So there it is right there. There's the symbols that make something a netert. Those symbols are never shown by anyone who says that they're a goddess. Because they don't want you to associate goddess with those symbols for a particular psyops. Here we go. We see that which makes someone a netter, and a netert, the determinant, which is netert really, there's a T missing, makes someone a netert, has the determinative of an egg and a raised cobra. This symbol right here, the symbol of Araret or Renunet. So the egg and a raised cobra added onto a name makes that person is speaking of a netert. And then there's this symbol here, which is what everybody already knows makes something feminine. So I'm going to wait for a question to be sent in on that, on the true mathematics and science on that. I'm not even going to break that symbol down this class. Here we go. So there is the cobra. So the determinative of what makes something a netert has the determinative of an egg and a raised cobra. Cobra, by the way. Hey, Nana, I'm going to break down Renunet. I wonder if I should bring out Renunet the cobra for this class. Here's the cobra right here. So we see, which makes someone a netert. There's a missing T there. Sorry about that. A netert has the determinative of an egg and a raised cobra. Nice, nice. And the raised cobra goes back to the biological imperative and is the echo theme of raising of the young boy Heru. The name of this Netert and the word for cobra within the Netert determinative was Renunet. That's when we look at the image, we see a cobra-headed woman breastfeeding a child. And this image is called Renunet. You may not ever have seen this before. There's a lot of pretty images of AUSET, but have you ever seen one with a cobra face? So here is the Renunet image. The Renunet image, and there's a cobra face with the baby. You always see Mary or AUSET with the baby sucking from the breast. Did you ever see the cobra face woman? That's the cobra face. That is the Renunet, which AUSET was also a Renunet. She had the cobra raised as a part of her determinative name. The cobra's ability, as seen to raise its head, that's a typo, raise its, funny it says rockets in Atef said I'm going to put you in a rocket, but the cobra's ability seen to rise its head, its head and its upper body became synonymous with ascension and raising up, because the cobra's head's name was Namuz. Typo there, not coronas. Cobra's head name was Namuz, which is actually where they got coronas from. The coronas, the Namuz, coronas meaning crown, light crown. It was called the light crown, the Namuz, which was the expanded cobra head, which it attained because only the upper part and head was seen to rise and expand. It became associated with the rising of consciousness. That's why I've shown you the determinative in the name, and now I'll show you the determinative in the name Tefnut. The same egg with the cobra rising up. With the cobra makes it the word Netert. So here it is, a typo there. So here it is. And we notice that both of these lines from these two different stories start off with Ra creating, and after Ra creating, it starts mentioning the female. Here it is right here. For I have laid foundation of things by Ma'at. That is the Ma'at representing the foundation. That is your standard, what you stand on. That's the foundation of things. And I made everything which had form. I was then one by myself. I had not emitted from myself the Neter Shu. I had not spit out from myself. The goddess Tefnut. So what do we see here for the goddess Tefnut? I had not Asheshna. That's the Ashesh right there. Asheshna. M, which is the form, or which is that which is Shu. In, which is not. Tefa, with Tefna, which is where you get the word Tefnut from. Emitted out Tefnut. So there is the Tef N, that's the Ta symbol. There's the F, and there's the NT, and there's the egg again. And there's the Neter symbol that everybody's familiar with. There's the Netert symbol that everybody is familiar with. But there's the egg again. So within the AUSET Neter determinative, we have the egg and the cobra. And here we have the egg again. And here's the image of Tefnut. And people always say to me, well, how could that be a woman? The woman had the tiger, the lion's head. The lion head woman, there's no woman with a lion's head. Well, here she is without the lion's head. There's Tefnut right there without the lion's head. So sometimes our ancestors show themselves as animal forms, and sometimes they show themselves without the animal forms. But there is Tefnut, Sekhmet, without the lion's head right there. Okay? So that is the word Tefnut. There is the egg right there. We see the determinative for Netert's goddess is a woman in a seated position and an egg. The egg is the primordial symbol for biological imperative as a palindrome polarity, or life and death, or life, death, and rebirth, as the birth egg is white and the flax used to wrap the mummy of the deceased starts off green, symbolizing life, uwajet, chlorophyll, then turns white, the color, for the rebirth of the par EE. So thus you see a SAR in the white, and he's called the sahut, the same word for egg. And there is the waterfowl egg that the people of the Nile Valley would see as the bird with the waterproof skin that could be under the water and then burst out and fly up into the air, as Ra appears to burst out of the waters in the horizon and fly up into the air and is reborn. But the color is white, and it represents the birth egg, the sahut, the egg, the same word for mummy, the sahut. So thus you see a sar in the white so-called mummification garment, and he's in green. But the mummification garment flax started off as green, and then it turns white. So now he's wrapped in the sahut, the egg, which the Kemetians would see along the Nile Valley as white. So it was the white egg. So the egg was a biological imperative, palindrome polarity, going both ways. A palindrome is a word that if you read it to the right or to the left, it's the same word. So thus it's its own polar opposite within the same word. Well, palindromes don't just exist within words. They exist within all can you go in. It's the death, and death and life is the same thing. So that is a symbolic palindrome, the egg. It is death and life, that which gives birth. Everything starts off as an egg, even a person. And then you're wrapped up in the same egg after you die, as mummification. The white egg and the white wrapping for the rebirth of Osiris. Yes, Osiris. Tehuti, his name wasn't Osiris, his name was Asar. You get with the Greek and the Osiris. His name was Osiris. The rebirth of Osiris, and the ancient word for goddess, Netert. And the Netert is in the seat position. Who is the Netert? So we see, we'll go back, familiar with, is Netert in a seated position. This is the one that Jabari knew about in the debate, or that I believe his wife helped him out with, actually. I think she came in and on this topic and helped him with this. Well, I remember, go back and watch the debate, but here is the Netert symbol. And it's also the Neter symbol. It's a person seated. So sometimes you'll see right here. Here is the same. Here's the symbol. And then we go over to who's spitting. It is Ra spitting as Shu. So Ra spitting in the form of Shu. And there's the same seated position. Male with the beard. Male with the beard. As the Neter determinative that everybody knows. And there is the female. And there is Tefnut in the same position. And there's the determinative. So why is that the symbol for the Neter? The white egg and the white wrapping for the rebirth of Osiris. Yes, Osiris is the ancient word for goddess, which is Netert. And the Netert is in a seat position. Who is the Netert that aided the conscious resurrection rebirth of Osiris? You all know it because we just did a class on love. So you know that it is AUSET. Let me take you to chapter 17 of the Per Emharu. And who do we see? There's the image of AUSET. Yes. Chapter 17 of the Per Emharu. and it says Heket. Heket M, Neteru, Heru, Pu, see Auset, which is to rule amongst the Neteru. And now we see Neteru as 3 axe symbols that I taught you about. Amongst the Neteru, Heru, there's a seated position, is the son of Auset. So there is the egg again, and the raised cobra again. And Heru is the son of Auset. So I asked over here, the white egg and the white wrapping for the rebirth of Osiris is in the ancient word for goddess Netert. And Netert is in a seat position. Who is the Netert that aided the consciousness and resurrection of Osiris? Of course, Auset. Because she resurrected Osiris in order to give birth to Heru. So Heru is the son of Isis, or Auset. Okay, we see the same, after Auset's name, we see the same egg, we see the same raised cobra of the Renunet. Why is that? It's blurry, hold on. Because Renunet is the symbol of the woman who is a raised cobra, because she's the one that also raises the child. The only way that a child can survive is if a woman raises the child up to her breast. If the woman doesn't raise the child up, literally, the child never gets breast milk. Because unlike other animals that lay down on the ground like a pig, and the other pigs just come, the baby pigs come and drink, human hominids don't lay down on the ground. They stand up and they raise the child up to the breast. That was the original child raising. Yes, Auset, but wait. I did not show you the rest of the sentence in that line. Guess what the other translation for the word Auset is? Here's the rest of the line, everybody. Remember that line? To rule amongst the gods is Heru, son of Auset. See the word Auset there? What does the rest of the line say? He was appointed to rule in the seat. Uh-oh. There's seat. And there's Auset. Wait a minute. It looks like the same word. Boom. The actual determinative for a Netert is interchangeable with the name of her which resurrected Asar. But why is Netert interchangeable with the word seat? That's a typo. I will reveal this shortly after I will show you what exact type of seat this is and how this ties into the most popular symbol for you that you know the word Netert that you know Netert is, which is this right here. How does the seat and how does all that tie into this? So, the exact type of seat, I'll show you that shortly, and how this ties into the most popular symbol for what you know is the word Netert. For what you know as the Netert, which is this. What is that we're looking at? How is this symbol tying to being a goddess or a Netert? Let's go further back to the time of the origin of this. Let's go to where we can see on the actual wall of the Akhmer, that's the raised or step pyramid as they call it, that is being called the step pyramid of 2400 BC. Let me take you to the 7th line of the antechamber east gable, that's cable typo, east gable, utterance 273 to 275. Let's go right here. Antechamber east gable, 7th line right here. And what do we see there when we blow it up? When I blow it up, we see the Netert symbol, the Neter symbol. And there it is right there. And Netert, the gods, lords of the offering, examineth the list of offerings. There's the Neter symbol right there. So, Tehuti, how does the how does this symbol, the Netert symbol, tie into being a goddess or an Netert? How does that tie in? What is that? But what is that exactly, and how does that tie into biological imperative? For that, we have to go back even further than 2400 BC to some 500,000 years ago, to even 3.3 million years ago in the Nile Valley. Now found, the typo, no, now found in the Peachtree Museum. And I show this. This is 500,000 years ago. What are these things? These are the ancient axes found along the Nile. One at the bottom is 250,000 years ago to 90,000 years ago, found in Kemet. This one right here. These other brown ones, 500,000 years ago to 2.2 million years ago, or 3.3 million years ago. Some people were carving these stones and utilizing them as axes for survival. You can find these now, well, in multiple museums, but you can find them in the Peachtree Museum. The oldest tool that was found in the Nile Valley. And eventually, adding a stick to the end, creating leverage and safety. That's what I broke down on the Netert show. They added a stick to the end eventually because that created leverage for a better swing and safety by keeping your hand away from the object or animal being struck. And that resulted in this. The ancient axe, which was called a Netert. As we can see in the Luxor Museum, 1549 BC. That became this. From the physical axe to the ceremonial axe and the golden gilded axe in the Louvre Museum, 1549. Some of these were used as weapons. Some of these more attractive ones were not even used as weapons. They just told a story. And it was on the ancient symbol that was called a Netert. So this is a Netert. This is a Netert. That's what an actual Netert is. It's a physical object. As you can see, it's a symbol of biological imperative. So what is the difference between the word Netert and Netert? What's the difference between Netert and Netert? And now to the story of AUSET. Remember that the determinative symbol, as they call it for the goddess, or the Netert, has a T on it, and it's in a seated position that determines the female, a Netert. So here it is again. There's the egg. There's the raised cobra. Guess what that position actually is? That makes the determination of a Netert. Let me take you to the temple of Kamambo, and now you will learn here for the first time. You will learn here on this date, January 20th, 2024, for the first time here on the Tehuti podcast, what that determinative actually is. So these determinatives that you're seeing, you see that right there, that everybody's popularizing? The determinative for the word God or Netert is this person in the seated position. You see that? And then you have over here Tefnut, the same thing in the seated position. Why are they in the seated position, and how does the seated position represent a Netert? A Netert. How? Why? Because when you sit down, are your legs like that? Huh? Is that how you sit? Is that how you sit? Is that how you sit? You all sit like that? Huh? Take a picture of yourself sitting like that on a chair. Is that how you sit? Why is that particular symbol the symbol for a supreme god or goddess? Or in this case, since we're talking about goddess, a Netert. Why is that? It always shows the Netert in the seated position, but it's very odd. It looks uncomfortable. ETT put representing the baboon. We're getting somewhere. It's representing the baboon. So that's the scribe. Let me go ahead and bring some clarity to that. First of all, ETT, very good input. So the scribe position is the baboon for its wisdom. And it looks like a thinking man because it represents the animal of Tehuti. But this particular one, this profile with the knees up, there's never a book there. There's never a papyrus there. There's never a pen in hand. Sometimes there's no hands. There's just a body with the feet like that. And it applies to Neterts and Neterts that are not scribes. So this particular one that actually denotes all of the so-called gods, this one is not the scribal position because there are several Neters and Neterts that don't write anything. The particular position that represents the scribe, that's the one particular for the scribe. That's the baboon one. So you're right. There is one that is a baboon one, and it's either one with one knee up or two knees up, and it's facing you with the scribal board, or they're writing papyrus over the knees, and that is the iconography for the scribe. But this one is applying to Neters that have never logged as writing anything, and it seems to be brush across all of them. Tehuti, who's a scribe, has one. Sekhmet, who's not a scribe, has one. Taweret has that image. Sobek, who's not a scribe. So what is this particular one? I'm going to teach you here for the very first time in the Tehuti Pod class. Are you ready? What exactly is the symbol that's making something a Netert or a Neter? Ready, everybody? Let me take you to the temple of Kamambo. And what do we see? There it is. What's happening right here? If you see anyone has ever taught you or brought you to this particular image as the position seating that describes what a Netert is or a Neter, please put the link in the room. Please put the date they taught it. Please put the book. I want to know, because we have all these we have Kemetic teachers that don't seem to be teaching what's actually the beliefs of the people actually are, the teachings of the people. Here is the symbol of a woman with her legs up in this, it seems, uncomfortable position that normal people wouldn't sit in this position, especially if you didn't have any back support and you were in this position. Your front legs would actually simultaneously push you backwards. It'd be actually very uncomfortable. But we see the Neters in this position with their knees up. And that's what the determinative of what makes something a god. But what is this? What makes something a Neter? This is called the birthing seat. The birthing seat. Now when we look at it from the front, it makes more sense to us. We see the two birthing Netert energies, two birthing Netert symbols of Het Heru surrounding the woman, and there's a baby coming out. That's when we look at the word. Do you see the baby coming out? That's the position. You see that? It's the Mesit position. children, raising a family. It's the birthing position. The original determinative. Let me come to the room. The popular determinative that everybody says makes something a god or a supreme being, the Netert, or the Netert real, or the principles. They're in the birthing position of the female as a standard for what makes the supreme being, because that's where life comes out of. The Netert symbol, that one, by itself, without the beard, represents the female's original ability to echo biological imperative by echoing herself through birthing. So it is your symbol of birthing that actually determines what an actual Neteru is with that determinative. But you would never know that if you think you're supposed to have a baby on your back. So the Matrix switches that. Just like they switched the Asar Aset till death do us part, and the story of Asar and Aset begins with the death, till death bring us together. We continue past death. We raise up the Dejed in the Marie the love. Now you're falling in love. I feel like I'm falling in love. Why are you falling? I don't want to fall in love. And now the birthing, which makes you the incarnation of that, of the Vesica Pisces, the same thing that echoes out the cell shape and the death and birth of a star, positioned you in that position. So they reverse it, they take it and get you out of that position. Now you're on your back screaming, "Ah! I got all these pains," screaming. I don't hear about anybody screaming in Kemet. They're in that position with the knees up, because that is the position you are in when you become a creator. As the Netert. And thus all creators are actually represented by the female position first. The determinative for all the Neters starts with the female position of birthing, because the men couldn't birth. So even though you had male Neters on the touchable physical plane, when you looked with your eyes to see where life actually comes from, it's actually coming out of the woman, literally. So that's her symbol determines what a supreme being is. As fertility, biological imperative. Say it can't be a lesbian. I'm a lesbian goddess. The goddess of the feminine principle. Just have women around you, and we are the lesbian Neterts. Have a baby then. I can't. Without being injected with a sperm. That doesn't come from another woman. You know how many lesbians call themselves goddesses? Thousands, everybody. One of the main people that went on the Netert show. Thousands leading organized movements. And they're lesbians and they're goddesses. You can be a lesbian goddess. You just can't be a lesbian Netert. Not if the determinative is the result of you being involved with a male to give birth to a Heru. Right there is a split between goddess and Netert. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. I hope you're understanding. Some people may say, Well, but it was the male that injected the sperm in the woman. Some people may say that. I've heard that before. That is true. That's the end of the story that you see with your eyes. When you see life coming out of another life, when you see it coming out into your hands that you can hold, when it starts to come out, and that begins the relationship that the baby can have with you. When you look with your eyes and you see a woman's legs open and there's another life bursting out of it, that's what the life is coming out of. Not what got it in there. It's the life is coming out of that. But it can only come out of that if you're in a healthy position. Because you could be in a bad position and kill the baby during birth. No matter how good the man put it in there. Man put it in there good. He put that sperm in there, good sperm. Got some good sperm in that. But if the woman does not position herself in a healthy position or take care of herself after the male is gone hunting every day, day in, day out, if she's not taking care of herself and she's not in a proper position, the baby can actually die no matter how good the sperm is. So what you see with your eyes is life coming out of the woman, just like you see with your eyes Ra, the sun, coming out from the horizon. So there's a description of Ra coming out of the horizon. Even though somebody may say, but you see what happened is 554 million tons of hydrogen became 550 million tons of helium, and they rubbed together and exploded, causing the Big Bang. That's actually what created the sun. Yes, that's what created the sun. But when you see it begin your day, you see a sun bursting out of the horizon, and then you begin your day, regardless of 554 million tons of... So there was a symbol for different things that we saw happening in front of us. And there were symbols for the hidden things that you didn't see. And that's the male class. I've already taught that one. This one is the Netert class. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. Let's continue. So the whole principle of what made someone a Netert was actually the female's position. Her position. The AUSET's name was the same as the word seat. The thing that the Pharaoh sat on to make him a king. He's in the royal seat. The word seat is AUSET, the woman herself. Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Here we go. Ready? And then sideways. There's the baby coming out. Right there. But the woman is in a seated position. Sometimes you see the Netert with her knees up, down. Most of the time you see it with up, but it's always in this seated position because it represents this position right here. That's the birthing seat. Why? Because creative energy is birthing energy. Boom. The actual symbols that make the oldest word for goddess, Netert, is biological imperative on the electron physical side, and bion imperative, the imbuement of immortality through Ma'at, imbuing the story of Osiris with her psyche and DNA, much different than this. Much different than this. The real life goddess, and you got the deer horns on. No. A lot of different than this. Isn't it much different than this? Would you say? Would you say everything you've learned today is a lot different than what this lady is representing? Absolutely, because these are mockeries. These are mockeries. That's why they can't use the word Netert. But goddess is English. No, it's not. The word goddess did not come from England. These words are not English words. English words are words that come from England. We use several words that come from multiple different languages, and we're speaking them, giving the praise. Imagine let me break this matrix for you. Let me tell you how the white supremacy matrix works. Imagine you can take a bunch of different languages from all different cultures, all different meanings, etymologies, from India, China, and you take all of them, and then you give it credit to a white country. You give it credit to a bunch of white Englishmen. You're taking all these words that you took from all these other countries and cultures, and you're saying, this is English. No matter where it came from, no matter what it is, it belongs to England. Us Englishmen, we own this. All of these words that came from all these other cultures, it belongs to us. It doesn't matter if they come from Sanskrit. It's English now, buddy. It's from England now. We claim it. We own it. That is one of the most utmost aspects of the matrix of white supremacy. That you can take several words, still keep them, some of them as the exact words that they were. You don't even change them. And now they all belong to England. No, sir. No, reality doesn't work like that. They don't belong to you, European man. England creates English. They're created by Englishmen. If these words show, and this is this word coming from Old Greek, Old Sanskrit, Old this, Old that, Old Latin, Old this, Old that, Old the Hebrew, the Arabic, and then it's not an English word. You can't claim it. I'm sorry. Why? Because Ka, the spirit, is now in the English dictionary. Is it English now? Yes. The word Ka, Ka, is in the English dictionary, meaning spirit. Ka, the word that existed, 2400 BC with the pyramid text, that was the word for spirit, is now in an English dictionary. So thus, is Ka now an English word? No, you can't claim everybody's culture and give it to English people like the English people are some mastermind people. No, not at all. That is a heavy part of the matrix. So we're going to break this matrix right now. That is why you're here at the Tehuti pod class. So the science was to remove the embedded culture story, the story that was embedded in the culture of AUSET and Asar, and the discipline to reach immortality, replacing the word Netert with just this lazy word goddess, which could literally apply to anybody. There's no accountability to any specific form of culture, no type of hard discipline from the immortal embedding of biological imperative and Ma'at and the seed of AUSET. Basically, Nicki Minaj is a goddess. In this culture, she's a goddess. She's a diva. They call themselves that. I'm the goddess diva. So Nicki Minaj is a goddess. Megan Thee Stallion is a goddess here. None of this has anything to do with what we're talking about today. So goddess is a loose term that can apply to anybody. No, ask anybody, what is the discipline that applies to a goddess? You know what will happen? When they give you the discipline that applies to their form of a goddess, go to the next person beside them and say, excuse me, ma'am, what's the discipline of a goddess? They'll give you a completely different answer. Then go to Jamaica and say, hey, Jamaican Rasta woman, what's the definition of a goddess? They'll give you a whole nother, what's the discipline life of a goddess? They'll give you a whole nother, and you go to somebody in Brooklyn, somebody in Thailand, and everybody has this. So therefore, goddess has no definition. You can be anything and be a god, which represents life and death and rebirth and preservation for the birth is a Netert. And guess how the Netert acts is shown at times? What is this? Why does the Netert act shown like that? That I showed you originally like that? The axe, boom. The axe is wrapped as the mummy, denoting the biological imperative and life after death as the axe, symbol of biological imperative for survival in life, and is wrapped up in what's called the mummification process, representing a rebirth. Again, biological imperative on both levels, the biological side and the bion non-physical side, for the birth into the afterlife, as represented and personified through the Neterts, who is the feminine manifestation of the axe. that which gives life, but that which is loyal to protect her male in Ma'at. And remember, Tefnat Sekhmet, whose symbol I showed you to define being a Netert, well, yes, she represents the same palindrome. Let's go to the writings of Ankh Shesh Ankh. So, this mummification process, when you're mummified, and the sahut, that's the real word for it, is the same word for egg. That is what takes place inside of a woman. Males do not have eggs. So when the mummy is wrapped up as a sahut, called an egg, the egg is what takes place in the woman and comes out of a woman. It comes out of the female duck, and it's also within a female woman. You fertilize her eggs. So when you see the mummy wrapped up in the white and the Netert symbol wrapped up in the white, it represents something about to be rebirthed out of an egg, which is the feminine aspect again. So the Netert symbol, even the axe wrapped up like this, goes back to the mummification of an egg, which is feminine because eggs don't come out of a male. So whether it's a Netert symbol of the seated position in the birthing position, or it's a Netert symbol with the wrapped mummification, it's wrapped in the same thing that represents the egg. It's literally called the sahut, the egg, which all takes place in the mummy, in the female. You fertilize the woman's egg, and then the egg, and then it evolves into the baby, and then the woman gives birth to the baby. All of a feminine aspect. So the Netaru understood that the feminine birthing aspect was the aspect that you always had to use to represent divinity. Woo! So the palindrome, because the axe is a symbol of life, it protects you, but it's also used to kill, is the same thing for the female. So the female, in the writings of Ankh Shesh Ankh, he was a political prisoner. It shows Sekhmet having both natures. When a man smells pleasant of myrrh, his wife is like a cat before him. But when a man is hurt, his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. What is the definition? What is the difference between a cat and a lioness? The cat is the one that purrs and cuddles with you. Your pet cat. It purrs with you, it cuddles with you, it's your pet, it lives around you. The lioness is a protective, violent animal that actually goes out and does the hunting and represents the protection of the male, just as AUSET did everything she could, including fighting, to protect her male. So it was the palindrome, the duality of beauty and the fierce protection duality in one. That's why it says the female becomes like a lioness. Who's the lioness? Sekhmet. And thus, just as the Netert axe brings life, food, protection, the Netert is to echo that as the embodiment of protection, healing here, and the energy to sustain you in your rebirth and in the afterlife, which needs death to occur, and thus the Netert word, mother, which is that which brings you life. What was the other definition of mother in the Medu Neter? The word mother is mut, that which brings you life and truth. Mother, you see that right there? Met. Met is mother right there. It's also met, it's also mut. It's all the same. And there it says mother, which is mut. And then down here it says met, which is to die, dead. And right underneath it, mut. That is the palindrome of the female, because she births you in the physical realm, making her a Netert. And in the realm of the Netert Kurt, you can only reach there after you die. So you can be rebirthed again. And that's why the Per Em Haru is filled with women assisting you in the afterlife, giving birth to you there. So the female is symbolic of the palindrome of both life and death, bringing you life in the realm of the physical and bringing you life in the hereafter after you die. So she is the Netert symbol of the wrapped axe, which brings life and death, and the Netert symbol of the position with your knees up, which is the birthing seat, bringing you life. That was even used to represent the male Neterts, because the honor was given to what the female does. They had no problem with that. Boom. And remember, Renunet symbol in AUSET's determinative for the word Netert. Remember that symbol right there? There's a Renunet right there. Then I'm going to take a slight break after this. Remember that symbol right there? That Renunet determination, that which makes one a Netert, combined with the power of word and resurrecting the deceased, is also synonymous with healing, which is the ability to raise someone from a dying state back to a living state through healing. But how was AUSET able to do so? How was she able to do so as a netter? She healed Heru. This is found in Miriam Lithium, Volume 2, page 219. After Heru's eyes were removed, AUSET found him. Open your eyes. May I put this milk in it? Open his eyes. She put the milk in it. She put it in the right eye. She put it in the left eye. She said to him, open your eyes. She opened the eyes, looked at them, and found them healed. How was the healing done? Outside of just using the milk, thy sister AUSET acted as a protectress. Remember that word? Protectress. Protectress, the same word for love. Nechem. Protectress to thee. She drove thy enemies away, like the lioness, like the great defender. She averted seasons of calamity from thee. She recited the word or formula with magical power of her mouth. Being skilled of tongue and never halting for a word. Being perfect in command with the word. AUSET, the magician avenger, avenged her brother. She was healing and doing things with the word, with sound vibration. Birth of Horus, and then I'm going to take a break after this. We're going to get into sound vibration healing. Told was the consistent protectress of her brother. She drove away the fiends that wanted to attack him and kept them out of his shrine and tomb. She guarded him from all accidents. How were these things done? All these things she did by means of spells and incantation. Large numbers which were known to her by her power as the witch goddess. Her mouth was trained to perfection, and she made no mistake in pronouncing spells, and her tongue was skilled. And I'm going to take a break right here for a moment. So the Netert energy of AUSET was healing things with physical objects, prescription and things that she created, but it was also controlling things, all of these things, with words and sound vibration. When I come back, we're going to get into how the sound vibration ties into Renunet, also making someone an Netert. I'm going to put the link in the room and take a break right here because it has been 1 hour and 3 minutes. I have to take a little break, splash some water on me. We're going to come back. I'm going to put the link in the room here. I've been teaching for hours, and we're going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in, and then I can take a little break and then come back. We'll do a couple more donations and get right back into this answer. I'm going to stop right here. That was 1 hour and 4 minutes. So there's a link in the room for the team to jump in. I got to drink some water, splash some water on myself. This is, I've been here in the pod class since 3 o'clock. It's 9:21 now. Let me take a little break and come back. And when I come back, we will finish this off and we'll get into the support and donations for this and what was given before this even started. So where's the team right here to jump in? Always be ready. They say be ready, you won't have to get ready. So Nook Nook says to SABA. I'm glad you enjoy it. We're still going. Sheshet put hearts. Attend Tehuti. How you doing, good brother? You liking this so far? How you doing?
Hotep. Yes, I'm doing excellent. So many things happening at once. That again, back to love. I love it. I love how these words and the story that's being told throughout the pod class is very calculative and beautiful, the way that you do that. And teaching, and that's one thing I learned early once I very first started listening to you and hearing you teach and speak, was that what people are teaching, they're just making it up as they go.
Right, I'm listening.
Okay, yes. And I learned that real early, because that question that you posed was, what did the ancient people say themselves? And it's ever since that, that really completely pulled me out of the matrix and took my ability to be able to discern to the highest level, was because of that question. And this is a very powerful class, and showing the determinatives for the Netert and the Netert, which we see those determinatives on the Neters, but we also see them on just everyone who's on the papyruses. So when I realized that and learned that, I'm like, why are these people saying that? But I understand, now, and just the matrix that people and the uncomfortability that people have, because they cannot conceptualize the teachings themselves. So Tua for this and what you brought forward so far, and the Netert was the last word on my last class, was the last word I showed. And that's the kind of a word I've been focused on, and it's also be a small part of my class tomorrow too, that no one has ever talked about what that word means and the context I'm gonna use it in. So I love how our classes do this every time. So to our great SABA.
Nini Uk, and we'll see what happens now. This is why the people will not get on the panel with me, because of things like this type of, who in the world knew that the determinative that they've been talking about all the time, that means the netter, for the men and women, go back to a woman giving birth in that position, that it's the woman giving birth actually what determines what a god is. That's the determinative, is the woman with her knees up giving birth in the same position. So peace Menti, peace Primordial. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'll be right back. And I hope you guys are enjoying this, because this is
great.
I can't even see that we're 7 hours in. We're 7 hours in, so can you all hear me still?
You're a little choppy, but we can hear you.
Let me see something. Let me see the How about now? Can you hear me okay? I'm okay?
Yeah, you're good, SABA.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna take a break and recover myself, resurrect myself, and then come back so we can finish this off. I'm glad you all really appreciate this. This would mean nothing to the average person. So I love you all. I'll be right back. Peace for now.
Yes. Hotep. Oh, and yes, in the Jabari debate where he showed that everyone should go back after this class and rewatch that and see how much from the last time you've watched it versus now after this class, what all SABA was doing in that class. And another thing that got brought up in that debate was that the determinatives, because they was debating about the snake, the serpent, and whether or not it makes a sound. And he just completely gave a class on the symbol, right, for the Netert, and that's the sound it makes, is Netert. So just another beautiful thing. And, yes, and what he teaches and what he brings forth, it's just beautiful. So hope everyone's taking notes, especially the ladies, taking your notes and doing what's necessary. So peace and love. Hotep.
Hotep, yes, I'm always taking notes. Nobody's teaching this information. I haven't heard this information taught anywhere on any platform. I haven't even came across it in any of my studies in my books. So this is great.
Yes, you and you won't hear it nowhere or see too much. You'll see the basic. Yeah, the cobra is the determinant for the goddess, but why, right? And how he just showed us the birthing symbol, and I don't know if you even know this, Minty Hotep, the image that you sent me. That's exactly what.
Okay.
Well, I may show it. in the class tomorrow. But it's just so many synchronicity. Netert here, so it's just beautiful. Let's go to the other lady here and see how she's feeling about the Netert class. Peace, Bella.
Peace. I hope you can hear me this time.
Yes, we can hear you good.
Yeah, you're clear now.
Okay, good. I love it. I love everything that SABA is teaching, especially this, because it helps me grow and as a female and in Ma'at. So I'm very happy about that, and I'm glad I can share it with other females that are listening to him. And I love that he's teaching, because a lot of children can look up to him and see all this, and instead of starting their minds off at a young age with bad things, they can bring Ma'at into their minds and grow from there. So yeah, so
I agree. I think a lot of the times people just start to make up their own stories and be like, I feel like this means this, and then get trapped in not being able to learn anything else from what everybody has intuition, but I think sometimes we have to allow ourselves to take a step back and learn the actual meanings of things.
Yes, that's 1000% correct, and that's what SABA Tehuti has unlocked in those of us who are here and taking in the information, is because prior to coming into Ma'at and fully learning about, because that's what the conscious matrix teaches, right? So you can still hone in on that, on expanding your intuition and all of those things, and but when you have something solidified, you merge them, and you have a much more accurate assessment and a much more accurate finalization of whatever you come to, because you're able to filter it because that's what we're doing is filtering, and it's just a beautiful thing. So yes, those are Nefer words. Look at Primordial Thought 9. He's looking out in Ursa Major right now. He's peace, good brother. How you feeling? How you doing?
Peace and love, good on me.
They caught you right there.
I'm telling you, I gaze out because my mind is just going right. Like I'm still fascinated by the part where Saba just read the last part, saying how she was fighting off the fiends with her spells and incantations. She's actually protecting. That in itself is a whole class just in general, and for AUSET to be called a magician herself, that just takes it to a whole nother level, right? It's one thing to give life and to bring life here on this earth, which is an amazing gift to have. But to see that, to read that, and to try to put in your mind what she was doing to fight off the fiends, that was and so I was not even in Tehuti Overdrive yet. Like it's like he just getting started. So I'm really excited listening to this question, because it's opening parts of me that expands my consciousness. So peace and love to the great Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra.
Yes, this is I love what he's reading right now, because it's very powerful and really teaches, how important what you say and your words and what they're doing, and when you're conscious of that, the power that you use against yourself when you don't know what you're saying. And this story right here that he's reading is HEKA. Minku Ara, Mary Ma'at. What's going on? What's going on, good brother?
Peace and love. It's so powerful. I especially love teachings that Saba do that connects to identity. And what that does is it forces people to sink or swim, because he brings so much truth. And for the people that have decided to hold on to the past or the lie, there's no rebirth in that. And so he brings forth so much truth. It's just it causes you to be really vulnerable, right? So everything that we thought that we knew, once you find out that is no longer true, you have a decision to make. And everything that you used to hold on to has to be let go. And so I love that so much. And for me, I was willing to surrender a long time ago. And so, just listening and following and seeing what he brings forth, there's nothing he's not willing to address. And that is very powerful. He is not afraid to address white supremacy. He is not afraid to go against the conscious community. He is not afraid of anything. And so I love how he shows the ancestral artifacts. Like, he showed the Netert axe from, what did he say, 500,000 years ago? That's crazy, right? And then I love how he showed the Netert axe and how that fixed into the equation. And it's just it's just really powerful because I love every day is a rebirth, right? I love how SABA helps me to come into truth and let go of the lie, and for me to, you know, face our true identity is really powerful. And so I'm not holding on to anything that is not valuable, that is not true. I'm willing to let it go. If I have to lose everything and start all over from scratch, then that's just how it's got to be. And that's what these teachings are. It's a rebirth. It's like saying, man, I don't know. Everything that I thought I knew is not true.
Well, welcome to the club.
So it's just really powerful because, like, you know, like you said, just because you're a certain age, in actuality, you're just a baby, right? Like he was talking about the guy that needed all the attention. And so I'm willing, I can learn and play my position and be in information without needing any attention at all. So it's really powerful what SABA is doing. You're forced to either transform, sink, or swim. So I just love the teachings that he's doing tonight, but it's the consistency per usual. It's what he does, and it's very powerful.
I don't think I've heard of too many people, really anybody outside of the podcast, say what you just said, and is looking forward to breaking everything back down. And people, you said, I'm ready to let everything go. Everyone wants to hold on to what they have for dear life and not let it go at all. So that's what my art is doing for us, and I'm right there with you. I feel the same exact way, and I think that's why we've been able to come so far in a short period of time, because of willing to let go of the ISFET and the lies, you know. So Henu to you for saying that, and, you know, speaking that into the consciousness of people, because people need to say that more for sure.
Yo, it reminded earlier, I put it in the chat too. Reminded me of a Heavy D song. Now that we found love, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with it? You know, now that we found this love, now that we're in this energy, what are you gonna do? Like, everything from the past has to go. The ego has to go.
Tell you,
the ego has to go.
I'll tell you, we're definitely not gonna fall off the stage like Trouble T-Roy.
That's I like that.
We're not falling off stage. I mean, it's very, very beautiful that you said that.
He fell off the second story at a mall and died. So it wasn't a stage. But I see what you're saying, though. I definitely see what you're saying. Because this is, you have to it's very transformative, right? It causes for a rebirth. Like, you have the truth now. What are you gonna do with it? So, you know, there's no shucking and jiving. Like, he's in it.
In the process of letting everything fall away, that's where the real growth and expansion is. That's where the real power is. That's when you come into alignment with the people and the places and the situations that you're truly meant to have. I think when we hold on to these things and the old identities that we've outgrown, that's when we get stuck in the matrix, and that's when we get stuck in not being able to obtain the true power.
Yeah.
So that's beautiful that these things fall away.
Yeah, it's the mask that a lot of people wear. They all want to take that mask off. That identity is what they have had for so long, but it's not worth anything.
Yeah, I think it's great. Like, right now, we're at a really important shift, and I feel like a lot of consciousness is being shifted over, even with SABA being on Netert last week, with the brothers coming forth and being like, you know, I'm apologizing to him and letting him know that, you know, you are the teacher, because he is the only one. He's the only one out there. And, you know, we have some new people in the chat that have probably came from Netert. So I think it says a lot about the shift of consciousness that we're in right now, that a lot of people are letting these things fall away. And that's the thing, you have to let them fall away, because the ancestors will remove these things for you. You just have to allow it to happen.
Yes, absolutely. Nene AUSET Mur, Henu, and Tua to you. She says, stay tuned for the rest of the great mind-blowing answers again and again. As Saba says. Yes, absolutely. Yes, Henu to the wonderful Nani AUSET Mur, Anki and Ma'at as well. I seen her her son messaging earlier. Henu to you and to Titi Amun, you know, for what you all are doing that no one sees. So we give you the highest praise for standing and being who you are in this class and being a reflection of that. So to all of you. So yes, continue to support the Tehuti podcast. Send in your questions. New people who are here watching for the first time. Those of you who are watching on the playback, continue to send in your support. Send in your questions. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. So as soon as you look at the live chat, if you look at the very top, the links are posted there, and they're also posted in the bio for you all to utilize. And you can use this if you're watching on the TV or on a computer. Just scan these QR codes and it'll take you to the links. And these answers that we're receiving from the Great Saba is because of the questions that's being asked. And I know the great brother Primordial Thought 9 is the one who brought this up, and I know you you ask questions and then he'll answer it, and then you'll add more and switch it again, and I love it because now you know this is the result of that.
Yeah, it feels like a scam. Still can't get over that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Well, I think that just sets the people apart that are here to learn or are here for, you know, alternative reasons, whatever that reason is. But I love being here because we're like the cream of the crop, for whatever that means. But I think everybody knows the point that I'm trying to make is that we're the ones that have stuck through all of, like, from day ones. I think a lot of us are day ones, and the ones that didn't make it got caught up in the ISFET, and it's too bad. But Saba's fearlessness and his continuing willingness to show up, you know, hopefully they will get pulled back in and the ISFET will get sucked out of them. But it's all a healing process, and we're all healing. Yeah, we're here, and we're the best. What she said.
Yes.
It's a privilege. Okay. It's a privilege to be here. It's a privilege to be to sit right here in front of Saba and learn. So regardless of how people feel, whether they feel it's a scam or not, or whatever it's that they got going on, eventually being around Saba he slowly showed you your SFET that you got to deal with. So if you can't deal with that, then you're on the wrong path anyway. So this is not for you. So I appreciate you, Saba, for all the tough love, all the, everything that you're putting in, all of this. I appreciate you, Saba. That's gratitude.
Welcome back, Saba.
Yes, thank you, Primordial, and thank you for welcoming me back. Appreciate that. Wait a minute. Okay, yes, appreciate that. Thank you, Minty. Thank you, everybody, for all that you are speaking on. I'm glad you all appreciate that. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna read off a couple of more. Let me see something. Let me see how much I have left, and let me see if let me just check and see if people have donated any tips for this so far. How many, and then I'll decide to know. Oh wow, there's another class left. Wait, 1, 2. Okay. Oh yes. Oh, it's about to go into. Okay. Nice. All right, everybody. Okay, what we're gonna do is let me check the Gmail. Let me see the donations and tips. I hope you all like this and appreciate this. We're gonna continue. I'm going to read off a few of the donations and the tips that were given so far for this, and some of the ones in the beginning, and then we're gonna get right back into it because there's actually a bit left. We're gonna get into the Netert's aspect of energy healing, and there's quite there's a bit left. Okay, a little bit left. Okay, here we go, everybody. So what we're gonna do is let me go ahead and refresh the page. Last I had was Bella, so I'm gonna refresh the page, scroll all the way back to the toppy, and okay, let me see. I think there's only anybody 20. Okay, so I don't think there's any tips for this so far. I'm gonna go ahead and finish it then. Let me see, who's this? Support the podcast. Okay. Somebody Bijan Farrow wants to see Sobek. Oh my goodness. Okay. Who's this then? Who's this? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and okay, beautiful family. For those who are watching this so far, let me refresh and see what's happening. Okay, here we go. I got one tip for this answer so far. So I'm gonna family, for those who are watching this, I'm gonna go ahead and go and do more. And if you are watching this and appreciate this, just tip and show support for what it is that I'm teaching. You can put the third tip, goddess tip. So this is the one we're gonna read right now, 15. And this is who's this? My computer's frozen. Okay, so this is coming from Big Vapes. Shout out to Big Vapes. He gave the tip so far for the breakdown so far. The tip is frozen. Is anything showing? Okay, shout out to Big Vapes. Give him a hand clap. He gave $5 so far. Big Vapes, appreciate you, good brother. Shout out to you, good brother. We're gonna go. I'm gonna scroll down and go back. Who's this? Somebody's requesting $15 from me for a hot meal. There are so many, what do they call them? Trolls out here? This is a strange world.
Okay, shout out to I don't even know who this person is. Just $15 for a hot meal. I don't know. Who are you? You can introduce yourself. What? Email me. What's happening? Yeah, I don't know. I guess you do that to so many people on Cash App, and eventually people will. I don't know. I don't know what kind of scam that is. Okay, shout to Quinn Clark. This is a regular donation. Quinn Clark. I'm gonna read a couple more, then we're gonna go into it and see if I can if any more tips can be generated for this so far. Here we go. Quinn Clark. Quinn Clark with the $5 shout out to you, which is Buck the President. Shout out to you, Buck the President. I haven't seen you in the chat in a long time. Shout out to Buck the President, and shout out to this person here. I think it's somebody under another name. Tua at Shesh for recognizing me. I broke my phone last night and can't my password. Okay. Not sure who this is, but shout out to Butterfly.
That's Harass did for ye culture.
Oh, it is? Okay, good. Shout out to Harass did. Okay, wonderful. And we have Octavia Sly with a 1661. Then I'm gonna get back into this. I'm gonna get back to this answer because let me see. Shout out to Octavia Sly 1661, and then we're gonna get back to this answer. And I hope people throwing some tips and donation for this answer so far. We're gonna get back into it. Give Octavia Sly 1661. Appreciate you, Octavia Sly. Your donations are slowly going up little by little by little. Shout out to you, 1661. That brother's asking great questions. My brother has asked some great questions that have stimulated very good pod classes. Very, very good pod classes. He asked one recently that I answered, and he asked about the pole splitting. Shout out to Octavius. Okay, everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to go back into and finish off this breakdown of a Netert. And hopefully, as I'm breaking this down and we get down to the ending of it, people definitely send your support to Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I've been here for 7 hours, six and a half hours, excluding the intro. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I hope you all appreciate what this is. I see some big donations from Anu Antu, large donations from Bella. I'm going to read those at the end, or maybe keep the really large ones as anonymous. But shout out to the people that do support. Okay, family, we're going to get back into this. We're going to get back into the finishing up of the Netert answer. Love you, Annie. Love you, Primordial. Love you, Bella. Love you, Mankura. Love you, Minty. See you all in the chat, and I'll see you all back when I finish off this answer. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Yo, let's go.
Peace and love, so.
Ooh. All right.
I just want to say I made a comment about Trouble T. Roy. I just want to say peace and love to his family. I didn't mean any disrespect or anything like that by that comment. So.
Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking about. The Trouble T. Roy.
I had Manku had made a comment about Heavy D, and then I said something about Trouble T. Roy when he fell off of the stage. So I just want to say peace and love to his family, and I didn't mean any disrespect.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mincy. I don't watch the chats. I don't know about all that, but thank you so much for that. Okay, let's get back into it. Let's go, everybody. Are you ready? Let's get back into this Netert question here and break it down. Here we go. Let's get right back into it. And let me put everything back in proper order. And let me expand this a little bit. expand this and this and this and get back to here. Okay, good. Here we go. All right, we're gonna go ahead and do screen share again. Boom, present, and screen share again. And here, oh, Windows. No, I don't want Windows. I want entire screen. Here we go. Boom, entire screen. Here we go. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go, everybody, and let's go. Here we go. All right, so where we left off was the Renunet determinative that makes one an Netert combined with the power of word and resurrecting the deceased is also synonymous with healing, which is the ability to raise something from a dying state back to a living state through healing. But how was AUSET able to do so? And as we read, AUSET was able to do so with the power of voice, the power of sound, the power of voice vibration, being perfect in the command of word. AUSET as the magician avenger, using the power of mouth. All these things she did by means of spells and incantations, large numbers which are known to her, and power of the witch goddess. And I always say to people, I'm going to pause right here and just come to the screen really quickly and say to the people, for those that are teaching that the Netert were principles, what's the principles of this? How do you apply this to your life? All the things that AUSET was doing was spells, magic, and incantation. Let's say AUSET was a principle, and let's accept that. Let's just say that, okay, so as a goddess or an Netert, use that principle. I want you to do all things with spells and incantations as a witch, as it described as AUSET. Use that principle. Show me the spells and incantations that you can do. This is just a principle. So whether AUSET was a physical being or a principle, here is something where I want anybody to apply this principle, where you do all of these things through spells and incantations. Where is that? And nobody believes in it, and that's why people can't do it, because they think these are just, they don't even know what these stories are. How do you apply this part to your life? It is a story of a being that is saying it literally says was in the form of a woman doing this. And this is how she did all things with the power of sound vibration. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to podcast. Let's get back into this. And here we go. Ready? Boom. So how did she do all things? All these things she did by means of spells and incantation, large numbers of which were known to her by her power as a witch goddess. Her mouth was trained to perfection, and she made no mistake in pronouncing her spells. What are the spells that are women doing today? Are those who believe the Netert are just principles? What are the spells that you're doing and the incantations that you're doing, all things where the pronunciation of your words are perfect? Give me an example. And her tongue was skilled and halted not. She's doing things with the power of sound vibration. How does this tie into Renunet? Well, commanding and healing through sound vibration, raising the cells back to their proper frequency through sound waves. Oh, remember the symbol for a Netert was the cobra, which is raising, which was Renunet. Guess what the root of Renunet is? What is the root word of that symbol in the Renunet? It's the word Ren, which is what? Sound waves. Ren is where you get Renunets from, and that is sound waves. Ren, R, which is the mouth, and then you have the waves. And that is the word for what your sound existence is. Today we just say the word name. If you ask anybody who knows Medunetter, how do you say the word name in Medunetter? They'll say, oh, Ren. But what actually is a name? A name is what you are in a sound vibration. And if somebody calls you something that's not your sound vibration, you will not respond to it. So if your name is Barry, and somebody comes in the room and says, hey, Greg, let me tell you something about your mother. Barry wouldn't say, oh, what about my mother? You wouldn't respond to it. So it's a sound vibration that applies to your existence that causes you to respond, because it's a sound that makes you move. It identifies you. It's called a Ren. And the Ren sound vibration was what AUSET was using to do all things through incantation. That's why in the story it says she wanted the name of Ra. She wanted the sound vibration. I did a class on this. She wanted the sound frequency. The sound frequency that was coming from Ra that could be used to do all of these things. That's where you get the word Renunet from. So boom, that's a female imbuing these stories as motivation to continue her biological imperative here today within the culture and construct of Ma'at pertaining to her family and resurrection and healing, referring back to this story, compounds the chemicals within the amygdala part of the brain and reinforces the ability for them and their DNA change of her, which is you, ladies, becoming an Netert. Let me read that again. So boom, thus a female, this is one of the definitions of an Netert based on the AUSET story, a female imbuing these stories as motivation to continue her biological imperative here today within the culture and construct of Ma'at pertaining to her family and resurrection and healing, referring back to this story, compounds the chemicals within the amygdala part of the brain and reinforces ability for them and their DNA change of her becoming an Netert. If you were at my class last week, I did a class on the compounding of the chemicals in the amygdala and how that actually changes your DNA. We did a class on that last week. So, but Tehuti, my Kemet teacher taught me that these are just fables, untrue. So therefore, in my mind, I don't really believe in them. And that is how I can't imbue them. You can't imbue something you truly don't believe in. My teacher is calling them myths. And that was exactly the agenda. I'm taking your by taking your Netert power away from you, by the matrix creating that the ancient stories of our ancestors were quote-unquote myths, then changing the definition of the word myth from a true speech to something that's not true, when that's not the definition of the word myth in the Netert or the English. It's a new definition, and they changed the definition of myth to be something that's not true or a fable. But originally the word myth meant truth, so that in your subconscious mind you really don't believe that these things happened, and that's because you don't believe in it, thus resulting in you never being able to do these things because you think these stories are just principles. And now that you can actually do the literal, and you can't do the actual literal ability of the ancient Netert because you don't actually believe this was ever done on the planet. For those who need a boost, an extra backup to see that this can happen from the belief, changing your amygdala and your neurons and your biological chemical change inside of your body by giving you these abilities, and healing can be done through sound frequency. If you need an extra backup, that is what I am here for, the Tehuti Pod class. Let me refer to you to PhD Anthony Holland. And what's PhD Anthony Holland? Here's PhD Anthony Holland in Health Impact News, shining light of truth onto the darkness of deceit. Anthony Holland, PhD, destroying cancer cells with music frequencies. You see, the goal of the Isfetian, the goal of the atheist who works for Isfet, the goal of making you a non-believer, which is not having faith in your own ancestors, not even thinking they exist. The goal of that is to take the power away from you so that you can be mortal. If I were to walk into a channel on YouTube or walk around some atheists and say, I believe cancer can be healed through sound vibration, you're pseudo, and here's PhD, destroying cancer cells with sound vibration, healing with sound. When I say the ancient Netiru did this, it did a pseudo, but you never challenged the PhD who's saying that he does this on national television. You never challenge him. There's no challenge of these atheists and the PhDs that are actually doing this and the scientists that are doing this in the multiple universities that I've quoted where these experiments are happening. They just want you to not believe in it, because if you don't believe in a thing, you can never do it. If you don't believe in it wholeheartedly, it will never happen for you. That is the purpose of the atheist Isfetian. His goal is to take your power away from you by teaching you that there is no superpower, there is no ability you have, you are only human. That sentence does not exist on any ancient writing, on any culture. That comment, we're only human, we're only human, we're only human. What is only human? What is that? Who told you that you are only human? That is all that you are? From the hominid family of the apes, that's all that you are. You are nothing more. I never heard on one papyrus any of the Netzeru or any of the pharaohs or any of the priestesses saying, we're only human, we're only this, we're only... No. You are everything. You have the ability to accomplish anything. You're not only anything. That is an atheist agenda to call you... And you look up human in the etymological dictionary. First of all, it's any hominid from the great ape family, and it's those opposed to the gods. That's what it means in the dictionary. Those opposed to the gods. It's the opposite of a god. It's the opposite of a netter. A netter is not just a human. So that whole atheist agenda is just to take your power away, to make you mortal. That's what it's for. Take the power away, make you a mortal being. Job done. The SABA fiends win. But we're not going to have that amongst us. So here's Anthony Holland, PhD, who is destroying cancer cells with musical frequencies. That's what he's doing. Is that pseudo? Then go set up a debate with Anthony Holland. Can you please go set up a debate with Anthony Holland? You will never set up a debate with Anthony Holland. Here's Anthony Holland sitting next to living legend Max Matthews, father of computer music. 2023. What else? Health Impact News. What does it say? If you are someone who has contributed charitable funds to help find the cure for cancer for the past 50 plus years, I am sorry to inform you that you have probably been defrauded by being fooled into contributing funds to big pharma and cancer drug research, where a cancer drug is considered successful if it can extend the life of a cancer patient for up to 5 years. There is no pharmaceutical products that actually cure cancer. They extend the life for up to 5 years because treating cancer is too profitable of an industry for big pharma to allow cures. So treating cancer is more profitable than curing it. So they will never create a cure for cancer. Cancer industry is too prosperous to allow a cure. But the fact is that there are literally hundreds of cures for cancer worldwide, although the FDA has outlawed almost all of them in the US when they became too affected and interfered with drug profits. A great documentary to watch on this topic. Watch, if this is a new topic to you, is Cancer, Forbidden Cures, original Big Pharma. Play back, look long before COVID. So Big Pharma makes too much money to come up with a cure, but yet this man right here, PhD Anthony Holland, has cancer being destroyed with sound frequency. And he actually shows it on video, shows the cancer cells being destroyed as you control the sound frequency, because everything is controlled by sound waves. And that is the REN. In other words, the RENUNET. Control the sound waves, you control the cure. Control the sound waves, you control the physical object. So what does AUSET do? What does a Netert do? They can control things through sound frequency and sound waves. And if you get the sound wave of glass, some of them at 900 hertz, you can shatter glass with sound. You can make water levitate with sound. I've shown videos of that. So here we are. His research was featured in Surgical Solutions publications of Thomas Jefferson University. I guess Surgical Solutions publications and Thomas Jefferson University is pseudo to pseudo, pseudo to pseudo, pseudo Thomas Jefferson University to pseudo. New cancer research angle from a surprising source. More recently, he has written a publication entitled Inhibition of Proliferation of Acute Lymphocytic Leukemia, all by frequency-specific oscillation, pulsed electrical fields. So the OPEF is frequency-specific oscillation, pulsed fields, broadcast by an enclosed gas plasma antenna, which is currently published as a preprint. Dr. Holland's research starts gaining traction with increased cancer patients being healed by sound. What type of sound? Frequency-specific sound by oscillating pulses and electrical fields. Dr. Holland's research starts by gaining traction with increased cancer patients being healed. Expect his work to be shut down by the FDA, as they have done historically in this country with previous cancer cures, many of which end up going across the border to Mexico to set up their clinics. The lost art of energy healing. Boom. So while they convince you and the conscious community that these are fairy tales and principles, and there's no way that this can be done by an actual person, scientists and PhDs today are using this to heal thousands of people, while you lose faith in your own Netert ability and become a black conscious atheist calling everything pseudo. That is the agenda. The amygdala area of the brain compounds chemicals and changes your DNA structure based on your belief system, thoughts, and mental focus, as I've shown you before, without even you having to touch an object. This was the focus of the Neterts that made them the supreme beings, as seen displayed here in the Heart's Math Institute, which I've shown on countless occasions that DNA changes through human intention. Individuals capable of generating high ratio heart coherence were able to alter DNA conformations according to their intention. Controlled group of participants showed low ratio heart coherence, were unable intentionally to control the DNA. So they were able to unwind individual DNA with their intentional thoughts. They can call all of this pseudo as they want, whatever they want to say. We don't care about it. I'm here to get you back the power that you once had. I don't care what people call you once you have that power. Doesn't matter. Wow, Tehuti. So are you saying to make a Netert, you must imbue the consciousness of the ancient Ku spirits? Choose your one Netert male and not know any other, but rather imbue the consciousness of the Neter and change your DNA neuronic coding through channeling and knowing the sound conscious frequency of the frequency named by vibrations of the Neter through mental meditation focus on all of this. That sounds way harder than just throwing an Ankon and saying, I'm a goddess. No, I'm not saying that. AUSET is saying that. What? AUSET is saying that? Where is AUSET saying that, Tehuti? I am not saying that. That is what the Neterter said. Raw and ISIS, page 373. Hey, Sobek. Big Sobek. Come on down, come on down, come on down. Okay, good. It says here, and not known is that Pefi. Not known is that Pefi to the Neteru. Behold, AUSET was a woman skilled in form. So when I say yes, AUSET was a woman, no, she wasn't a woman. AUSET was AUSET was a woman skilled in form. Words matter. Her heart, words and matters. Her heart rebelled at millions of men. She didn't want to hear anything. Like I said, I'm creating Minty Hotep to be a monster. She didn't want to hear anything from any of these men out there. Her heart rebelled from millions of men. She chose rather an uncountable amount of Neteru. She didn't want to hear anything. Her heart rebelled. No regular male man could get her heart. She'd rather give her heart to the millions, her focus on the millions of Neteru. The good brother, Dr. LaRoche, good brother, he came and said, I'd like you to do a class on the 30 Neters and showing that they're real. And that is a part of the PSYOPs. Because nowhere in the writings of the Kemetians does there say there are 30 Neters. But people teach that, but it's not in the writings. Here, AUSET is saying she'd rather choose Hehu, uncountable numbers of Neteru. Hehu is something it's uncountable. So definitely I can count past the number 30. Watch me do it. 31. So AUSET and the Neteru are saying there are millions. There are an uncountable amount of Neteru. 2020 New Agers come and say, hey, there's 30 of them. Where do the writings say there's 30 of them? So these things must be corrected. There are millions of Neteru. Uncountable. And she esteemed the uncountable amount of spirits. So she went and chose the Neteru and the spirits over the regular mortal men. That's where her heart was focused in. That's how she was a Netert. And the earth, like Ra, made herself a mistress of the earth and Netert. And there's the Netert symbols again. We see now all of them combined. We see the axe, which is at times shown wrapped in the mummification cloth, biological imperative. We see the T, which I haven't even touched upon yet. We see the egg, and then we see the birthing seat. She meditated in her heart by knowing what? The sound vibration Ren of the Neter, the Shepsi. Shepsi means receiver of light. So how did she do all this? Through sound vibration focus, denying all the mortal men, focusing only on giving her heart to the Neteru, the uncountable spirits, and meditating in her heart by knowing the sound frequencies of the Neter. That is how she had her ability. That is what was said by the Neteru about AUSET, not Tehuti saying that. And the Neter's power of healing through sound and intent as a result of following the discipline, consistency. This is an example of nursing, of a nurse. You know, why do you associate nurses? Even though there's male nurses, male doctors, and there's female nurses and female doctors. But when you hear a nurse, what is the first sex that you usually think of? A female, and there's a reason for that. So the Neter power healing through sound and intent as a result of following the discipline consistency. This is an example of the nurse using just her intent to heal one of her patients in New York, which I showed in the Netert class, which resulted in this light change frequency. This is from a graduate nurse in New York University with focused intention of healing. She's the larger image, the patient is the smaller one. So her light energy body is changing into a bluish white color shown around the corona by her focusing on the power of healing mentally. No tools done yet, nothing happening yet with any medicine or anything. She's focusing. This is her intent, is changing the color to the bluish color. This is after she triggers and turns on healing energy. You see the healing wall is much wider. Order the last Meta-Netter class, and you will understand the color white and its connection to healing. The last two Meta-Netter classes was a beautiful explanation of that. Order the Meta-Netter class. So you see the colors changing as her intentions get stronger, and it starts to become a brighter bluish white as she's healing her patient, not based on the drugs, but based on her intention. Boom. The Netert was the original healing nurse. The word Netert and a Netert has nothing to do with how well you read tarot cards and crystals, nothing to do with the New Age divine feminine, which cannot be sourced to the Medu original origins. A Netert pertains to the biological imperative of Ma'at within the context of its teachings and symbolisms, and sustaining and protecting the immortality strictly pertaining to the writings within the Medu and nothing else. The female that can explain this and live this kind of disciplined frequency is thus worthy of the name and title Netert. And Netert should be able to explain this and break this down. The Netert inside of the culture of that which created the word itself. The Netert, and thus as a healer, you know why there is a raising cobra that is in connection to the Renunet, raising and healing nursing through frequency, and its connection to the focus of biological imperative within the context of this specific culture. Another way to say this word was nutri. Nutri was the other way of saying it. It is more likely nutri, and nutiri is a word you may not have heard before. It's not a popular one. As we can see here in the oldest spiritual book on the planet of the afterlife, called the Per Amharu on plate 26, over the word goddess. So here we are, page 168 of the Book of the Dead, or plate 26, where it says, perfume, incense, natron, destroying ye that is within your hearts against me. And we see goddess, the women, when they see him, have come to you, I have risen. Look at the word for goddess now. It's netri. 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 Which is this word right here. It's using the Ak symbol now with just the letter N. The T symbol, that's nut, nut, nut. And the R symbol and the two lines. Netri and goddesses. So the netri. That's the other word for the Netert. The Neterts are the netri. We see the rise cobra again. And then we see the three lines, which they say makes things plural. It actually means making something great. So netri, with what they say is the plural symbol. So the word is netri. Plural, making it goddesses. That's netri. You can put an E in there. There's actually no letter E in the word. It's just NT, which is nut, nut, nut. It can be spelled N-E-T, E-R-E, E-R-I, or N-U-T. There's actually no letter U in the word nut. When you say the goddess nut, it's just NT. There is no letter U. So this is netri or nutri. Nutri is the other word that is the unpopular word for what was the goddess in Oh, remember the nurse that I just showed who changed the color of her light ka and the patient's aura through intention? Have you ever wondered why healing women were always associated with this word nurse? Have you ever wondered? And that is because the word nurse is from nourish, suckled, which is from what? Nutri. The healing female was from the word nutri. Do you see it right there? Nutri. That is why nurses became associated with females, because AUSET was the female healer, Nutri. So thus they took the word Nutri and created the word nurse and the word nourish, because Auset was the nourisher. And they created the word Nutri from the Kemetic word Nutri, which was the nourisher and the healer, because that was Auset's name. That's what the goddess raised you, and thus you see the Renunet symbol, which means to raise, and also the healing, and that became the Netri, and the Netri became an English word, which became the word for nourish, root word Nutri, which is what? With a feminine agent suffix. Why is it feminine? If the word just means nourish, why is it feminine? Because it goes back to the Nutri symbol. Let me show you this. You see the symbol with the cobra? Remember the cobra? What is the cobra? The cobra down. Where did I show you the image of Renunet? The image of Renunet right here. What is she doing? She's breastfeeding. She's suckling the child. That is the cobra raising the child, suckling the child, and also representing the healing, bringing things back to life when they're in a destroyed state, such as the healing of Heru's eyes. So there is Renunet right there. So Renunet is Netri, which is shown as a cobra suckling and nourishing the baby. So that's when we get to the English word nurse, and we go to the root. What do we see? We see it comes from Libra. And let's see if nurse has to originally do with being a doctor or getting a graduate degree or getting any of these things. Let's see what it originally means. Netri. To suckle. Do you see that right there? To suckle. That's Renunet, which was the nourisher. A woman who nourishes or suckles an infant. That was the nurse. The nurse was the woman who suckles or nourishes the infant. That was the word netri. That was the netert. The netert. The netri. Netrit. That's why it was a female, because it was Renunet and Auset nourishing the baby. They were the nurse, because the word nurse comes from the netert. It comes from netri. Netri, netert, nurse, right in front of you. Boom, I'm done, Hotep, for now. Matrix broken. And if you want to know mathematically the equation of why there's a T at the end of the word netert, send in your support and donation to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'm going to end that right there because I'm at the 2-hour mark. At the 2-hour mark for this. So Hotep, boom, I am done. And of course, there's much more, but I'm not going 3 hours. So there is the netert. That is what it actually is. And that's why you have a nurse today. It all dealt with the biological imperative within the culture of Ma'at. Not the biological imperative like keeping your serial killer husband alive. No, that's not the netert. That's not the netert. They'll say, well, I'm a healer too. I protect and keep. Charles Manson was my husband. Charles Manson had women. And these people were out there serial killing. Not that. It has to be within the context of the culture and that sound vibration frequency. Not Adolf Hitler's wife. All right, everybody. Boom. I'm going to invite the team back in the room. That was almost a 2-hour breakdown. 2-hour breakdown and build up. I'm going to invite the team back in the room. I'm going to go over the comments and go over how people thought, what people thought of that. That question. And then I'm going to go to the donations and tips. For those of you who appreciated that answer, for those of you who got anything out of that answer, for those of you who learned anything more about the original concept of goddess and netert, where it actually came from, the determinative part was the most the whole determinative of all the gods is a seated woman. For those of you who appreciate that, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. If you appreciated what you saw, you could put Goddess tip or Netert tip. If you appreciated any of that, if you got that answer anywhere else, put the link in the room, the name, the page number. If not, please respect and support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support what you've never heard of before that you can apply and teach your children and your female. Bring them to these stories. Understand Anthony Holland. Understand that these things can be done. Sound vibrational frequency. And if you want part 2, if you want to understand what the T is, the true breakdown of why the T is in the word Netert, making a T sound, you can send in a question for that. I'm going to put the link in the room if I have not already for the team to jump in. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Let me see what everybody thought of that. Wow, man. We got hand claps from Nefer Keperet. Angela straight out the gates is back. Angela straight out the gates has burst back through the gates of the pod class. She has re-entered. Here she is. Peace and love, Angela, straight out the gates. Mincy Hotep jumps in the room. Big Vapes. Hotep. Big Vapes gives fire. Bijan Farrow says, Henu to you, Daniel Setmer. Peace and love, Nefer's sister. Oh my goodness. It seems like everybody loved the, there it is. Netri Nutrition. Nutrition is the unseen values inside of a physical object. You can't pull out the nutrition out of something physically. The nutrition is what exists on the other side, the unseen side. That's a whole nother thing. But anyways, how you doing, Menti Hotep? How'd you like that? I didn't even time the second part. Oh, did I? The first part was an hour and 4 minutes. The second part was another half an hour. That was 35 minutes. How you doing, Menti?
It goes by so fast. I'm doing great. That resonated with me on such a deep subconscious level. That was great. I nursed my son for the whole time he was a baby. I nursed him until he was about 4.5, and it was the best time. It was the best experience I've ever had. Yeah, it was such a bonding experience. It was very nourishing for both of us. It was just a exchange of healing. It was beautiful. And you know how sometimes mothers will say, yeah, my baby didn't want to wean, or my baby didn't want to take to the breast, or something like that. I didn't have any problems with that. He automatically latched on right after he was born, and he actually weaned himself when he was about 4.5. I introduced to him one time, and he just turned his head, and I introduced a few more times, and it was just like, he was over that stage.
Wonderful, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Very Nefer. And now, the way that I am teaching you all, you can teach everybody on whatever. You can have a nurse friend, and it's on. Have a nurse friend and say, hey, you ever wonder why nurses are always associated with women? And just give them 5 points of this podcast. They'll be like, what? Nutri? I never thought of that. Nutri? Yeah, hey, it's right here. Hey, a nurse is a woman suckling a child. That has nothing to do with me with a stethoscope and what is all the stuff I'm doing in the hospital? There's no children here. Wait a minute. I'm looking. Where's the child? Wait a minute. You can't be a nurse and not have a child. All right. Peace, Annie. How you doing?
Peace. I'm doing excellent. I mean, this is amazing, and you said it. It's a phenomenon. That what you're doing, and because you've done it so consistently for such a period of time, you know, sometimes you have to remind people of that, because what you're creating for your normal is so astronomical beyond everyone else. But because now everyone's here, we get used to what you do, and no, it needs to be constantly reminded what you're doing at the level that you're doing it, and consistently breaking down all of the information, you know, that we've been taking in since birth, and just what you just said, you know, and breaking down, you know, the Netert and the nurses and the Nutri, and, you know, showing how expansive and deep the actual baseline nature of what just existing is, and what the women were, and what we understood and worshiped them for. And today, now everything is so technical, but it's the simple thing of what the mother always has done. And that's one of the things that is just so beautiful to me. And I love how you do that, and just showing how technical and complex the simplicity of life is. So Tua for that.
Thank you. And also, before Primordial Thought speaks, here's the brother Bijan Farrow, who's actually going to be getting the baby Sobek. He actually sent in a huge donation for me to show Sobek now. He's much bigger than when I first showed him. I have to wear gloves now because he has much bigger nails. Not quite a baby as he was before. So I gotta wear gloves because his slight movements. That I have a lot of vasodilation in veins that are. The nurses say that I'm their dream, so I have a lot of veins that are easy to scratch. They're right on the surface, so I gotta wear some gloves for him now. But this brother here's the one that asked about the hyperhidrosis. I gave a class over an hour, broke it down, gave him remedies. He went and got the remedies, and here he is with his testimony. Hopefully he can come to the screen with this, but this is no scam. The sage rosemary is actually helping me. And that's no lie. Tua Tehuti. Remember, everybody, I'm just a reptile guy from the Reptile Show that saw that a bunch of black people needed answers, so I'm just making this all up. Hey, but it's working. The scam's actually working against me. It's not supposed to be working. Hold on. So here it is, everybody. So we have testimony. This is what pains the so-called other teachers and other people on different channels, is this type of thing. This is not said to a debater. Nobody's saying, hey, debater such and such, I took the such and such and I was healed. And when it's actually crossing over to changing people's lives, they see a certain power in that. And the European taught you, never let a black man have any power. That's why there's not one movie about a pharaoh that's black. We can't show that to the children. Never have a black man have any power. That's why they invented monogamy. That's why they invented things to actually destroy the power that was taking place. That's why they took your religion from you. So when they see a brother I'm smiling everywhere I go and laughing, I seem like I'm not intimidating. But here we are, people are being cured and healed. Wait a minute. That's not a regular debater. Let's take him down. But it's too late. Because a pseudo, or whatever you call it, doesn't have testimonies. The second you have a testimony, you're no longer pseudo. One person typed in the Netert chat, yo, this Tehuti guy, he's really pseudo, but he comes with sources. Nana was like, wait a minute, how could you be pseudo and come with sources? He's really pseudo, but he comes with the sources, so then it's not pseudo. You just don't like it. So, all right, Primordial Thought, how you doing, good brother?
Peace, SABA. I'm doing good. I appreciate that breakdown that you definitely just gave us. I understand understand now that that title comes with certain capabilities. And it's not just a title to just downgrade. There's nothing. There's definitely nothing pseudo about you or the teachings of our ancestors in the Teru. I am grateful for these teachings, and it's mind-boggling to me how people. It seems like the more people speak and the more they're against something, when you finally like turn the mirror and show them that truth, it's like they can't crawl their way back. It's like they can't crawl their way back to just being mature and saying, you know what, at least let me go find out. Let me check the resources. Let me go and see these things. They talk so much to where all logic has gone out the window, and now it's like, let me stand my ground because I've uttered so many words against this person. And it keeps them from the truth. So that's why when I see new people come on, I'm just like, hey, hopefully, y'all just listen, just pay attention. Try not to teach, because I don't like to say anything when you on SABA. I feel like you're changing me, so I feel like everything I know, everything possibly is a lie. So I'm just quiet. So, up to you, SABA. I appreciate you.
Nini Uk. How you doing, Atep? Did you see that answer about the Netert?
Yeah, Saba, that was phenomenal. Thank you for because I work around nurses, so I'm definitely looking forward to sharing some of this. Is absolutely phenomenal. I 2 out for that, for 2 out for everything, Saba. 2 out for breaking us out the matrix, and 2 out for showing us how they play with us with the language and subject us and force us to speak English and then be subjected to their definitions and their frequencies when the actual word is connected to it. The actual definition is right there in our face. So 2 out for everything you do. You truly are the breaker of the matrix, and my family is grateful to you. I am grateful to you, and Henu to you, Great Saba. Thank you for that breakdown.
Nini Uk. Henu to you, and Henu to everyone in the pod class, all the students that are loyal and dedicated. And I appreciate it. And this is working. What I'm doing is working, and that's all that matters. This is beyond a teaching. This is a working in progress. So as long as there's testimonies, I know that I am doing the right thing, and I'm willing to stay up. I mean, I did a pod class, and I woke up to a Netert interview, and then I was doing another class. But it's working. So what we're going to do now is we're going to see everybody. For those who saw that answer and appreciate it, Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Support what you're seeing, support what you're learning from. And I hope you are supporting this as you support. Well, I know you're not, but I hope people support this even 1/10 of what they do for their school system. So we're going to go into the donations, everybody, and let's read the rest of the support to see if anybody, you can put Netert tip, goddess tip, anything that you feel that this answer was worth. I'm going to go to the bottom and read some of the donations from the bottom. Let me erase this foolishness. D. Beaner, request for a hot meal. Who are you? And then what's happening? What's happening? No introduction. All right, so we're gonna go. We're gonna go into Okay, here comes some of the monster donations. Oh no, I'm gonna leave that. Okay, we got Tehuti Ka. Tehuti Ka with $3.33. Thank you for the enlightenment. Peace to you, Tehuti Ka. Nice of you coming to to the panel. Let me know who you are. And as long as Scribe said he knew you were able to come to the panel. $3.33 from Tehuti Ka. And now we're going to get into, let's just go ahead and let's do the monster. Let's go ahead. For those of you who really love the pod class and support, this is the type of support that comes, and this is what brings the energy of hatred from all the other people, are things like this. Get ready, everybody. I want you to give the transformer noise. I want you to give all the sounds, everything. We have Anu and Antu. Let me put them on the screen. Get ready, everybody. Here's the big support. $155 for generations saved because of your working with the Netert. Well, I'm going to read it again. For generations saved because of your workings with the Netert. Give Anu and Antu some monster noise, please. Give them some huge.
I don't play with pseudos. I don't play with pseudos. Use the number one pseudo with that.
The number one with the hat.
Use a number one pseudo with the hat on, with the dead snake around the arm.
Oh, I'm so glad you have that soundbite.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Play that one about the number one pseudo with the hat and the dead snake. Play that again, please. What does it say?
Use the number one pseudo with the hat on, with the dead snake around the arm.
Guess what? Now JJ7000 is running around saying that the spider is dead too. The snake is dead and the spider is dead. I mean, there's some real isfet going on, man. There's some real strangeness. They don't know what to attack with me. Okay, next donation here. Shout out to who's this? Who's this? Hey, Lisa Sosh Wallace and Lisa Soares. This couple has been together for a long time, supporting. They watch in the backgrounds. They watch in the backgrounds and support. We're gonna give some big noise to Lisa and Sosh Wallace. Let's go ahead and put it on the screen. Shout out to the couple, Lisa and Sosh Wallace. And what does it say? Minty, could you read that for me, please?
Well, sure. So Lisa Suraj sent you $30 to a SABA for Sasha Wallace and Lisa Shiraz, dedicated followers since the Lion's Den and Killer Priest podcast. We love you.
Thank you. They go back way back. As far back as they go way back. You may not see them in the chat, but they go way back. Some of them as far as some of you on the screen, and some of you even farther. Shout out to you. Nobody on the screen goes back farther than this person right here, who goes back over 10 years and never even knew this was going to happen. She goes back the furthest that's on the screen right now.
Yeah,
all right.
I would have never thought. Everything is beautiful in life. Yes, it is.
Is that a soundbite or is that Minty talking?
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Oh my goodness, man. We have full. These people have, everybody has soundtracks. They don't need sound bites anymore. Soundtracks. Okay, shout out to Owen Hythe. There he is. Owen Hythe. Owen Hythe. Sorry, there's no E at the end. Owen Hythe. Shout out to Owen Hythe, good brother. Always, every podcast since he's ever stepped foot. And if he doesn't donate that podcast, he donates the next one twice, with one dated for the one that he missed. That is very honorable. Shout out to Owen Hythe. 2772 gives it as a palindrome. Give him some hand claps. Give him some noise. Tehuti devastating the Matrix. Devastating the Matrix. Devastating the Matrix. Oh my goodness. I can't tell which is sound bites from Minty and what if it's a real Minty. Was that you really? Was that the sound bite or you, Minty? Which one? I can't tell anymore.
Yeah, that was real. I love that message. Devastating the Matrix.
Man, you always say things like that, Minty. You always say things like that. Like you always say things about what I'm doing to the Matrix. I like that. Thank you. And he says the same thing that you said.
Yeah, you're the master at code breaking the Matrix.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you're
Thank
welcome.
you, thank you.
What to you? Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, and now we got Atef Rem Kim Atef Rem Kim. What is this one? This is the 7771. I'll do this a couple more, and then I'm gonna do Bijan Farrow actually asked to see Sobek, so I'm gonna see if he's in the mood to come out. He's majorly shedding his skin right now, so we'll see if he's in the mood to come out. If not, he may be sleeping. If not, I'll bring him out first thing next class, because he has the same sleeping patterns as a person. He sleeps. He has the same sleeping patterns of an old man and woman. He goes to bed at Sobek goes to sleep at 8 o'clock at night. That's his bedtime. So we'll see. And I don't know if I want to wake him up during his sleep, because he may be grumpy. He already looks like a grumpy old man. We're gonna see. I don't know if I want to disturb him. When I disturb Sobek, he'll let me know by whipping me with his tail. He does not play around. He's not the little cute little Sobek that I had in my hand for the pod class some months ago. That was about as big as my hand. He's not that anymore. He's bigger. He's more mature. He claimed his territory. If you bother him, he will whip you up. When he's happy, he's happy. When he's grumpy, he'll definitely slash you with that tail. So we'll see.
Yeah, when I saw you with the glove on, I was like, wow, this is for real. Like his nails are really sharp.
Yeah. Man, oh man. And he's the dullest of them. He's the dullest. The other ones, oh my goodness. The other animals here, it's like razor blades. I just had to cut. I got Sobek the croc. I just had to clip his nails a few days ago. It's like razor sharp. It's actually dangerously sharp. So okay, Saba, no problem. Peace and love. Okay, Sobek. Okay, so here we go. Next donation. My eyes are getting blurry, everybody. So that was Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Did I save that? Did I save it? Yes, I saved it. Okay, so the next one should be Atef Rem Kem Ma'at again. He always does it back to back. Let me see. Of course, Atef Rem Kem Ma'at again. He presses that button fast twice so that he always is back to back. Let me pull him up. Hey, Andy, was there somebody in the pod class cursing, using bad language, as they say?
No, not that I saw. In this pod class here?
Okay. Yeah, Bijan Farrow said there's someone in the pod class. Isfed is in the pod class, and there's some bad language. I didn't see it though. I was wondering if you saw it or what that was. Okay, no problem. Okay, so next donation here is Atef Rem Kemat. $20.72. Give that man some noise. Woo! Yay! And the next donation is from, that's Mennonite class. Hey, Israel Hoyley. Israel Hoyley is loyal, dedicated. He is very, 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 very consistent. It may be different amounts of donations, but he's very consistent, and they're usually large. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. And when he can't give a donation, he'll contact me privately and let me know what happened as far as the losing of his phone or something happened at something, and he'll actually contact me. He'll say, I have you next week or I have you in a couple of days. Shout out to Israel Hoyley. If you're listening, much respect to you. This time his donation is, what does it say? Well, it doesn't say anything. It's just $14. Thank you, Israel Hoyley. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And let me see if that's saved to the file. Yes, it did. All right, everybody. Next one is coming up. Oh, there's a big one here from Dr. LaRoche. What is this? Oh, this one is okay. So first there is Eric G. That's it. Peace, Eric G. That's it. He gives let me save this. Eric G. That's it. And Eric G. with what is this? $3.33. Is any message? $3.33. Peace to Eric G. That's it. Peace to Eric G. That's it. At one time I thought Eric G was Eric Graham from the other channel, but I've come to realize they're two different people. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. Okay. And next is a large donation. Gary, if you give some big noise from I don't know if I understand this question, but I'm going to put up, give some big noise. This one, Dr. LaRoche going to have to contact me and see what. I want to see the context of what he's talking about. I hope he's not. I don't know if he's talking about legal advice or if he's talking about actual colonizers. Or we'll talk about it. We'll see what he's actually inquiring from. Oh, you know what? Was it January 20th? Oh, I forgot to do something. Let me send a message really quick. Let me send a message really quick. I forgot. Very important. Hotep. To okay, cool, that's done. Okay, everybody, shout out to Dr. LaRoche, MD, who sends a donation for that I'm gonna need clarity with. Give him some big monster noise. $50. Send it. Give him some big noise, please. Big noise. Big noise. Yo, let's go. Turn that up just a little bit. Is that you, Atep? Who's doing that? Atep?
Yeah, I can turn it up.
Okay. So it says, nice, very nice. Yes, nice. Okay, so it says, please do a show on how to combat land theft. I'll have to talk to him about that. Combat land theft. I don't know if I can address that on the pod class. I'm not sure what. I have to see what he means by that. What that is. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. No, very interesting question for a pod class. That may be some. If he's talking about actual modern day land theft, that's going to be a bunch of legal advice. That's not. I don't know if I can speak on that in the pod class. You may have to change that question. We'll see. We'll talk. Okay. Shout out to Lena. Is that showing on the screen right now?
Yes, Saba.
Shout out to Lena for $5. Appreciate you, Lena. Peace and love to you. And let me save that. Oh, don't fall. Nice, it didn't fall. Okay. Okay, shout out to Lena for $5. Appreciate you, and we'll talk. We will talk. Who is this? Daffrey. Oh, this is Harass. Shout out to Harass. She sent the money through someone else with much respect and love. That's how determined Harass did. Some people would say, oh, my phone wasn't working, or something happened and I can't do it. I lost my whatever. But what this beautiful young lady does is if something happens to her, she's determined to get it through. She's going to send it through someone else. That is loyalty and dedication and love right there. Give her some big noise. Says for the love. Oh, this is for a tip. For the love teaching, give her some big noise. This is a big tip. He says, that's my daughter. Harass, did you produce some very beautiful children? I must say that your children are amazing looking. I don't know what's in the gene pool, but you make some very your children, your family is beautiful. Everybody is some beautiful children you create. So it says, okay, so that's her daughter. Okay, so $25. Shout out to you. Harass did. Shout out to you. She says, I broke my phone, so I gave my daughter cash to send. Wow. Thank you. All of them are beautiful. Yes, they are. Yeah, they are in their own way. You create some very beautiful children. Okay, so I'm going to stop the screen because I got to change that to a tip for the love donation. So I'm going to go like this. Change the title of that. That is 20. Okay, here we go. Tip. Yeah, let me change that. Love tip. Love tip. Thank you, Harass, for the great love tip. I'm going to cancel that and come back. And we have another one from the same name. Oh, this is for 19 for Netert class. Oh, that's Netert class. No problem. I have you. Don't worry. No problem. Angela Gates, straight out the gates, is back. She jumped over the gate and back into the pod class. Shout out to Angela Gates. Nice to see you back. I hope things are okay on that side. There was a time where all three of you kind of disappeared at the same time, and HEKA Kipara said there was some kind of issues happening. some personal things. I wish you all the best. And I haven't seen HEKA Kepra in class in over a month, and I hope things are moving well. So shout out to the beautiful sister Angela, straight out the gates. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate you. Appreciate you straight out the gate. I haven't seen you in a while. For the knowledge. Thank you very much. Okay, let me move that. This brother here, Buffalo Salinas. I know two Salinas. Are you the one that wants to that asked me if I wanted to speak with on Billy Carson's show? I'm not sure which Salinas this is, but there's a Salinas that I didn't hear back about the situation. But you can contact me and let me know if there's an update on that. If this is the same brother. Okay, peace to you, Brown Buffalo Salinas. Okay, shout out to the next supporter in the Tehuti pod class, which is who's this? I gotta drink some water. Who is this? Who is this? Who is this? Johan Billadou. I was thinking about you today, good brother. Today or last night. Some one of those times I was thinking about you recently. I was like, I haven't seen Johan Billadou in a little while. Where's my little brother? He looks exactly like me. When I was 24 years old, he looked exactly like me. Shout out to the great consistent brother, Johan Billadou. Give him some big noise, please. Give him some claps. Whoa, this is for the men of the class. Whoa. Oh, this is actually Johan Billadou. He doesn't come in the chat though. Johan Billadou, are you in the chat? No, you are not. Okay, let me see something here. 50, 46, 1. Oh, Johan Billadou, what is your email again? I don't know the. Oh, let me see something here. Johan Billadou. Oh, your email is Johan Billadou. Of course. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Johan Billadou for the great support in getting a Netert class, and you officially you have the class right now. You already have it. Angela's giving me an update. To a SABA, I sprained my ankle recently. I'm glad you recovered, Angela. I'm glad you recovered. Sprained ankle is very, very uncomfortable. Very, 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 very uncomfortable. Nice to see you back. Tef, did you put this message for somebody particular?
Yeah, when you was telling the brother to email you if that was the same Salinas.
Oh, okay, and you can, if it's the same Salinas, he contacts me through Facebook. But thank you though. Okay. Yeah, definitely. You can email me, or contact me how you've always been, if you're the same one. Thank you. Appreciate that, Atef. Okay, so Johan Billadou, you officially have the class. You have the class right now. If you're listening, you have the class. Okay, so we're gonna put Johan Billadou, you have class 57. I'm gonna do a couple more, then I have to take a quick little break. Okay, next one is it's raining nice and hard over here. Eric G, that's it. Did you send another $3.33? Oh, we'll deposit shortly. Cash App is very interesting with that. Hey, Nefra Keparat. Nefra Keparat. Who said, I learned from my Nesu. I learned. To love tip. Shout out to Netert. Let me put on the screen here. She gave a tip for the It's coming down hard. It's raining bad over here. Interesting. $11.11 for the love tip. Give her some claps, please. Give her some claps. I'll do one more, then I gotta step away for a moment. Shout out to who's this? Then in a class, Lena. Okay, Lena, I saw your email. I see you. Yes. Okay, who's next here? Let me see something here. How come it's not showing? Okay, 1 second. Okay, next up is what is it? $20 for Big Vapes. Yes. Yes. Big Vapes. What number is it? Big Vapes gave. They put it up on the screen. Shout out to Big Vapes who donated or gave support of $20 for his Netert class. What class is that? Class number 35 says $20 for 35 Medu class video from the top bowl. Give him some hand claps, please. Give him some hand claps. Wonderful. Thank you, Big Vape. Thank you so much for your support. I'm glad you're going to enjoy the class. And you have the class already. Okay. Oh, thank you, TT. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'll do one more and then I gotta step away. I do have to step away. Who is this? This is I'll do two more. I need to end with a little bigger big one. Okay, this is not who is this? Ashar? Ashar is Master K. Master K. Oh wow. I'll do this one, then I'll do one more, and then I'm gonna take a little step away. So Master K, he gave oh good, there's a lot of donations that are coming in now. I see them coming in now. Master K, $7.27 says, Hotep Ma'at, namaste, peace and love. Thank you, Master K, appreciate you. Master K, and I'll do one more, then I'm gonna step away. And that is Anu and it's a tip. All right. Consistent tippers, Anu and Antu. A large big tip, $33 for the Netert, the Goddess Netert breakdown. Love Netert. Okay, I'll do this and then I'll be back. Shout out to Anu and Antu, who gave a big donation. Give them some nice noise, please. Woo! Wow. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna step
Is that a
off.
lion?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to a hot
Was that a lion? All right, I'm gonna step away. I'm gonna let you all build for a little bit. I'm gonna step away for a few moments, and I shall be back. Everybody, support the Tehuti podcast. We're down to our endings now, and I've been on this for 9 hours. 9 hours. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. The pod classes in the last 4 weeks have been two pod classes in one. My pod classes used to be about 6 hours. Now they're 10 hours. It's like 2 pod classes in one. So please support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'll be back, everybody. Peace for now. Right back.
Hotep, peace and love. Yes, they've definitely gotten longer,
Peace,
and it's beautiful. I wanna hand new to all the supporters, man. I just wanna give all of you the adoration, that support, great teacher, to keep this going, so that those of us that appreciate this knowledge and this wisdom and this information, because we're not getting it nowhere else, that you keep it going, that we support our leaders. It's a great feeling, because sometimes when I look around, when I'm not with you guys and I'm not with my family, which is very rare, because I try to, as much as I can, stay in this frequency as much as possible. But dealing with this matrix, sometimes it's easy to get off track a little bit. But it's good to know that I'm not alone in this, in me just seeking the truth and just wanting to know the truth, and being on this path. It's just a great feeling. Also acknowledging that the material are real, as SABA so eloquently broke down in this class today. It's just beautiful. So I think this goes in line with just having gratitude and just being grateful, because a lot of times when you look at it, sometimes it looks like it's not in balance. As far as sometimes it looks like that the ISFET is more predominant, or it has a more of an effect, and in some cases that could be true. But the thing about it is, for me, it's like I much rather would appreciate what I have, which is a great teacher, which is favored with the Neteru, than to be mad at the ISFET. It's like I feel as though with me balancing the scales, I focus my energy on love and positivity and knowledge and wisdom and so on and so forth, as opposed to focusing it on what's wrong and woe is me and just all these different matrix ISFET dynamics that we've been programmed to to imbue, to embody. We're taught to embody the opposite, that death culture. So I just want to hit new to everyone in the panel, all of you that support. It's just a great feeling to know that we're not alone. And when I look around, I'm truly able to see the beauty in everything. Before SABA, I haven't made it up to the reptiles yet, but I am. But before SABA, I didn't have no plants, and I just was on a different frequency. I've always loved animals. I've always acknowledged some of the things that SABA pointed out, as far as the animals and insects not needing religion and so on and so forth. That's always been a thought of mine early on. But when I look around, like, I'm surrounded with love. I'm surrounded by love. I have beautiful snake plants in my house. My beautiful family is here. My children, my my idols, the beautiful Netert, my wonderful altars that I was creating subconsciously, and I had no idea what I was doing. I had no idea what my Eve and my Ka was leading me to. So I just want to Hindu to all of you supporters, man. So, like, subscribe, and comment, and continue to support the truth, because the reality is if you're not supporting the truth, you're supporting the lie. All you have to do is just look. You have to do is just look around you, and it's so weird this time that we're in. It's like it's upside down. But again, I just choose to focus on what's never, and just be grateful that I am where I am. That I'm here and at this place right now, along my journey, especially with learning. Because I'm a baby and I'm unlearning and relearning. So, I don't feel like I don't feel overwhelmed. I don't feel intimidated. I'm grateful. I'm grateful to have a great teacher, a big homie. Just someone that looks like me. That's a male. That's not lying. That consistently tells us the truth. That consistently gives us information that we're able to use to change our life. I'm just grateful, man. I'm eternally grateful to my teacher. I've never met a person as consistent as SABA. I've never met a person who consistently tells the truth week after week. For the last 3 years now, we're for the last 3 years we're going on. And I knew immediately when he first started talking. I just knew something was different, the tone, the frequency, and I'm continuously striving to rebirth myself, to change and to embody the energy of the Netert. So again, I just want to Hindu to everyone that supports our SABA, so that we can keep this going, so that those of us that know the beauty and what's really going on here, so that we can continue. So I just want to say to you, Ani Pata, Ani Tehuti, for all that you bring forth for the House of ATTON, the brothers and sisters, everyone that's a part. You great sister, Minty Hotep, Nuti Ma'at, for all that you bring forth, beautiful energy all the time. This is it's just a wonderful space to be in, and I'm grateful. I'm grateful to you, great brother, Primordial Thought. I'm grateful that you vetted our teacher, and that you share that with everyone, and that you let everyone know that this isn't a game, and that you're serious. So I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate my great brother, Ahati Ma'at. Hindu to you, brother. I send you positive HEKA. My great brother, Minku Ara Mary Ma'at. Hindu to you, great brother. Hindu to SABA's Netert. And everyone that supports the truth, man. It's just a beautiful feeling to not be alone, to not feel alone, and to share this moment and this energy with all of you, because we're very, very, very mighty, and I'm very, very appreciative of that, and I know that that we're gonna be victorious in this fight against ISFET. So I just want to say that, just show my gratitude. I just been in a feeling of just eternal gratitude, man, to my teacher. Just seriously, like you guys really have no idea. And I'm gonna be real. The English and the vernacular that I have right now, that I know, I can't even express how grateful I am with this language. I can't. It's not even possible. But I show my support. I do what I can, and I will continue to do everything that I can. I will continue to support, because I am a defender of Ma'at. I am a supporter of the truth. So I just want to say that to everyone, and just those are the tones that I want to share. So I'm eternally grateful to all of you. So Hindu Hotep Ma'at.
Hotep, that's so beautiful, brother Tef. just to echo your vibration of gratitude. The space, I'm so grateful for it, and I'm so grateful for everybody that's here that shares the space with us. I'm so grateful that SABA allows his energy to come through the way that it does to teach us and to speak to each and every one of us in the special way that he does. It's a very special energy that I'm allowed to be, that I'm allowed to participate in it, and I'm very grateful. And when you express your gratitude, that's a continuous energy, because you put that forth and I receive that and I put that back out there. So just everybody that continues to support and continues to show up, because without your support, this couldn't be possible. So if everybody just does their part in supporting whatever that is, this will continue to grow. And Brother Primordial, it took you the time that you needed to vet SABA out, but that's a great story. So that gives other people something to relate to, where they might be in the same position to where they're vetting SABA out to see if they're going to come forth. But I know once you made the decision to come forth, it's a powerful decision, and it's not just it's a well thought out decision. And I'm grateful that you decided to come forth. When I first came into when I first got realigned with SABA, when I first got reintroduced to him, it was a little bit different for me, because I had met him previous, and it was just something that I was drawn to automatically. And seeing that I'm pretty social, and I like to I don't have a problem with putting myself out there, so it was just kind of automatic. So I got involved right away. But I just appreciate everybody's energy that comes forth and participates. The questions are amazing. You can't get these type of answers anywhere. You can't ask these type of questions anywhere. And just to have the space, it's a very, very beautiful frequency that we're creating. And I hope that everybody really allows themselves to participate in it fully and get out of it everything that SABA's bringing to it, to allow yourself to receive it.
Two up for that, Grace. Two up for that. Hey, I used to say I wasn't vetting because I immediately resonated with the energy and the truth that he was bringing forth. But I used to say to myself, man, people would ask him questions, and I would be like, everything go back to Africa? Like, is he finna take everything back to Africa? It was beautiful because I really didn't know what I was witnessing as I was witnessing it, other than the truth. So I started saying like, he gonna take everything back, everything traces back to Africa. That was where my vocabulary was at that time. But it was. It sure enough, everything went back to its origins, and now look, we are the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Neteru. Everything is going back to source. So it's just beautiful to watch right now, and to be a supporter and to support the Netert. And I work in a in a psych ward, so I literally watch people. I watched like just pure. I work in pure chaos, like all day. It is absolute pure chaos, man. And I see people completely, I call it fall off they rocking chair. That's my love. I watch people completely present as sane and just completely unravel and fall off their rocking chair. And it has me, number one, of course, it makes me grateful to my great teacher and to SABA. And it reminds me of one time I heard SABA say about the knowledge, like it was like giving a 5-year-old the keys to a Ferrari, as their first car, and them going out there and crashing out, but it's just I'm grateful. So it's I'm grateful for my mind, but oh man, it's this space that we share, this safe space, this beautiful, loving environment that we're in of truth. It's nothing like it in the world. So again, I'm grateful, Henu, to all the beautiful supporters, and let's keep this thing going. Let's support the truth. Let's support our leaders. Let's support our teachers, and let's rebuild. Let's destroy the ISFET and rebuild as we should. So brick by brick, guys. Let's do it. Ani, welcome back, good brother. Henu, Saba.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, thank you. I'm back. Okay, wonderful, beautiful, everyone. Nice smile, Minty. Nice. I came back to the end of your I guess of your testimony, Atef, for those words you were saying. That was very, very powerful, and I'm so grateful that your whole family's life is changing. It's a family change. That's beautiful. Okay, beautiful people.
To a great Saba.
Nini, yes. So here we go. We're gonna go Oxeffect. Let's see what this is here. He's always a consistent supporter. Peace and love, Oxeffect. I'm glad you are doing well. And let's see what it says here. Shout out to the good brother Oxeffect, who just sent in $33.72. Give him some big noise. And what does it say? Could you read that Minty for me, please?
Minty, you're muted.
Thank you. It says, yeah, okay. 3372 for the support, the pod class, Henu, great, Saba, Tehuti.
Wonderful. Okay, on to the next. The support is great, everybody. I really appreciate everyone's support. The donation section is becoming about the donation section now is longer than the original podcast answers. It's longer now to read. There's so much support that it's longer to read the donation than when I first started the answer. My podcast answers were about 10 minutes long, maybe, and the support is like 35 minutes or more to read off the support. I appreciate that. Happy everybody is supporting the podcast, and it's a beautiful thing. It's really, really beautiful. It allows me to really see that people appreciate it. I really live my entire life. I live most of my life in the latter parts thinking that nobody cared about this as a mass. So I didn't think anybody appreciated it. It was nobody was taking what I was teaching seriously. They just wanted the theatrics. I didn't have not the theatrics, just the drama stuff. So thank you all for letting me know that I didn't waste my time writing the Stepping of the Matrix book. Let me Let me reload this. Looks like I'm getting stuff twice. I'm gonna refresh this page, everybody. Here we go. So we got who we got now? We have Emmanuel from Netert class, Anu and Antu Netert class. Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams, shout out to you. He says, let me get the whole thing in the screen. What does it say? I just want to learn. Shout out to Robert E. Williams for quoting a TEF, a donation within a TEF, and a TEF quote. A TEF has quotes now. Give this brother Robert E. Williams some noise. $25.72. What does it say there, TEF?
Just want to learn. to the Netert. Yeah.
What'd you say, Tev? You said to it to the Netero, and what'd you say?
Hotep.
Hotep, yes.
Stop. I was
Yes.
I was mad at you. Not mad at you, but I was upset when about that stepping out of the Matrix book. When I the only way to get it was I had deactivated my Facebook, and I was waiting for you to give another way to get the book. So I was upset that I had to reinstall my Facebook and recreate it just to get the book. But I did it, and I had no idea. I thought I was going backwards. I had no idea that I was going to be hyper-thrusted into Tehuti Overdrive. So Tua for that. So, because I was upset. I was waiting. So I was going to get the book before I got it. But there was no way to get it without contacting you and you knowing I wasn't a bot. You know, so too, I just thought I was going backwards. I was upset. And I got to put the Facebook. But thank you. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I followed my Eve in my heart. And thank you, Tua, for the Tehuti Overdrive, because it definitely put thrusters on me. So I wasn't going backwards. I was definitely going forward.
You're welcome, good brother. Thank you. You're welcome.
You know, Brother Atef,
Okay, next donation.
Sorry, Saba. I was just saying to Brother Atef, you could use your Facebook to promote SABA. That's what I'm doing. I just reactivated mine like last week, and I'm using that as a way to put SABA out there and present him to my friends and the people that follow me. So that's an idea.
Minty, you my only friend on there. Look at the thing. You my only friend. I don't have no what they call friends. You're the only one. Look. Go look at that.
I'll look at it.
I only use the messenger to contact Saba. That's it.
There you go.
Imagine a Tef puts all these streams and links, and it's just all going to Minty. Share a link. And it says one friend. Minty's like, oh, I've seen this already. Wait, I was there at the class. That's hilarious. You got one friend, Minty. That's hilarious. That is awesome. That shows and prove you really truly just got this for this mission. You know, no crazy. That's great, man. That's great. Okay. All right. Oh, Nefra Keperet. Shout out to Nefra Keperet. Let's give her some noise. She gave a tip for what is this for the Netert breakdown? It says Netert breakdown appreciation tip with a gray heart, a black heart, notes, something blue, and some other symbol. Give her some big noise, please. All All right. We're winding down. Anyone else left? I need to find out who Gabriel Lopez is. Gabriel Lopez, are you in the chat? Shout out to Gabriel Lopez. Gabriel Lopez has become one of the biggest donators. And this must be a tip for the goddess. It says goddess love. Okay. Shout. Is my screen showing anything right now?
No.
No.
Okay, let me fix that. Thank you. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. Big tip, big donation, $30 from Gabrielle Lopez. Give us some big noise, please, please, please give us some noise. Thank you, Gabrielle Lopez. Appreciate you. $30. It says, for goddess love. Thank you. It's definitely a tip for the goddess class. Definitely an influence from that class, the Netert class. All right, and we have, speaking of love, we have a tip from somebody here. Let me see what this says to me. What does it say? Am I at 4? What does it say? Okay. Speaking of love, we have a nice tip here from somebody who I asked a question to. When they came on the screen, I said, do you love anyone? Speaking of the love, we'll call them the love birds, the two birds. One's a falcon, one's a little, the little sparrow. Ani Pata Aten Tehuti and Nefer Keperet. $40.11 for Tua Ishin. For Tua Ishin, Ani Pata, and Nefer Keperet. So small. Give them some big noise. What? Oh, let's go. Is that an owl or the little train that could? I don't know what's going on right now, but shout out to the owls and the trains and whatever. Shout out to the owl. We need to get you a permit. That's your next thing now. You need to get an owl.
I've seen people with them.
You can get a permit, you can get one. You just have to keep it away from your snakes.
Yeah, for sure.
He'll eat zebra in 5 minutes.
Yeah. That'd be crazy.
Oh my goodness! Shout out to the dedicated, supportive Ani Pata Aten Tehuti. Ani Pata, you got the biggest compliment I ever heard you get today. You got a compliment today. Did you hear that one?
I heard a few of them.
From Tehuti Ka.
Oh yes.
Just like I do.
Yes. I'm thankful.
He said when Ani teaches, he breaks down things just like Tehuti's teaching. That was the biggest thing I ever heard. Big compliment. Shout out to Tehuti. Look at all these Tehutis popping up. Shout out to Tehuti. Doc LaRoche is Tehuti too. Shout out to Tehuti Ka. Appreciate you, good brother. Good rest well wherever you may be. And thank you for giving Annie the large, the huge compliment right there. Shout out to you, Tehuti Ka. Okay, next up is the beautiful Oracle. The Oracle. The Warrior Oracle. None other than, who do we have here? Netert breakdown. Okay. Netert tip. The wonderful Oracle, the strong-willed Oracle, and that is, she looks like she is manifested with magic. And her name is Sheshayet. She gave a tip for the Netert class. Give her some noise, please. She says, they don't call him the echo of Tehuti for nothing. Sheshayet. She said, I'm just grateful to have found a safe place where like-minded folk can find truth and wisdom and not feel alone on our journeys. You know, that's the new attribute now I'm hearing about the pod class. I think I've heard it from Menti. I've heard it from, I think, Atef, Sheshayet. And the pod class is being now called a safe place. That's something unique. That is not just the place where you get knowledge. When you actually feel you're in a safe place, that's beyond just a teaching or knowledge. That's a comfort zone. That's you feel secure and safe. So shout out to the students for renaming the pod class a safe place. This is the safe place. I like that. That's very touching and sentimental that people actually feel safe here, because it's hard to feel safe anywhere in this matrix. There's so many, whether you're around your friends or anybody, like anybody could just flip at any time, any matrix, family, mother, and to actually find a place where you're just on a computer screen, you're still in your house, you're still where you were, but you're zoned out so much into this reality that even though you're in your house, wherever you are, you're in a safe place, but you're still where you were prior to turning on the computer. That's very deep. So shout out to everybody who feels there's a force field of a safe place, even though you're still sitting in the place where chaos could take place once a computer screen shuts down. That's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Minty. I think Atef said it. A couple people said it. Shout out to all of you. Thank you. Safe place. That's great.
Yeah, Saba, can I say something?
Okay. Yes, I was waiting for you to say something.
Yeah. So for me, the safety is that this is a consistent frequency, and we're all wanting the same thing, and we're all in alignment to reach that goal. That's the safety.
Yeah, that's a perfect way to describe it. Thank you. That's a great way to describe it. And isn't it amazing? You at TEF are in completely different situations, primordial thought. So intricately, everybody actually has a different goal, but unified, everybody has this goal. Everybody's unified goal is actually their own personal goal. So what Atef is doing with his family is completely different than, let's say, Anu and Antu, who don't even have children, who's completely different from Bijan Farah, who's hustling and bustling in New York. Everybody's living a different life, Sheshayet, but you're all unified under the goal of truth and really immortality and bringing out your own personal power. So it's individual goals unified under this big umbrella, and That is a completely beautiful thing. That can't be done. That's not done anywhere. No other channel has this consistency of it's a consistency of love. Nobody's arguing here. Nobody's been in an argument.
Heno to you for your leadership.
Nini Uk.
And Saba, it's a safe place because how can you feel safe around lies? Like, how can you feel any type of safety when everything is a lie? So when we're in this place, in this space of Ma'at and this frequency, it has to be a safe place. So yeah, because I don't feel safe around liars. I don't know what to expect. I don't, but here I know exactly what I'm getting. I know the frequency that I'm in. I trust you. I trust all of the. I trust the energy. I trust the Natiru. So yeah, it's definitely a safe space.
Thank you. Yes, great way of putting it. Okay. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. Eric G. That's it. I want you to do me a favor, my good brother, if you're in the room listening. If you can, thank you for the 233. If you can, which you should be able to, I told Nook Punuk the same thing. Instead of giving 4 donations of $2.33 and $3.33 and $3, go ahead and make it one bigger donation. It's the same support you're giving, but it's a much better visual to new people that may be clicking on right now, and they're like, oh, I want to support the 2D podcast. What kind of donations are given? Oh, $2.33. Oh, $3.33. So go ahead and just put them all together, and they'll probably equal about $12 to $15 or something, and that will be a better visual for people to see. I told Nook Punuk the same thing. So I appreciate that. Appreciate your donations, but let's make it a little better visual picture for people, so we're not flashing $2.33 on the screen. Thank you very much, good brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. And now let's move on to the next one. I think, is that it? Oh. Shout out to Bijan Farrow, who actually is in the process of acquiring Sobek from me. Sobek the baby. We call him Sobek the younger. Sobek the baby. 43 from Jan 20th. Sobek. Shout out to Sobek, who's so shout out to, that may be your new Kemetic name. When you get a Kemetic name, when you get your new name, I may put Sobek in it. I think I'm gonna have to put Sobek in it. Shout out to Bijan Farrow, who is so in love with Sobek. He's in the midst of acquiring him. He sends money to me for food for him, and he also now sent money to see him. But Sobek is sleeping right now, so I'm gonna wait till next pod class when it begins in the daytime, because he has daytime wake hours. So when he's more happy, he'll be a little grumpy if I wake him up now. But next pod class, I'll just go ahead and bring him out in the early section. I may start the pod class. Well, I'll wait for you to see you come on. Oh no, wait a minute. I'll wait to see you come on, Bijan Farrow, and then I'll bring him out on the next break after you come on. So give some big noise.
What it is about Sobek.
What's that?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think I have a lag. I don't know what it is about Sobek, but last time I told Nana, I was like, there's just something about Sobek. He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, he's a unique little guy.
He has so much
shout out
character.
to Sobek. Yeah, he does. Shout out to Bijan Farrow. Give him some big noise. What does it say here? It says, Saba, can you show my Sobek tonight? I'll do that next week. Give him some big noise, please. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Support the channel and teachings. Donate. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, and Rocky SV. There you go. All right, everybody. Let me scroll down. Let me refresh the page. Is there any last minute support donations? Any last minute support? Oh, one came in just right before I said. Is there any last minute support? Oh, yes. Terry Patty is back. Terry Patty is back. Glad you're back, brother. Terry Patty, are you in the room? Let's get some big noise. What is this? My eyes. Shout out to Terry Patty, who states, what does he state? He says, support for the podcast. Peace, SABA. Support for the podcast. Give him some big noise. Big noise. Oh my God. Thank you, Terry Patty. That is excellent, awesome, wonderful. Is there any more? There's a big one. Tap for him. Let me send somebody a message. Hold on. 1 second, everyone, because I think that's it for the night. But let me send. All right. Harass did. Oh, Harass did. Wonderful. I got your message. Harass did. All right. And I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I do have one major. Is that it? Let me refresh the page. Let me see if everybody's done. Let me see if everybody's done. Refresh the page. Anu Antu, Emmanuel Rodriguez. That's from Men in the Class. Lena message. Anu and Antu for what? Men in the Class question. Men in the Class. Tefrem, Men in the Class. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much. Let me send one more message to confirm something here. Hold on 1 second. I just want to confirm something here. That is it. There is one more, but I'm going to keep that one. Oh, you're recording me. AI. Hey, AI. I caught you. Hold on. I got you. Recording me. Yeah. There is one more, but I think I'm going to keep that one anonymous right now. I'm going to keep certain donations anonymous for particular purposes and reasons. But shout out to that individual with that donation. Plus, there was a donation announced earlier from the same individual. So shout out, peace and love and respect. And I may just keep that between us, and every once in a while say some of them. So shout out to everybody. in the Tehuti podcast. Peace and love from everybody. Is my screen just showing us, or am I? I'm not screen sharing, am I?
No.
Okay, let me fix one thing. Shout out to everybody who oh, what's that? Wait. AI. Yeah, let's fix that. Okay, there we go. I want that word in there. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Shout out to everybody who came to support the Tuesday podcast, everybody who benefited from the beautiful questions that were asked, which led to great, beautiful answers. You all are beautiful and excellent. I'm going to go ahead and let everybody give a closing. Does that say 441 people in the room? That can't be. No. Scribe, do you see the number of people that are watching? It doesn't say 441, does it?
No, it says 44.
Oh, it just changed. Wow. Okay. On my screen it says 440. Okay. Okay.
That's
I'm laughing at something else. Yeah, I'm also laughing at that and something that just happened here. But yes. Welcome everybody that just stepped in. We are finished though. You're gonna have to rewind. Peace and love. We're gonna let everybody give a couple last words and close it out. 10-hour podcast again. Let's do it. Okay, go ahead, Annie. Give us some closing words, and then I gotta go feed some creatures. Go ahead, Annie.
Yes, Hotep Henu, Ma'akaru, Great Saba Tehuti, for doing this and teaching us the way that you do, and spending so much time with us and guiding our path. That will never go unappreciated or unspoken. So Tua for that, and for leading by example in the ways that you do. Hinu to all the great supporters who continue to ask the questions and support our great Saba Tehuti and what he's doing here. And for those of you who are out there battling the ISFET, who attempts to show its face here. So Tua to all of you. And I look forward to seeing you all in the House of ATTON tomorrow. We are going to have another Sunday sessions class. Is going to be very powerful and deep, and continue to just keep reflecting. So I look forward to seeing you all. Sakim M. Arit, Netert Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru Per In Hetep. I have obtained the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in peace. Hotep.
Thank you. Is tomorrow another shesh session? Is it called?
Yes.
Shesh
session. Yes.
Shesh session. Is it SH shesh session or sesh session?
SESHIONS. It's really, I mixed them both. So it's just another session for these scribes.
How did you spell it?
SESHIONS. Sesh-ion.
Oh, session. Sessions. Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you, great student. And on to Minty Hotep. How you doing over there? You hanging in there, Minty?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm ready for the Upesh though. So Hotep, Henu to Saba Tehuti, Tua for your guidance, Tua for your protection, Tua for the time that you spend with us. Everybody out there, get the Netert class. You got to get the Netert class. These classes are a way of life. I'm just so grateful to be in this space. And I'm looking forward to our next class and looking forward to tomorrow at the House of ATTON. And once again, get the Netert class. Do yourself
Especially
a favor.
The last two ones, right? Those were.
Yes, I always say that I'll never look at something the same way again, and it's just totally changed my perception on what I perceive as reality. And it's such a beautiful thing because this is a place where you can go to ask the questions that you can't ask anybody, that nobody really has the answers for, but Saba Tehuti. So Hotep and Henu, Tua, for your time and your guidance, and Hotep and Henu to everybody that participates. Tua.
So thank you for your beautiful Medu words. Awesome. And now let's go to who's under you? Primordial. I don't know how long you've been there, Primordial, but been kind of quiet in the background.
To us all, we just listening. Appreciate you. Most definitely, you are the Honorable Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, the great master teacher, the doorway. Appreciate you and the Turks for supporting your Dejed every single day. Consistent in my art. Peace and love to the House of ATTON, and to everybody that supported and everyone that's on the panel. I got nothing but love for y'all and y'all consistency. May Ra grant you and your families health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at forevermore. And may you all rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra who rises and shines forevermore in Ma'at. Hotel.
Thank you, brother. Great, great words. Thank you. Appreciate the beautiful love. Bijan Farrow says, Henu Saba, I appreciate you. Keep shining. Golden One, House of ATTON forever. Thank you. Appreciate. Bijan Farrow also says, Henu, and peace and love to the chat and to the panel. Hotep Ma'at. I have a new person in the chat. I haven't seen this name before. D. Peace to the children of Ma'at. Peace to you, D. Okay, go ahead. Atef, father of fathers, probably my father. Close this out.
Hotep, great class. Saba, as always, classes are getting longer and more nefer. Glad you're receiving more support. That's a beautiful thing. That's not a problem. For the support to be taking up as much time as it is. That's actually a beautiful thing. And thank you Tua for creating this safe space for us. And I say safe as well because those other places they're aligned with the deaf culture. So here we're learning about immortality and how to live truly. So if it's not about immortality and truly living, then it's not a safe space. So I just want to tell you how grateful I am, and to everyone on the panel that supports, all the supporters in the chat, everyone that makes this possible. Come check us out tomorrow. Ani's gonna do a great class on Sunday. Henu to the great brother Menkur Ra Mary Ma'at and Ahati Ma'at behind the scenes. With that, we'll close it out. Had a beautiful, beautiful class. Tua for teaching us immortal life, great Saba, in this safe space.
Beautiful. Tua to you, my good brother. Let me just do something real quick here. Tua to you, my good brother. One thing again. Appreciate you for your I appreciate you for your appreciation, and appreciate you for the love and for being a great pillar for your family. Without you, they would all be lost. So being a great pillar for that family, they all need you, and your strength is actually their strength. So you're doing a great job. So I know that I'm not just teaching you, even though I don't see them. I'm probably teaching 5 people. that echo from what's happening here and what you're getting. So shout out to you for having all of that under your roof, that you have to take this information and divide it up amongst all those different personalities, and it's still holding a strong foundation. That's actually kind of difficult to do, bringing a new knowledge to, especially you have different age groups. You're doing a great job. So good job. Thank you, Brother Atef. You're doing great.
You are great, Saba. And I have my game too, my Sinet game. I love it. Thank you for that as well.
Have you played it yet?
Yes, I have.
You played it with the other family members?
Played it with my daughter first.
It's fun. It's I love that game. It's so, you never know what's gonna happen. It's so strange how it's strange because it's not like just one piece. I don't know. It's very much different than the concept of just moving one piece.
It is. I was
fun.
winning at first, and then I lost. So it was
Right.
great.
And you can literally be at the final end and lose right there. It's fun. Glad you enjoyed it. Okay, everybody. Butterfly, which is harass, said awesome. We're gonna go ahead and close out with the affirmation. Everybody knows what the support is. You all know. So I will tell everybody that really the last 3 minute classes, what is it, Clive? 67. Are we at 67 already? What is it, 63? 63? 63, 62, and 61. Is that where we are? Let me see this here. 63. Oh my, wow. Everybody, for those 63, thank you. For those who've missed, what'd you say, Minty?
I have them numbered by dates.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're at 63. Order the MetaNetter classes that you have missed, everybody. Especially the last 3. It's incredible. I mean, we haven't even forgot about class 45, 47, or the 47, 49, but the last 3, breaking on the color white and blue. And I mean, those who want it, send your support order. I've really taught 63 MetaNetter classes. How many pod classes have it taught? I don't know, but shout out to the Netert for keeping me in this frequency and keeping this flowing through me. Truly, much respect to the Netert. Okay, everybody, we're gonna close it out. Let me check the Cash App one last time, PayPal one last time. Maybe there's a one last donation and reload. Who is this? Is this somebody or is this is this somebody? Terry Patty. Okay, everybody, that's it. It is 10 hours of pod class. I'm gonna go. Is he still on my head? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he's on top, Saba. Yeah, he's up there.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go big screen. Peace and love, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and just close it out. I would like to say that I'm going to go to bed, but no, I have a pound of turkey to feed to some hungry guys, and I have some cobras to move around and Ranunette to move. I don't know. But I'm going to rest. I'm going to rest, and I'm going to go big screen and close this out. Peace, Annie. Peace, Menti. Peace, Primordial. Peace, Atef. I'm going big screen to close out.
All right. Peace and love you, Saba, and love everybody here.
All right.
I appreciate you.
What's that? Peace, Saba.
Have good dreams, Minty. All right. Peace, Atef. Take care of that fam. They're waiting for you.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, they're waiting. Hotep. Okay, everybody. Peace and love. I don't have any of the serpents with me right now. They're resting. But peace and love. Thank you everybody for enjoying another. It's my eyes are so tired. I can't. You say 10 hours. Another 10 hours. 10 hours of the Tehuti pod class. Amazing. Pod class day has been so very beautiful. Tua Tehuti, Enu Nefer. Ua. Tua to you, beautiful Bella. Appreciate you. Harass did the screaming out. Class 33. Visit the website. We're going to close out everyone. Where's Or-Am? Or-Am is on the hat. Peace and love, everybody. We're going to close this down. I will be in the background on the sun. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. One last thing. Annie, could you come to the class? Annie and Atef, could you come back to the front? Annie and Atef, I got to say this before I was supposed to open up the class with this. I'm going to open up next week's class with this. Annie and Atef, come back real quick. I want to say this to you all. I want to know if you all saw the magic that was done really quickly before I close out. Do you all still have the link? I'm going to put the link back in the room. Okay, there we go. Atef is back. Annie, do you have the link? If not, there it is. Did I get the link? I know Mankara is sleeping already. There's a link. Annie, jump in. I want to say this. If you're still around. Okay, Atef, do you notice any magic? Anything interesting happened last class? Last Sunday class?
Yeah. Yes. Seem like the numbers is running up.
So, is Annie here yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, he probably is gone, passed out. So, I want to let everybody know, I want to let you know the magic that was done. And that the class views used to be 200. They used to average at about 200. I'm seeing 106. Some of these classes, 106, 200. And so I did a class, an interview on Netert, and it was about the Netert. And I mentioned on Netert for people, go to the House of ATTON. And then I noticed the same theme. I think it was you, Atef, the same theme as the Netert interview. I don't know if you had already pre-planned that, or if it was a synchronicity. Did you already know that you were going to do a class about the Netert before I did the Netert interview?
So, yeah. So I did not. Me and Ani discussed that like 2 weeks ago. But I didn't know what your class was going to be about. And also, it also related to Minku's class as well. It was the reunion, introducing everyone to the Neteru. So it was definitely a lot of magic. I noticed that, and you can't fake it, Saba. And I'm going to tell you something else that's interesting. The brothers were talking, and we were thinking that the readings weren't doing as well as the presentations, because I do the readings. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to keep the Netert alive by reading what they read, saying what they said. But last week's teachings, ironically, didn't have a lot of Metal Netert in it. Because I would normally read a story, an actual story. But this time I read Budge's explanation of what the Netert are. So yeah, it was a lot of magic synchronicity going on. It was beautiful.
And you said, that's beautiful. You said something about the reunion. What was last Sunday, September?
Minku's class was the reunion.
Was that the one before you?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. And what did you find was the synchronicity with that one, the reunion? I didn't catch that part.
The Neteru are real.
Oh, that was Menku?
Yes. The before mine. I think
Oh,
his
really?
was called, I think his was called something reunion. Let me see.
And it was about the Netert too?
Yes, the Neteru. Let me see.
Very nice. Very, very nice. So there it is. And then this class was I think this is the biggest viewed class you ever did. It's at 1,300. That's your
Yep.
biggest viewed class, right?
And we were saying that the readings don't do as well, but why wouldn't the actual what the Neteru said themselves not do well? You know, it was a little discouraging at first, but I said that I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to continue to say and echo what they said themselves. And even Ani sent me a message, and that's what we said. We're going to go back to the readings and not read like what Bud said, because it was a lot of just what they were saying, not what the Neteru were saying themselves.
A lot of what? A lot of what they were saying?
A lot of what Budges was saying. A lot of his opinion and stuff, where normally I would read an actual story.
Yes. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, wonderful. Get yourself some rest. I'm going to go ahead and close this class up.
Peace and love. Hotep, SABA, Hotep.
Hotep, Hotep. Okay, everybody, peace and love. Thank you for coming to another Tehuti pod class. It has been great. Time to rest. I'm going to go solo screen. Close this out. Peace and love, everyone. You all know what you just witnessed. I'm glad you all enjoyed. Come back next week to the Tehuti pod class. Where's Oram? There he is. Peace and love. I'm going to go ahead and do the... Oh, and I just had a Tef here to do the affirmation. Okay, here we go. I don't know if a Tef can hear me, but if you want to come back on, do the affirmation. I don't think we didn't do the affirmation. Wow, we're tired. We are tired. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do the affirmation. I'm going to start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki ma'at un ns nin tet aset and ma'at mean have a pet and ma'at her and hu kiwi for ikut. I live for ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everyone. House of ATTON. Trying to show this. The Netert exists. We actually sent one of these to Sonetta. He'll be getting his. The Netert exists. The Neteru exists. House of ATTON. There you are, Oram. Peace and love, everyone. You all are beautiful. See you next week.